이길 거는 알고 있었지만 이겼다 약간 이런 느낌으로 그냥.
야, 스킬 연계 되게 꼼꼼해요 지금 마루가. 네, 전반 막 우와! 타임새나 준비들이 돼 있습니다. 스킬 연계들이, 택틱들이.
네, 안녕하세요.
유니폼이 바뀌셨어요?
이번에 새롭게 마루 게이밍에서 스모크 포지션으로 다시 들어오게 됐습니다. 안녕하세요. 여기가 저희 연습실이고요. 저희 멤버들 여기 이렇게 나와 있고 한번 들어가 보도록 하겠습니다. 여기 이제 저희 선수들 제 연습실 공간이고요. 약지 선수가 요즘 몸이 좀 안 좋습니다. 약도 있고요. 막 이 책은 읽으시는 거 맞나요?
아, 네.
책 어디까지 읽었어요?
39페이지까지 읽었어. 여자친구 사줘가지고.
언제 사셨어요?
한 달 전?
한 달 전이요? 한 달 전인데 39페이지.
아, 요즘 제가 좀 아파가지고.
하루에 1페이지씩 읽은 거네요.
아니, 아파가지고.
39. 반갑습니다, 지박 선수. 아니 근데 왜 페이드라고 그랬어요? 지금 Z가 너프돼서 슬프다고 하시던데
이제 Z 버려야 되죠.
Z 버리나요?
아쉽게 됐지만 Z는 이제 보내줘야 될 것 같습니다.
네, 제가 이어받았는데요. 무스로 활동하고 있는 선수라고 합니다.
선수형은 반바지 입으셨는데 열이 많으시죠?
네, 제 몸이 좀 열이 많아갖고 반팔 반바지밖에 안 입거든요. 이제 잘 때는 저도 이제 들어온 지 얼마 안 됐기 때문에 일단 제일 막내인 도에부터 제가 마루 게이밍에 들어오게 됐는데 저를 어떻게 생각하는지.
저는 좋다고 생각합니다.
그게 끝인가요?
그렇죠.
그게 끝이에요? 지박, 정현이요. 대회를 같이 해보고 어떤 생각이 들었는지.
나 같은 미친놈이 또 있구나.
저의 자리 소개해 드릴게요. 키보드가 조금 특이해요. 다른 선수들에 비해서 좀 작아가지고 자리가 작아도 넓게 사용을 할 수 있어서 좀 선호하는 키보드고, 그리고 저는 이제 팔토시를 씁니다. 팔이 마우스패드에 쓸리는 거를 별로 안 좋아해가지고 그거를 사서 써봤는데 괜찮은 것 같아가지고 꾸준하게 쓰고 있어요.
야, 볼까?
치킨 근접샷도 찍어주고 위라에 빨간 거 먹고.
이게 대회에서 누구 제일 이기시나요?
미안해.
영수증이네. 김정이 여기 앉아야 되는 거 아니야?
네.
혼자 다 먹자.
야, 똑같이 먹어줄게.
아, 먹고?
뭘 맛있나?
야, 스킬 연계 되게 꼼꼼해요 지금 마루가. 네, 전반 막 우와! 타임새나 준비들이 돼 있습니다. 스킬 연계들이, 택틱들이.
저희가 합을 맞춘 지도 얼마 안 됐고 이길 거는 알고 있었지만 그래서 더 완벽하게 이길 수 있었는데 그러지 못해서 좀 아쉬운 게 좀 많았던 것 같아요.
서로가 자기들만의 생각이 좀 많은 것 같아요, 제 생각에는.
이게 게임이 잘 안 풀리다 보면은 뭔가 귀를 닫게 되는 경우가 많아서 그 부분을 저도 좀 노력하고 있긴 하고 있어요.
지금 바이퍼와 오맨이랑 카드 두 개 때문에 인도하는 미스를 생각 안 하고 그냥 막 쓸 수가 있습니다. 대놓고 찍어본 거죠.
바이퍼랑 캐릭터가 스플릿해서 약간 상대방한테 흔들림을 줄 수 있는 캐릭이라고 생각하거든요, 공격 때. 수비 때도 투연막이 양쪽 각 사이트를 잘 막을 수 있어가지고 투연막을 선택하지 않았나. 일단 보통 오멘 같은 경우는 사이트 메인에 원웨이를 칠 수 있거든요. 원웨이를 치고 스킬로 들어오게 만들거나 아니면은 들어오지 못하게 만들 수가 있어요. 이쪽 방향을. 이쪽을 좀 견제하는 식으로 원웨이를 많이 치고, 바이퍼 같은 경우는 사이트를 버티거나 일자 장막이랑 여기 메인에 연막을 쳐서 상대방을 독이발로 이제 지연을 많이 시키면서 저희 팀을 부르는 식으로 아마 이번 라운드는 그런 식으로 운영을 했던 것 같아요.
연막이 하나면은 개수가 한정적이어서 지원을 해주거나 자기가 사이트를 막을 때 굉장히 힘든 부분이 있어요. 왜냐면 저희 팀한테 지원도 못 해주고 이제 그런 게 많은데, 이제 투연막이다 보니까 한 사이트를 막을 때 연막을 자기 걸 안 쓰더라도 이제 바이퍼 장막이라든지 독성 고체를 통해서 상대방의 진입을 막는다라든지 이제 지연시킬 수 있는 게 너무 좋아서 바이퍼를 기용한 것 같아요.
페인트나 이런 스킬 연계들. 타임새나 준비들이 돼 있습니다. 스킬 연계들이, 택틱들이.
비해븐을 오는 걸 카운터 치고 싶어서 가지고 여기에 세이지랑 레이즈를 두고 오맨을 언더에다 둔 다음에 그냥 해븐을 오는 거를 피해 망상으로 잡아먹자 라는 콜을 해가지고 미드 오는 거를 저희가 싸워서 잡아먹었던 것 같습니다.
사이트를 보는 인원끼리 말을 맞추고 대처를 하는 게 가장 중요한 것 같아요. 만약에 A 러쉬를 왔을 때를 가정하고 얘네가 러쉬를 오면은 내가 이 스킬을 쓰고 너는 이 스킬을 써, 이런 식으로 막으면은 굉장히 막기 쉬울 겁니다. 우리 팀이 스킬이 뭐가 있는지에 따라서 막는 방식도 달라지고 포지션도 달라지고 막을 수 있는지 없는지 이런 상황을 알 수 있기 때문에 스킬 브리핑은 꼭 해야 된다고 생각해요.
야, 스킬 연계 되게 꼼꼼해요 지금 마루가.
이때 램프를 통해서 A를 가자는 콜이 나왔어요. A 5명에서 진짜 어디를 봐야 될지를 정하고 램프를 통해서 이제 장막 뒤에 뺑을 까고 그대로 A 러쉬를 가자 콜이 나와서 상대방이 그냥 아무것도 못하는 스킬 셋업으로 러쉬를 갔던 것 같습니다.
저희가 스코어 차이가 많이 나서 상대방이 대처를 잘 못할 거라고 생각해서 빠른 템포의 러쉬를 선택했던 것 같아요.
스킬이라든지 이런 걸 아낌없이 쓰는 게 좋은 것 같아요. 이게 한 명이 죽는 것보다 얼마를 더 투자해서 이제 스킬을 쓰면서 그 사이트를 뚫는다는 게 저는 굉장히 중요한 것 같습니다.
주의해야 할 거는 상대방의 시간을 오래 끌 수 있는 캐릭터가 없는 쪽으로 가는 게 대부분 좋아요. 바이퍼라든지 레이즈라든지 이런 스킬들을 통해서 진입을 한번 막을 수 있는 캐릭터들이 있는 곳에는 빠른 러쉬를 가게 됐을 때 들어가지 못하게 될 확률이 높아서 그런 데를 좀 주의해야 되는 것 같습니다. 이런 리뷰는 발로란트 하면서 처음 했는데 약간 새로운 경험이 된 것 같고 하면서 좀 더 저도 공부하는 시간이 되니까 네, 다음번에 해봤으면 좋겠습니다.
저희가 더 많이 열심히 연습을 해서 꼭 좋은 성적으로 보답해드리겠습니다. 마루게이밍 화이팅!
But okay, well, hold on. They're pushing. Donghai is just rushing. Comes up with 3. Hexian and Esperanza trying to answer back with. Hunter's Fury seems to get suppression off. They're fishing for a shot. RP is just gonna find it. I don't know if he stormed into the pit. If Zuba had exited, it looks like he actually did pull back out of it. Now Stax is the one who's lurking all the way through to the spawn. Goddead put on the ground and Stax just goes out. This time Mako, he's going to be lurking well around the back, pushes out, but not going to get those shots on the Sheriff. He's got to go for the fight. Wall side, Stacks hitting one, pushes the corner, looks for another, can't get it. Now it's all on RP. Gets tagged even lower, but all he really needs to do is try to buy some time. He does not have the fragment to try to push them off this. Fragment comes out, pushes. Batman comes down from above, hits the ground, starts taking names. Actually now finds another using that Sheriff that he's so gratefully picked up from Texture. Shock now throwing out, pushing to the smoke, and it gets both! No way! Moves and Chiba both go down to the Aftershock. Thrown down, Hate holding the corner. Wicks pushing top. Wall's gonna come through. Looks like there's one right around the corner. Wicks will be able to get the shot. Try to push through that slow, and he moves. Coming up huge to break it open. Esperanza now trying to delay. Gets the lineup, sends out a dart to get it to Haft. He taps one, knows the wraparound is gonna be coming through. He cuts down Wicks. He's looking for it, and he's got it. Esperanza goes huge, gets the 4K clutch.
가능성은 도전으로부터 2022 발로란트 챌린저스 코리아 스테이지 2 4일차 경기로 인사드리겠습니다. 안녕하세요. 아나운서 정유현입니다. 오늘 첫 번째 경기는 타르타로스와 CNJ가 준비하고 있는데요. 타르타로스의 박종 선수 나와주셨습니다. 박종 선수 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요, 박종입니다.
네, 저와 이렇게 처음 만나게 됐는데요. 자, 일단은 타르타로스 멤버를 박종 선수가 모집을 한 걸로 알고 있습니다. 모집을 하는데 어떤 기준이 있었을까요?
사실 특별한 기준 같은 건 없고 이제 그냥 같이 테스트 같이 스크림 띄워보면서 이제 마음 맞는 선수
마음
그런
맞는
선수들과
선수.
같이 했던 것 같습니다.
아, 실력보다는 마음 맞는 게 더 중요한 건가요?
네, 그렇죠. 아무리 실력이 뛰어나도 만약에 선수와 선수끼리 이제 맞지 않은 경우엔 아무리 잘하는 선수가 있어도 이제 어떻게 팀 게임이다 보니 할 수 없기 때문에 저는 그렇게 생각합니다.
네, 팀 내 분위기가 정말 좋을 것 같은데 지금 웬티 선수와 함께 가장 형이시잖아요.
네.
네. 동생들이 잘 따라와 주나요?
솔직히 이제 방송적 멘트로는 예스인데 이제 연습할 때 보면 사실 잘 안 되는 경우가 많죠. 저희끼리 하다 보면
아, 말을 안 듣는 동생이 있나 봐요. 누군가요?
이제 제일 안 듣는 동생이 이제 광어 선수가 아닌가.
아, 그렇군요. 아, 광호 선수 요리가 참 중요할 것 같습니다. 자, 그리고 오늘 이제 또 상대 팀인 CNJ를 만나게 됐는데 CNJ의 기세가 또 만만치가 않습니다. 상대 팀 어떻게 평가하시나요?
CNJ 솔직히 무디 선수를 이제 중심으로 이제 꾸려진 팀이 아닌가. 이제 무디 선수만 어떻게 할지에 대한 이제 키포인트만 잡는다면 뭐 이길 수 있지 않을까 하는 생각이 들어요.
네, 무디 선수의 활약이 대단한데요. 무디 선수의 독주를 꺾을 만한 우리 팀의 선수가 있다면 누구일까요?
이제 사실 이제 말하자면 이제 제가 아닐까.
아, 박종이다. 나 박종이다. 그럼 오늘 경기에서는 어떤 거를 좀 보여주실 예정이신지.
이제 사실 특별히 보여드릴 건 없고 그냥 이제 계속 관중 이제 방송을 봐주시는 이제 분들께 재밌는 경기를 위한 경기력만 생각을 하면서 할 것 같습니다. 이기는 것과 동시에.
이기는 것과 동시에 재미까지 선사하겠다.
네.
와, 기대해 보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 그리고 이번 시즌 박종 선수만의 목표가 있을 것 같아요. 팀도 꾸렸으니까 목표가 뭘까요?
목표는 이제 당연히 플레이오프에서 또 플레이오프로 간다면 한 단계 더 위로 4강에서 결승까지.
결승까지. 와, 자, 그럼 이 각오를 박종 이행시로 한번 밝혀주시죠.
운 띄워주시나요?
박!
박살내러 왔습니다.
와, 쫑!
쫑이와 함께 저희 팀원 모두 함께.
쫑과 함께
예.
우리 팀원 모두와 함께.
네.
너무 잘 하셨는데요. 최고입니다. 오늘 경기 파이팅 하세요. 파이팅!
네, 파이팅!
네, 이렇게 해서 타르타루스의 박종 선수 만나봤고요. 자, 상대팀의 이야기도 안 들어볼 수 없겠죠. 이번에는 CNJ의 무디 선수 만나보겠습니다. CNJ의 무디 선수 나와주셨습니다. 무디 선수 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
와, 매드 무디, 나이스 무디. 정말 많은 수식어가 생긴 것 같아요.
네.
일단 지난번 경기 이야기를 안 해볼 수가 없을 것 같은데 활약이 대단하셨거든요.
네.
그날 본인의 실력 어느 정도나 보여주신 건가요?
그냥 뭐 제 실력 평소대로 그냥 연습했던 대로 그대로 하니까 그렇게 하던데요. 원래 그래서 갖고 딱히 뭐 저는 특별한 건 아닙니다. 저한테.
특별한 건 아니다. 사전 인터뷰 때 그날 한 50% 정도 보여주겠다 이렇게 이야기를 하셨었거든요.
그렇죠.
실제로는 몇 퍼센트 보여주신 건가요?
어제 그때 50%가 아니라 한 60%에서 한 80%까지 보여드린다고 했는데 그냥 딱 그 정도 했던 것 같아요.
그 정도.
네.
100%는 남았다인 것 같은데
그렇죠.
저는 너무 궁금했던 게 그날 두 번째 맵이었던 아이스박스에서 처음으로 레이나를 픽하셨어요. 네, 레이나 그렇게 잘하는데 왜 이제까지 안 보여주신 거예요?
레이나가 팀게임에서 사실 그렇게 좋은 캐릭터는 아니어갖고 좀 안 쓰다가 아이스박스는 좀 레이나 많이 쓰기도 하고 팀적으로도 괜찮은 요원이라서 선택하게 됐고 그게 제가 돼서 어쩌다 보니까 잘하게 된 것 같아요. 저도 레이나 잘하는지 몰랐어요.
나도 몰랐던 나의 실력을 발견한 것 같습니다. 자, 그렇다면 오늘도 타르타루스의 경기에서 슈퍼 레이나 플레이 기대해 볼 수 있을까요?
네, 뭐 슈퍼 레이나가 아니라 그냥 제 레이나는 슈퍼이기 때문에 그냥 레이나를 보시면 슈퍼 레이나가 되어 있지 않을까 싶습니다.
혹시 다른 요원을 픽하실 가능성도 있으실까요? 지금까지 보여주셨던 요원들 외에.
네, 비밀이에요.
비밀인가요? 체인버와 레이너를 잇는
네.
다음 유언은 또 어떤 유언일지 기대해 보도록 하겠습니다.
네.
자, 그리고 상대편 타르타로스의 기세도 만만치가 않습니다.
네네.
특히 난전에 강한 팀일 수 있을 것 같은데 어떻게
네.
평가하시나요?
난전은 제가 더 잘하는 것 같아요. 그냥 뭐 하던 대로 하면은 쉽게 이길 거라고 생각합니다.
혹시 경계가 되는 선수 없을까요?
경계가 되는 선수는 딱히 없는 것 같아요.
딱히 없다.
네네.
굉장히 자신감이 넘치시는 것 같은데 이러다가 지면
네.
정말 큰일이거든요.
아,
자, 앉을 거니까
네.
지면은 난 뭘 하겠다. 공약 한번 세워볼까요?
아니요. 아니요, 안
앉을
할래요.
거니까, 앉을 거니까.
앉을 건데
네.
이제 사람이 이제 지킬 수 있는 약속만 해야 되기 때문에 안 하겠습니다. 무서워요.
알겠습니다.
네.
자, 오늘의 각오 그러면은 좀
네.
밝혀주시죠.
오늘 뭐 타르타르 소스 먹으러 왔습니다. 야무지게 먹겠습니다. 잘 먹겠습니다.
네, 각오 잘 들었습니다. 오늘 경기 파이팅하세요.
감사합니다.
네, 여기까지 CNJ의 무디 선수 만나봤습니다. 두 팀 모두 정말 기세가 대단한 것 같은데요. 과연 어떤 팀이 승리하게 될지 경기로 만나보시죠.
Had a wrestling match from Mount Everest. Leaving as prey, I could chase off the predators. You can't run with me, little boy, you too delicate. Hold up!
Good morning, good evening, good night, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to the stream. We are back for the final day of week 1 here in stage 2 of VCT Korea. I'm Achilleos, back alongside Paper Thin. We'll be guiding you through the action. And oh boy, if everything happens as we have prophesized, we are going to have a hell of a lot of action because we could be in for 6 maps today.
Yeah, I mean, this is the open qualifier group currently, as these 4 teams already squared off on Sunday. We're back again here today to see who exactly can kind of right the ship from their earlier mistakes between our first match with Tartarus and CNJ. I mean, both looked very good on certain maps, you know, had a little bit of struggles on others. I mean, of course, for CNJ, you know, a tough opponent in WGS, Tartarus as well, Spears looking pretty good. So, you know, there's some really good players on both teams and a lot of up-and-coming players who've started kind of just this year, like, for example, Rain for CNJ, who's really kind of made a name for himself this year. He's also the IGL for CNJ. So a lot of really exciting stuff going on as these teams are, you know, fighting for their playoff lives already in some ways. We already kind of have a pretty good idea of our top 4 teams. Achilleos, you know, they all look really good for Damwon and Maru and, of course, DRX and Unslayers. But it's going to be those 2 slots that, you know, at the bottom that you're fighting to get out of.
Yeah, for sure. You want to be in the playoffs. You want to make sure that you can qualify up and try to make a run. Holy moly, did a damn good job of it, damn good effort of it in stage 1 to try to make their way into the grand final. Couldn't quite get there, but maybe one of these organizations can get the job done. As more eyes get turned over towards Valorant here in South Korea, more organizations get interested. The pool of talent, the level of competition, it's just going to keep on rising. And I mean, CNJ is a good example of this. An organization that now dives into Valorant, has a big title sponsor in one of the football clubs that's out here in South Korea. So, more eyes like that, always good for the scene. Yeah,
and Daejeon is one of the cities south of Seoul here in Korea, one of the larger cities in Korea as well. So I think there's some level of kind of, you know, the pride of a non-Seoul-based or represented team, maybe is a better way to put it, having that for the rest of the country as well. I mean, you know, the Seoul metro area is about half the population of Korea. So, you know, there is a lot of other people who want to see this team do well. And on the other side of things, Tartarus, you know, full of frankly, journeymen here in Korea who kind of bounced around from team to team. You know, we saw Gwanga last stage playing pretty good. Wenty's always been a guy I've had my eyes on as a really solid Sentinel player. And then Daegi and Park Jung looked absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, and, you know, they had a pretty easy go of it in the open qualifier, all things considered. Didn't get to see too many of their matches. I believe we got to look in on basically 2 of them. They were under the moniker of Team OO, you know, WO, and quite frankly, looked very, very strong at times. So we'll see how they fare coming in here, because both of these teams are going to be hungry for that win. See who's going to be walking away with it at the end of the day, but it could be a very, very long road to get to the end of this series, because I mean, you look back just 2 days ago when these 2 teams did compete versus other opponents, the other 2 teams that we're going to be seeing later on today in Spear Gaming and WGS. That day was a 6-map day. It feels like today is just fated to also be a 6-map day as well.
I have a hard time seeing a world where that isn't the case. I think Tartarus and CNJ are pretty evenly matched right now based on kind of what we saw in the first series. And maybe I might lean a little bit towards CNJ depending on what the maps that come through and based on their relative strength of their opponent. It's just so hard to gauge with WGS, like what exactly the strength what strength you're at, because sometimes, you know, WGS is pretty, we've talked about all the time, they're a roller coaster of a team, and so, you know, they you know, WGS will play so well against some of the best teams in Korea. I mean, DRX, they almost beat DRX in the playoffs. I mean, they for all intents and purposes, they should have beat them. But then they can't, you know,
they're 1 round away.
They were literally 1 round away, and then DRX ran 10 rounds in a row. So, WGS is very, very strong at times, but oftentimes they kind of look a little bit off against some of the other teams that they go up against. And to me, I think, you know, you got to feel good about your performance if you're CNJ, but jeez.
Okay. Well, yeah, he's saying no school It's,
Yeah.
you know, I'm gonna come watch esports instead. Gotta love it. But
That's
yeah, I
much
mean,
better.
those numbers right there. ACS 494. You guys might not be able to read the rest of it. I certainly can't because I
Somebody
sometimes
just walked in front of it.
sometimes struggle when it comes down to handwritten
Well,
Hangul.
that's
But
yeah.
the 494 ACS is important because if you missed CNJ's first series versus WGS, Muthi dropped 494 against them in a 20-round game as Reyna. And
on Icebox.
yeah, and he's going to be looking to do that again today for sure. We just have to wait and see if they can get that done. Here's the standings as of right now. Spear and WGS, of course, we're waiting to see them play their second match. That's going to be the second series here today to round out the week. CNJ versus Tartarus as well, jumping into their second series here to see who is walking away with a win with that 1-1 scoreline to join the ranks of Onslayers and Damwon.
That's a good point. And these wins here are so important today because, you know, as you move over to starting to play the teams that were seeded into this, who clearly have very high power levels, you know, it's going to be a lot harder to find wins against them. Theoretically, you never know, things can change, but at least in the current outlook of this stage, these wins are so precious for all of these teams down here. And of course, Muthi now tops our power rankings due to the absolute shellacking he put on to WGS. But beyond that, he was playing great, not just on that map. I mean, it was plus 22 across all 3 maps. Had a great almost 300 ACS across all 3 maps. So, you know, he was really getting a lot of work done and just showing why he's so highly valued across, you know, multiple regions, multiple esports. This guy just seems to have it.
Yeah, he's been finding impact, to say the very least, about Muthi there. But see if you can find it today. Was it a bit of a flash in the pan for him? You know, big kickoff debut on the stage here in stage 2. Or can he consistently find results in figures like that? That's my biggest question about the guy. I have no doubts about his past and previous competitive, you know, endeavors. Can you maintain that? Because not everybody can. You see, you know, players like Tens come out, they put up these incredible figures, they drop 40 bombs and whatnot, and then there's other games where they go up against a team and suddenly it's, you know, 13 and 15. You know, you don't have that same level of consistency, so I'm wondering if Muthi can kind of break away from that. It's obviously not expected of him, I should say. You know, you can't anticipate that somebody is always going to have that level of impact, but we'll take a look at Wenti here, key player for the side of Tartarus. You're already picking him up, is a pretty good Sentinel player, has been in the scene circulating around from time to time.
Yeah, he's a player that even last year when he was on some of the kind of lower tier teams in Korea, I was rather impressed with. I always thought his mechanics, his kind of instincts were really quite good, and you could see it. There were flashes of it the other day, so against Spear, and you know, they're going to need him to come up big. You know, we had a great map from Park Chung. Daggy was relatively consistent, looking decent with the snipers and other things. So, you know, it is going to take another level here for them to really push past CNJ, or comfortably push past CNJ. I mean, if again, with what we saw from both of these teams the first time they played on Sunday, yeah, I think it's a pretty even playing field. I'm really curious about the map selection as well because, you know, for CNJ, you know, Fracture didn't go so good and it went really good for Tartarus, so I'd be surprised if that got through, but we'll see exactly what they want to do. And you know, sometimes you feel like you could be scrimming really well on a map and you just have one bad day on a map, so it could still be something that is, you know, being thought about.
Oh, absolutely. We'll see when we do get to that map draft where they've decided to take us, like you say, Fracture for the side of Tartarus, you know, likely where they want to go. Can they get that pick? We'll have to wait and see. Icebox for the side of CNJ as well, likely going to be their desired pick. But here is Muthi, nearly perfect power rankings from all of the commentators on his debut day. Does put him as first overall. We'll see where he lays and what kind of scores he is able to accrue for himself after today, but it's already off to a very strong start. I mean, across the board, very, very good statistics considering that this was a series loss.
Yeah, yeah, in particular because of that. He was just an absolute animal. I mean, and, you know, just kind of showing that still a lot of teams kind of struggle against that Reyna at times. I mean, those dismisses and devours are absolute round changers. They're snowballers. They make things so challenging to deal with, you know, from the pistol rounds with the Devours to the dismisses, kind of causing chaos in the protocols with teams. You know, okay, well, we just got killed by X player. A lot of times these teams are really good about having someone else to follow up right behind that. Well, if they just dismiss out, well, then that player is now kind of on an island trying to follow up and not able to trade the kill, and then you're able to relay that information as the Reyna. Hey, this guy just, you know, I just saw this guy trying to follow up on me after I got this kill. He's right here, get him.
Well, you know the two maps we just talked about?
Oh.
That the team has won?
We're getting
They got him. It's going to be Fracture to start things off, selected by Tartarus, and we get to see the Icebox here from CNJ. I mean, this is bold moves by both squads, but a hell of a lot of confidence being shown, and I do like it. Tartarus just banning away Haven and Ascent. We see the Bind and Breeze bans here from CNJ. Leaves Split to be the decider, and this feels like, you know, for the side of Tartarus, kind of a must-win on this Fracture, just given what we saw from Moody on Icebox. Again, could just be that flash in the pan. Maybe he can't replicate a performance like that, but it was still pretty scary to see, obviously, on Icebox, and you want to avoid that at all costs.
Oh, for sure. Well, and just the way that, you know, these teams might kind of face up against each other, there might be, you know, some comfort. I'm sure these two teams have scrimmed against each other a bunch, just based on their relative positioning, you know, in Korea and, you know, where they're at, trying to make a run here in stage 2. So it is going to be rather curious for me to see, you know, how these two styles are going to match up. It's for Fracture here, you did not have like a Raze. You still had the Jet on the side, excuse me, of Tartarus. So, like, they were trying kind of old school Fracture in a bit. You know, many people have kind of abandoned the Jet in the new meta. Not always, of course. I mean, some people still just are, you know, pure Jet mains. And then the other side, of course, is the Raze is going to be the big difference, it looks like, indeed. So that's your only difference in these two agent compositions is the Duelist. And, you know, it's going to be a lot about how much value Degi can get on this Jet. How is he going to be able to get to an operator early? Is he going to be able to, you know, do a lot of damage with the snipers like we saw the other day, versus Rain, who's got so much more ability to clear space with those paint shells, some of those tight corners that you have, like underneath A site and inside of towers on B, like those kind of power positions that are going to be much more difficult to control for Tartarus. So they need to set the stage ahead of those positions.
See whether Degi can get a victory here with the Jet again, or if Rain's Raze is going to be able to shut them out. I mean, you see a Raze there, and Hashido's on the same team. I'm so used to him being the one piloting that pick, but he will find himself on the breach, playing support, throwing out those aftershocks to help clear out tower. But guys, the first game is ready to go, so let's go ahead and kick off this final day of our first week here in Stage 2. Tartarus versus CNJ. We're diving on the Fracture.
Another player that we should absolutely be mentioning that kind of got lost in the sauce, since, you know, they're tartar sauce. But Park Chung was nuts on the breach. He was so impactful. His utility was so good. He'd get up close and personal. You know, he'd throw down a fault line, play perfectly off of it, land some good flashes. You know, the Rolling Thunder is basically always useful as long as you're not just whiffing it into space. So really, he was nuts. He's going to be a key part of Tartarus' success as well behind this.
You see the position there, Park Chung hanging back, watching door, in position to throw that fault line, but is also out of reach of that 0 points. It does not get clipped by it. Flash now going to be thrown in. Rain trying to clear out, make sure that they break line of sight here. Try to stay alive, so throws the paint shells, but once he up top, does manage to snipe him. Good opening kill, and that alone is going to shift everybody over towards A. Moody has crept up. He's about to swing the corner, sees the gun, and somehow, even with the jump, only gets a single tag there onto Degi.
Oh, Moody just a bit off there, and, you know, Degi has good reaction times. Wavy's going to try to push the issue, uses a flash to cross, takes a bit of damage.
Degi dangerously low. Hashida pushing in, trying to find it. He's going to pursue through their own nade, and ends up going down. Things are fall apart here for CNJ on this initial attack, but Nessia will get the plant, and will get cleaned up by Sogate. We should go ahead and put that out there now. It's not Sogate, it's Sogate.
We should have known better.
So that is what we will be saying. So don't spam the chat and be like, Caster's saying name wrong. Are they stupid?
Well, we were previously stupid, but now we're enlightened.
Now we're correct. All it took was for me to arrive and for production to tell me how to say his name properly. Because during the open qualifier, I was definitely saying Sogate.
Yeah, no, I was too. So no, I think I called him Sogate in the play for time video that I recorded before the season. I mean, I like Sogate as a name, but Sogate is good too. Yeah, we'll take it. We take those. So it is going to be Degi with the Marshall early. Spectres all around, and Wenty, still with the Headhunter and stuff. But yeah, Degi tries to go for the opening shot. Takes quite a bit of damage himself.
That he does. Doesn't trade any back either. Granted, if you had a hit, would have just been a kill. No armor here for the side of CNJ.
This is a good read here for CNJ. There's quick rotations coming through.
Oh, and there's Smoothie making up for what happened last round. This time with the Classic. Gets the headshot there. Finishes the job on Degi. More difficult today, apparently. Smokes coming down defensively here. As they look to hold this, it would be a massive turnaround for CNJ if they can win out while down on weapons.
You got a lot of utility here. You can check tower with the knife, then you got a couple flashes here still for Guanga.
Push in, they managed to find Wavy just on the opposite side of Generator. And I see it now, Moody going to fall. Ooh, full on Rain and Hashira, but Rain finds one. Molotov going out. Contagious looking to block them off. Rain now having to wrap around the side. There's the aftershock. Stops them from getting half on the defuse. Now they're back in, they're running out of time. Push coming in, cleanups there. And they've got just enough time to go ahead and finish this off. So a little bit bloody, but only losing 2. They will win the anti-eco, and we move forward into the bonus.
And you kept all your Spectres. So all things considered, that's not bad at all. The only guns you dropped, well, you didn't even really drop a gun with you dropped a Ghost with your Chamber, and you dropped a Marshall. So the cheapest of your guns are the only ones that are thrown over in that round. So at the end of the day, a very good start here for Tartarus. An expected result. Not bad from CNJ in some respects. Able to get plants down, able to get a little extra cash there. But this one is going to be a real decider as Dagi's gone for the Sheriff. Wenty, of course, going to be rocking the Headhunter. Now that knife, Rain able to pop the Boombot out before he's caught by it.
Ooh, looking for the push. Guanga's going to win that despite having just the Spectre. Pushes up. Wavy will manage to trade up, however. 2 for 1. Throws the flash. Suspecting the rotate from behind or hearing it. And he's going to get a 3rd kill. Park Jung now firing off those shots. Reveals his position. Gets full flashed. And Wavy is looking for the elimination. He will have it. A 4K for the KO here on CNJ as they put a round win in.
Yeah, Wavy definitely looking to kind of have a bounce-back day from the first day for CNJ. It was a little bit rough for him. He was the worst performer on the team, and he's a guy who, Chopra was mentioning the other day that they stuck with. They thought they had enough confidence, did CNJ, to keep him with this retooled roster. So, Wavy here, big stuff on the follow-up. Really good job, and like you said, knew something was coming behind him. Throws the flash, and that's basically a difficult one for Wenty as he's full flashed on that. Underhand another one. And there's the 4th kill. Great timings on all of that. Great senses here. An open kill for Degi.
Okay, well, massive rush straight out of B main here from the defenders. And Tartarus come up huge for it. Venecia and Hashira both going to be taken down. And that's the lion's share of your utility, especially when it comes to getting onto a site or defending a post plant.
That's absolutely devastating to just lose 2 big guns right out the gate there. PC and Hashira, a lot, your smokes are gone. You lose a lot of that utility. You're going to be relying solely on Wavy to get anything done. But Wenty still good for 1 on the other side against Moody. Takes his doppelganger out. Flash over the top, but they're not really able to gain much space on this. You've got the Judge for Rain, so he's going to have to get up and in really fast if he's going to get anything done. Fragment's just keeping them completely blocked, so they're going to try to reposition or at least stall for a bit more time.
Yeah, I mean, the Molotov there as well, basically at this point. Just run the clock down. Hold on to the weapons, as you don't have too much to work with. So we'll just be sat back here.
30초 남았습니다.
So we just get the chill for 25 seconds and wait for this to run down, unless somebody wants to go on a little bit of a adventure, an aggressive adventure on the side of Tartarus. But given their own cash situation, pretty much only Wenty would be inclined remotely to do that. But likely not going to be the case at all.
Yeah, I mean, even for him, if he gets into this alt orb or something like that, or you know, they're not going to hand it over to him. They're going to try to get the Rolling Thunder a little bit more charged up, but he's only one away from the Tour de Force, so there is a world where you know, he can just toss the gun over eventually anyway. So really good round here from CNJ. I mean, it's just these opening 2 kills where they double peek the ramp from B main and just shut everything down. I mean, they just had a great pre-round read on what CNJ was going to try to do. You know, maybe they had seen kind of these blast pack judge plays from Rain and expected that maybe this was a moment where they might go for something like that. Still enough of an economy for a full buy for CNJ, though. So they've got one more in the bag before the money goes sideways. And just a little bit of a kind of fault line check here. Follow the Boombot in with the null command.
Yeah, answering fault line does come out. Doesn't find anything. Wenti again playing quite far back on top of the A site. Spot 1. Wavy, as he swings out, Wenti will shut him down. Puts the robot in the grave. Rain clears out Wenti as they look for a little bit more, and Rain will get Gwanga. Wavy still sitting on the floor. Now it's all on Rain versus Degi. Oh, Degi's got it.
Ooh.
Swings the corner, gets him in the head. That'll be the clutch, and that'll be 4-1 now, the scoreline here for Tartarus.
I thought that was going to go really sideways for CNJ, a lot faster than it did, but they're able to break through underneath a rope and push into the site and at least do quite a bit of damage. Now, there was some patience on the side of Tartarus there that, you know, they're able to eventually kind of break through. Wenti holds the line enough, despite the, you know, the null command and the other things at the front of the attack from CNJ, but it was just a really fast rotation from Tartarus. I mean, they kind of expected a fast hit, and they responded in kind, and now it's Rain going to be with the Marshal. Muthi does have his dueling tour de forces alongside Wenti. There is Sogate, who has... I did it. Sogate. Sogate, who has the orbital strike. So, you know, you got to be a little more patient here. You got to be careful with your positioning so you don't get caught in a position where either you get pushed out from the orbital strike into the open arms of the enemy team where they just mow you down, or you're trying to plant and you just get, you know, again, delayed enough that the rotations can come through for Tartarus.
Really narrow margins here. And, he tries to jiggle back out. Muthi shuts him down. Tour de Force, insta-kill right there. Rain entering with the Marshal as Gwanga just holds the site. He's going to get a third. Orbital strike now coming down, and Gwanga did manage to get Muthi as well. Got the 4K. Now they know where Hashia is at. Does he go for it? Well, Wenti says no. I popped my ult. I need to get a kill with it. He will find one more.
I mean, no matter what, that was going to be a toughie on the side of CNJ. You're trying to open space somehow, and you get that opening frag, and you just have to go on that. I mean, and I totally respect what they did. I respect the decision. The play call's the right one, even if you're leading the way with the Marshal. Look, point blank, the Marshal's not bad, to be completely honest. Like, if you're standing still, that gun is perfectly accurate hip-fired. So, like, or near perfectly accurate.
This
so
is a bit of an odd one when you're a raised blast packing in. At that point,
whatever.
I think at that point, swap to the classic if you're expecting close contact and just try to get those right clicks in.
But you got to go for the highlight reel plays. I mean,
Yeah.
imagine you land and just.
How did the highlight reel plays go for F4Q as far as their win record in the beginning of last year?
Not good.
Because that's what they were playing for.
But they
that's
looked
why
fun.
they competed.
But they looked fun doing it.
They did. Well, CNJ going to call the timeout, see if they can right the ship here. But in the meantime, pour one out for F4Q, who didn't quite make it through the open qualifiers.
I miss Bunny.
Yeah, well, he wasn't on that roster anyway. But
No, I know. He wasn't. I was a bit sad that F4Q couldn't come through. You know, pulling some of the pieces together from, like, Desperado and some of the other teams. And they even got Bane, the old Vision Strikers, kind of like, I don't know if academy player is the right word, but he was a streamer slash, you know, substitute type player for them. And they still...
Korea.
Yeah. Gun Korea.
And I'll tell you what, in the matches that we did get to see in the open qualifier of F4Q, that guy was going off. But, you know, he almost hit him. It was just over the shoulder. Gwanga goes massive.
Yeah, imagine if he hits that shot.
I mean, look
we're
at that
talking
shot.
about it for days. Yeah, no, that was
like
good.
on Muthi, he just randomly throws the click down, you know, into main and kills him off before the orbital strike does. Gets a 4K. Now he's at 10-2-3. Show him, hey, Moody, I saw your ACS. Look at this one.
There's got to be some kind of utility here to get Dagi out, but they just drive peek the corner and get punished for it.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't even need the tailwind out. Now swings back over, watches rope side, gets Hashira. Looks that way yet again because the spike is stranded.
This is a buy round.
Yep. They got to get across. There's the flash. He's going to miss the shot. Has to exit. Just a little bit too low on HP. Still holds the operator, though. Venecia manages to open things up. They get the spike, but here's the wraparound from Gwanga. And he finds one. Venecia will trade it back, though. Not going to get as much. If he had just a little bit more trigger discipline, probably could have found himself a 3K. They're going to try to fake the rotate over to B. No one's even watching B main.
Yeah, I mean, there's still
not buying it.
There's still a player unaccounted for. They didn't see that last player in the smoke. They only saw the follow-up after they got the kill. So they have to kind of respect that somebody could come through Arcade. But it is, in fact, going to be the double push over towards A main. Dagi still with that op, but very weak on health. Going to rely on his teammates.
He heard from the footsteps that only one entered the site. Wavy now going to be in a bit of a rough spot. Venecia trying to cover. Has the orbital strike, has the Molotov. There's one. Just try to stop them from accessing the point and create enough cover for Wavy to displace himself. He's behind the wall. They're charging in. Looking for the kill. So Fugate almost did it. Does catch him in the end. Molotov to buy some time, but this is work cut out from here for the side of Venecia. Push comes in. There's one. Here's the spike tap. Dagi holds the angle. We'll pick up 3 with the operator, and Tartarus keep it moving. 6-1 now.
Yeah, it's just, you know, clearly CNJ did not expect Dagi to be in that position with the op, because they just dry peek around this corner behind the boom bot, and they pay the price. And then it's, you know, somebody trying to come through from ropes as well, but just all of it shut down early by Dagi. A whiff shot, but in the end, going to make up for it, getting that final kill, holding it down, and now you're on another eco for CNJ. There's a Bulldog that's being able to be put out by Venecia, but and a Sheriff on Hashira, which is kind of interesting. But, you know, they all get spotted here. This is bad.
Pop flash out, but Gwanga still managing to find one. Venecia will pick up another. Scott Ninja now just going to look to relocate. Moody finally lands the shot there. Gets went, he gets another. Big headhunter plays here, as that gives them the man advantage. Only 2 shots left, but only 2 people to kill.
That's exactly all you need. They need Moody to come online, no doubt about it. He's their superstar player so far.
After shot gets 2 ticks in.
Oh, we heard this.
Dagi, yep, he capitalizes on that. Hashira was taken down about 30-something HP, but Moody just pushes the smoke. Gets the headshot now, just setting up some teleports. Fault line goes across. I don't think it actually connects onto him, though.
1 bullet, 1 kill.
He's upgraded. Now he's got multiple bullets.
Oh.
That's even more terrifying. Park Jung flashing the tower. Doesn't know that they're both playing out of main. There's the molly. There's the death. And there is a second round win. A thrifty for the side of CNJ.
That's a big one. You know, a big momentum changer. I even heard a bit of a yell from underneath us. CNJ is right down there. And after that second Moody kill, you know, you could tell that they needed to get a little bit of energy going, get a little bit of hype underneath their their sails. And I mean, this is just, I mean, unbelievable. I mean, it's, you know, he kind of gets away with a little bit there, but he heard the updraft from Dagi on that one. So he's able to, you know, come right out. Of course, the knives had just killed his teammate as well, but he was already in that. He was already pushing that smoke to try to catch Dagi off guard. So he wanted to push the tempo, and it paid off. Now you're going to see more of a split push here from CNJ to start, but oh, not again. Not like this, Rain. Don't do it. Don't do it.
He's playing decently far back.
Don't do it.
I mean, he's got to advance basically all the way to bench in order to get into line of sight. Also has that box along the left-hand side that he can hug against.
Yeah, it's true, but still.
Should be able to also just get a bounce in off the boom bot. There it goes. Dagi, parry. Throws the dash, tries to get the timing there. Off the back of the flash, can't make it happen. Venecia into Molly out tower, perhaps. See exactly where that lands. Rain pushes up into the smoke. And yep, goes right into the tower. Pop flash out. Stun there on the rain. He falls. Guanga again going big. Manages to find two before getting dropped to the ground. Got the Smoothie and Tanky will find Wavy. Looking to finish Guanga, make sure that he's unrecoverable. It's still, though, a 1v2 for Hashira to try to get through. And, well, there's no question about what his position is here.
Yeah, it's just going to take, holding both of the exits, trying to make sure. All he's got is an aftershock. There's no flashes. The fault line's about to come online, though. So he might be able to make something happen off of these ropes, but he's going to have to kind of guess at the position. Time is
no time here.
Yeah.
And whoop! Wow, spotted. There's the fault line. We can actually connect it, and Wenti has the crossfire angle coming out through main. Shuts him down, and just like that, I mean, Tartarus making sure that CNJ cannot string 2 rounds together.
Well, they're just, really stalwart on their defenses, particularly Guanga has been a real menace right on B side itself. We've seen him get multi-kills on there multiple times. He's already 14-5, so it seems like in Korea, the KOs are really being asked to lock down B site, like the tower side, and then on their way in. And we've seen a lot of impressive performances in that. Getting 2 for 1s, which is so crucial here. Now that is going to get 2, and it doesn't matter. Degi was happy to absorb that knife, get the shot.
Yep. As well, if I get the kill, I don't need the dash. I don't have too many weapons, so likelihood of just getting insta-picked is quite low.
And now you don't want to deal with that up. So let's try the other side, and it is a bit of an off-buy for the side of CNJ. Muthi does have a Vandal. Still have a Bulldog for Benicia.
See, they still continue to throw this fault line, but Wenti just does not play forward.
No.
Consistently plays in the site. They have the counter stun. Rain enters, he's dazed, ends up falling down. Instant snap as Wenti will just clean him up one after the other.
Yeah, great timing on the fault line by Park Jung. Just sets up Wenti so nicely. Yep. Really well done on the coordination there. And, Wenti, yeah, nobody's... If it's Wenti, he's not playing a... Ooh, wow,
Okay.
that's crispy.
And we can't underestimate Muthi necessarily.
True.
Battle of the Chambers, spots him, gets a couple shots through the wall as well, takes him down low, 13 HP remaining. Is the op shot. Guanga ready with the pop flash.
They didn't
Ready
know.
for him to be in sight. Suddenly, this is a lot more clutchable. Oh my god, he's actually going to send this?
Whoa!
The drop down, he gets one! He sends the shot through, he actually makes the connection to the Guanga, but he doesn't get it! Muthi nearly with the ace clutch. Oh my goodness, what a play it could have been. It was still damn impressive.
Oh, it was so close, Achilleos.
Unbelievable.
Oh my god.
The stones to just pull the ult there and say, yeah, I can do it, and he nearly does.
He's so close here.
That would have been. I don't know. Am I exaggerating? Would this have been the best clutch that I've ever seen in my life?
It would have been up there for me. That would have been way up there. That's given the situation he was in and the way that he's able to kind of quietly cross to the other side of that pillar that's on A site. I mean, just unbelievable. Knife to check for the A push. Not going to be finding anything. There looks like right now they're kind of really spreading out here, looking for some kind of lurk or anything. There's that typical trademark right around the corner at Dish that Wavy's about to run into here. He's going to shoot it out. There's a flash in response, but I don't think that was ever his real plan other than to make a little noise. Although they have reinforced his position a bit. Maybe this is going to be a fake B over to A hit. Send Muthi. Muthi go kill. And then the rest of them go A.
Oh, flash Wenti completely blinded. Wavy will counter swing out. And now they have the sight. Rotating around trying to get a position. So Gate does find Muthi lurking. That's a big pickup. Because he's gone, now they have to be worried about somebody approaching through the attacker spawn because that trademark is no longer active. See, that's why Hashira going to be pulling back, watching from behind. That leaves just Benicia now to watch door.
I love how spread out they are because they know the Rolling Thunder's here.
They now it's double push the door. They shift angles. Rain trying to hold to the corner. Ends up falling. And it was all down to Wavy. Gets one, but Degi left standing here alongside Guanga. as the defuse will come in. That's going to be a 9-3 half here for Tartarus on their map pick, a fracture.
I really liked the defense setup here for CNJ, but it all just unravels in a heartbeat. The timing.
Sorry, it's 9-2. There's one more round.
Yeah, one more.
What the hell is my brain doing today?
I don't
Five days consecutively. I guess I'm getting a little fried up, but
it's okay. It's just
don't mind me. Caster's sometimes stupid. I'm gonna have some coffee.
There you go.
You talk.
Yeah. Okay. So, so much here is so good for CNJ on this round. The fake at the beginning with Wavy to take the trademark out, and then pretend like they're peeling off, and then they come back with Rain joining him. And then they're going to try to come through from the double pincer onto A. That's successful. They take it. They take Wenty out. A great flash onto him. Sight's taken. Then they fan the heck out because they know there's two ults sitting on the side of Tartarus.
Yeah.
And those are ults that are just, so devastating. But the combined firepower, the speed and the tenacity that Tartarus had in that retake was just too much to handle for CNJ.
All right. I think we're good. I just chugged about half an Americano. So it's time to be focused and open my third eye.
All right, Dr. Strange.
Let's see what they do. Playing this out quite slowly, CNJ, knowing they need to get this round win. Hashira, one off. Having that Rolling Thunder available. Very wary about Diggy being in position, watching the orb with that operator that he's been able to hold on to, and yep, there it is. This Benicia who ends up dying to it. Stun goes out, Diggy tagged low, has the shorty out, but Rain's got one as well. Manages to trade up. Suddenly, 3v2 here. And CNJ bring the spike forward onto the site, start getting the plant down. Park Jong not in a position to throw the aftershock, it would seem. Instead, Wenty just gonna push the corner, the Rolling Thunder comes in, that denies the plant, now the aftershock goes in. Wavy though, finds a kill. Hashira falls, spike now down on the site. Wavy trying to make his way over, and Park Jong has got him. Cleans it up, and it's 10-2. Not 9-3, in fact. It was looking like it was going to happen for a moment there, but Tartarus put their foot down.
These retakes have been so good for Tartarus. Some really clean shooting is helping the cause. They look really strong top to bottom. Particularly Guanga was a real menace throughout a lot of that half. Landing some great flashes, just not giving up anything on the B site when he's pushed by the full force of CNJ. CNJ some good ideas here and there, but Tartarus just had better response, better retakes. Their retakes are so clean and so well coordinated that CNJ sometimes just kind of gets a little too spread out, and they're just not quite able to handle these retakes. But it's okay, in my opinion, in a way, because CNJ is doing a lot of the right things, in terms of their strategy and their tactic. It's just, a few mechanical misses here and there, and that's easily correctable.
Let's see if there can be a large run back here as they do get ready to swap sides. Certainly is necessary. So a pretty damn close run back just yesterday on that first map between Onslayers and DRX. So, that side swap can absolutely do favors for you.
That's really true, especially in Korea. For whatever reason, there's just days where it's just like, oh, this is a certain sided map, attacker, defender sided. And it's oftentimes kind of defies the logic of what the normal kind of flow of the map is. Like, sometimes Breeze feels attacker sided, sometimes Split feels attacker sided in Korea, because these teams do like to push the tempo at times. I wouldn't say there was too much of that here from the side of CNJ at all on their attacker side. You saw a few push outs on the side of Tartarus, doing some good damage in the early parts of the round, getting a kill or two here or there, but a lot of this for Tartarus is just retakes. I mean, they're just doing a really great job, isolating these kills. It was a tough one for Wenty after he got that first kill. He had kind of a 50-50 turn in the corner, but you at least give the information over to Park Jung. And let's see what this is going to look like now for Tartarus on their attacking side. Dagi, the Ghost, and you have Muthi pushed way up with his Headhunter, trying to see if he could catch them before they're ready. Oh, he whiffed.
Once he taken down, Muthi having the TP out, not getting too many connections. Maybe we'll find Guanga. Dagi pushing forward through door. It's Hashira. That leaves Moody here on the A site. The other's starting to rotate around, but he's already quite low, and Degi will get him in the head. Got the only one full HP as the paint shells come flying in. Park falling a bit low, now down to 9 health.
What a stutter step from Degi. Waits just for the perfect moment to put Moody in a horrible position. Just comes through that smoke and steps out of it right as his teammate is opening themselves to Moody. So Moody has like 2 angles he has to try to shoot at.
Forward, got the stim down on the ground. Degi finds a third, but Rain will get 4. Just transferring over from Sogate into Degi, as they will hand that off to try to get that showstopper ready to roll. He's just 2 charges away from it now. And CNJ start things off with a pistol win.
That's obviously important, given the way the scoreline was. So good job here, again, on both sides. Both teams doing some really good stuff. You know, Moody, I think, made a really good play early on in this round, but couldn't land a shot on a Degi. And that was a huge problem early on, because that gave Degi the ability. Look at this. He stuttered, and he finds the perfect timing. Right on the back of his teammates coming out at the same time. Just a slight stutter step after going into that smoke, and looks right up into Moody, takes him down. But retakes good again, TP out. Yeah, Wendy's just like, nope, never mind.
Yeah, don't want to mess around and find out there, so just go ahead and take the TP out. Safety, push to the corner, Rain just finds Sugate, cuts him down, tries to swing back out though. Guanga with a nice sheriff shot, will recover a weapon, and he opens things up as well. Lady goes down. Guanga eliminated, but now 3v3 as Plant comes in. Inicia finding Degi. Step in the right direction, but Moody caught on the flank, trying to rotate into main. Little lurk there coming out. Now they know his position, but maybe it doesn't matter because Wendy just comes up with another one. Hashira will shut him down. The classic comes out. He's got no bullets left. Park Chung will be the finisher, killing off the counterpart Breach. And there's Tartarus picking up another win.
Wenty's just hitting some great shots with that headhunter there. Just cutting people down as they try to come through the rotation. And all the information in the world on the side of CNJ. Their knife hit 3 people. They just stepped out, tried to gun people down, and just frankly lost their duels.
Yeah, and I mean, that's
been the name of this.
That's your anti-eco.
Yeah.
CNJ, you can't be losing this.
Yeah.
Great pistoling here from the side of Tartarus. Wenty in particular, as you mentioned, with the headhunter.
He's nasty, dude.
Crispy. I mean, both of these chambers right here have certainly had their moments. I mean, if somebody didn't clip that Moody near clutch, please go back and do it.
It was so close to being like one of the top 3 plays of the season, like guaranteed already. Oh, Degi?
Okay. But yeah, there's probably somebody in that smoke. Just gets him in the head. Moody will find Degi though, makes his exit, but narrowly manages it. 8 HP as Inicia pushes forward, finds Park Jung. Blow for blow right now as Inicia somehow stays alive. 20 health remaining, but now Sogate making his way into the site. Spike's still a bit stuck, and now he is all on his lonesome.
Moody with 8 health just steps up.
Spike is picked up. Oh, he hasn't seen him.
He didn't see him.
They're playing around pixels here. The push out, and he gets him! What? Oh, man. 3 here from Moody as we are just pendulum swinging on the round wins here.
How? He has 8 health!
Okay. Let's just go for an eco into another eco. This is how we just do this? It's just going to be ecos
the whole way?
Ecos the whole way down.
I mean, that would be like my favorite. That would instantly make this my favorite map of Valorant ever. I love ecos.
Oh, I see. Brain was coming across the rope.
Ah, okay. Oh, this is... He just said, oh my god, that was scary.
Yeah. Sometimes you get those jump scare moments, man. Be able to keep your aim steady when you do get those is truly impressive.
Oh, especially with a headhunter?
Yeah. There's the tailwind into tower. I think he says, well, there's nobody here, so there's somebody playing on the site itself.
It's all hands on deck, though, for CNJ. They're right here waiting, and you can tell that, you know, even though Tartarus gets into the tower, they're not able to push safely through arcade or through B main, or so they're going to just re-rotate. You know, they bought enough time and space. Degi's going to cause a little bit more disruption.
Oh, God, okay.
Ow.
Just get legged through the wall.
Ow.
7 HP there. And they say, well, I think we've done enough to him. Just leave him at B. Plant's coming through to A. Wenty, set up here by Dish. Gonna get the TPs ready. Moody will find Guanga though. Spike's still gonna be planted. TP's back, and I think he might have gotten clipped by that 0 point. So, yeah, now can use the tour de force yet again, but they've already made their way over towards the spike, and Wavy is just way
Saw the gun.
Here comes Rain, leaping across, shot out. Wavy gets one. Wenty looks for another. Gets a 3. It's gonna have to be an ace clutch. Can it get it? He's got it! Wenty absolutely destroys them. The ace to clutch it and take us to map point.
Well, there's our clutch we were looking for. Wasn't Moody, but it was Wenty who did it on the other side for Tartarus.
Anything you can do, I can do better, says Wenty.
Oh my God. Oh, just absolutely beautiful. What a play here. I mean, look at that. He's just like kind of trying to track the raise. Oh, I mean, and then look at this. 1, 2, perfect. Doesn't miss a shot with a headhunter. Cool as a cucumber. Wenty might have just sealed the deal for Tartarus.
Yeah, I think so. I think that would mentally boom the ever-loving hell out of me if I'm CNJ. We'll see though. Moody does have his ult again. Playing forward just outside the door here.
Oh, I'm still reeling from that round. That was just absolutely incredible. I mean, now let's see. All right, Moody's turn to answer. Is Ace just
3 stacked up? They're gonna flash in.
Collat?
Okay, no, finds one, and we'll just be got that taken down. But they're gonna throw the flash. They throw the fault line instead.
Yikes! Rain.
Wenty though pushing in. I mean, gun advantage, but
huge. Yeah.
Rain just not really able to get those sheriff shots to connect. Wavy waiting for it, and Wenty is good for the entry yet again. Wenty will find one, dropping Park Jung. Now Spike's going to be picked up by Degi. It's a 3v3 with Tartarus looking for the finish. A little bit late there on the aftershock. They're able to clear out.
Benicio flank.
With the quick snap, gets the kill. Rolling Thunder coming across. He's looking for the hit. Will get Guanga. Might not be able to ace it, but Moody can still get another 4K here to try to close out the round. He's got the backup here as the Molly's going to be thrown into tower. Digi swings out to try to get it. Moody will cut him down to size, and we're not done yet. A 5th round will be acquired by CNJ.
I mean, just back-to-back highlight reel rounds for the Chambers. And Moody this time, you know,
We should just have those two 1v1.
That's
Wenty
fine
and
with
Moody,
me. I mean, that's
the winner gets the map.
Just give them tour de forces every round. They could only use tour de force and headhunters. That's it. That's the whole round. I mean, Wenty's still coming up big. You know, still feeling hot, getting 2 kills. But it's going to be Moody who's ready for him. And, you know, the first one a little bit off. That's okay. He is completely stunned up. So not much at all that Guanga could do there except, you know, try to delay the inevitable. And Dagi still doing a good job causing damage. Now Tartarus on an eco, so, you know, that means they're probably going to win the round. Ooh, that's a good aftershock.
He's trying to delay. I mean, even the orbital strike going to be called in. Cuts them off a bit. Moody just around the corner, but he's not ready for Dagi to be that far forward. Ashida does trade it back. But Wenty on the lurk, makes his way through, and Guanga beats Benecia, even with the Sheriff. Stun in. Rain does not stand a chance, and it seems like this is going to be it. Wavy, I mean, he's got a judge for the attempted retake. Still holds on to his utility with 1 flash. Nearly has the null command, but I mean, just good luck. Rolling Thunder, orbital strike.
There's no guns. They're all on the site. He can't pick up anything better along the way even.
Yep.
I mean, just... Oh.
It's winnable. He missed a shot.
I've got this.
He's mortal.
Oh, wait. They've got an orbital strike and a rolling thunder.
And he's at 50 HP now. And he's nullified. And there's just nothing that he can do. Fault lined. They try to get him through the wall. They will just push. He will actually get one. Park Jung. I thought maybe he would just send the rolling thunder, but some smiles there. Some wry grins from the side of Tartarus as they pick up their map choice of Fracture in convincing fashion.
I mean, just so good all around. I mean, on the defender side, Guanga was really shining on the KO, just being an absolute nuisance on the B site. And then Wenti just went ham with Chamber and shut down the attacker's side. And, you know, again, Wenti's a name that I think, for me, is potentially a player that's going to be on a lot of people's lips. Not just after that round, but just after this whole stage. He's a very, very talented player.
Yeah.
And you just saw why.
Yeah, this is very much the Chamber showdown, but Wenti comes out on top, 23, 12, and 2 at the end of that, compared to Moothy's 18, 15, and 3. So still slim margin separating the two. It's only a difference of 8 ACS, but I mean, Wenti just destroying, dies significantly less times. He breaks over 100 on his econ rating here. Gorgeously played by him. And you know, I wasn't sure what to expect when we were going into the open qualifiers when I was streaming that, because I think the first match that I got to see of Tartarus then OWO was against a team called Hayabusa, which had a lot of
it's a good team
of former players on it, a little bit kind of like a Desperado team where it was just a bunch of people who have competed in the VCT before coming together. Hayabusa, they clowned on their first opponent that I saw, so I was excited to watch them go up against this squad, and Tartarus dismantled them on Fracture. Not even close. So that was the moment where it was like, oh, this squad is actually incredibly good. Like, I knew the names. I knew a lot of these players and what they were capable of, but they even then still exceeded my expectations and impressed the hell out of me. This is a strong start. The real test comes next, though, when they move over to Icebox. That's where Moothy was able to find the most impact that we've seen so far from a single player this tournament. That 494 ACS Reyna performance on Icebox, we can, I think, very much assume that he's going to go back to that pick.
You have to. You can't not. And, you know, if that's what works, you got to go with it. Just like, you know, Tartarus here on Fracture, you know, it works. They're going with it, and they, once again, just destroy their opponent.
Well, guys, that's map 1 done and dusted. Icebox is coming up next. We'll see if CNJ can yet again dominate there, or if Tartarus have done their research and can take this 2-0. Don't go anywhere. The action continues in just a few minutes. pushing. Guanga's going to win that despite having just the Spectre. Pushes up, Wavy will manage to trade up, however. 2 for 1, throws the flash, suspecting the rotate from behind or hearing it off those shots, reveals his position. Gets full flash, and Wavy is looking for the elimination. He will have it. But of course, insta-kill right there. Rain entering with the Marshall as Guanga just holds the site. He's going to get a third. Orbital strike now. Now just going to look to relocate. Moody finally lands the shot there. Gets Wenty, gets another on that. Hacho is taken down about 30-something HP.
Wait, if it's Wenty, he's not playing. Ooh.
With the pop flash.
They didn't know.
For him to be inside, suddenly this is a lot more clutchable. Oh my god, he's actually going to send this?
Whoa!
The drop down,
Whoa!
he gets one! He sends the shot through, he actually makes the connection on the Guanga, but he doesn't get it! Leaping across, shot out, Waving gets one. Wenty looks for another, gets a 3. It's going to have to be an ace clutch. Can it get it? He got it! Trying to get him through the wall, they will just push. He will actually get one. And welcome back. It is time to go into map number 2 here in our first series of the day and our last day of the first week. Tartarus, they pick Fracture, and oh boy, do they take it for themselves. 13-5 the scoreline. If you missed it, there's some absolutely wonderful highlights throughout there. Moody and Wenty, very much the showdown between the two chamber players on that map. Now though, we look forward to CNJ's map pick up Icebox, where just 2 days ago, Moody picked Reyna and picked up a 494 ACS across 20 rounds. See if he can do that again. We'll see if we can get the Reyna yet again from him. I'm thinking yes.
I would assume so. With how good it was last time, you can't not. And, you know, Moody, of course, still very, very good on that previous map. Just, you know, an overwhelming force here from the combined efforts of Tartarus. Of course, you know, we do have tickets for sale. There's still some. I think the finals already sold out, but otherwise, there's still plenty.
I don't know if the playoffs have gone on sale yet. I could be wrong.
Maybe
about that.
not. I feel like they're.
I could verify
if
that.
not, they will sell out in like a minute. So good luck.
Yes.
Get in line. But you know, there's still plenty of tickets available. If you need help again getting tickets, you know, there is a bit of an issue if you're not a resident living in Korea. So
reach out to us.
Reach out to me or Achilleos.
We will assist.
Absolutely. Wenty is going to be our MVP. I thought about going for Guanga.
I mean, Guanga was the. It seems like there was a bit of a changing of the guard in the middle of this game. It was very much the Guanga show at the very beginning. We saw him dropping what was like 10, 2, and 5 in the first few rounds. Some immaculate play from him, picking up 4 3Ks round over round at the beginning. But then all of a sudden Wenty just went like, okay, I carry now, and then just took over the lobby.
I mean, to me, it's hard not to pick Wenty with just the impact that he had at the end of it. And you know, Daggy, okay. I'm not Park Jung, okay. But I thought maybe at least there'd be one Guanga vote thrown in there. So coming into Icebox, I think we have a pretty good idea of what CNJ is going to be running. For me, I'm curious about, you know, I'm curious about Tartarus. You know, Wenty probably going to be on the chamber. Are they going to stick with the Sova? Are they going to go with the current meta and switching to Fade for this map? And, you know, Daggy, I expect to be on Jet just based on what he's been doing. Guanga has been on the KO. So, I mean, really, I think the only kind of wrinkle for Tartarus is going to be Fade or no Fade. I think likely Fade just based on what we've been seeing. And, yeah, on the other side, I think you could pretty much expect Moody to be on the Reyna. And we'll see exactly, you know, Rain, what does he want to play behind that? He played the chamber last time, I believe. So there is kind of the double initiator potential here. And that's been pretty popular in Korea. A lot of teams are running multiple initiators, 2 in the case of DRX 3.
Yeah, I mean, they're going for the, you know, the full send, no duelist, just all initiator, all utility style. So we'll see if that is going to be the case for either of these teams, or if that will remain as a bit of a on Slayers DRX kind of a pickup there. Time will tell. For now, Icebox going to be coming in CNJ first on the attack, so see Tartarus electing to go for defense.
Yeah, that's, I think, you know, this is kind of, Icebox is a little more balanced now with the changes between attackers and defenders. So whatever you're more comfortable on. let it roll, and CNJ gets to start on an attack. So, you know, we're really going to see how much value that Reyna has right out the gate.
So I finally found it. I had to scroll back a while in our VCTKR Twitter. But tickets for the playoffs going to be going on sale on June 14th.
There you
for
go.
The lower final and the grand final on June 22nd. So they're only going to go on sale a couple days, I believe, before the actual events kick off. But here we are with the Agent Select. Enough about ticket sales and whatnot. Park Chung will be moving over to the Fade.
Okay.
So we see that picked up. So Gate for the Viper. Wenty, of course, on Chamber, and Guanga here with the KO. So minor shifts here as we move off the Breach and the Brim. Still bring in plenty of utility. Wavy as well. Just going to be having the Fade. And of course, Boothy's got the Reyna. So I'm sold. I was just a mere spectator last time they played on Icebox. I'm excited to be commentating it this time around.
Yeah, it's exciting. I mean, one of the biggest differences other than the duelist is, of course, you know, the follow-up initiator behind the Fade to try to, you know, really set up those duelists and, you know, try to get around some of the Viper utility as well. So I guess if you want to, like, theory craft it a bit, you know, for the counter Viper utility, definitely the Sova for Hashira, maybe a little more interesting, but Guanga's been really good on the KO so far today.
That he has been. Well, here we go, guys. Icebox. The only thing standing in the way here of Tartarus being able to take this series 2-0. CNJ looking to tie it up. Let's see what happens.
So, you know, one of the things that gave CNJ a little bit of trouble early on was their mid control. But we'll see if they're able to kind of either play around that, kind of figure out from their early mistakes, or just, you know, really just kind of let Muthi go wild. And it's just Wenty here. He's been spotted, so it's got to be a snap out as they're hot on the trail. But trying to use that Lear to push the corner. He takes a bunch of damage.
Yep, one chunk there, 55 gone. Wenty watching around the back, but there's the headshot. There's the punish up above. Guanga will manage to trade it back out. Upgrades to the Ghost. While Rain lurking back over by the spawn will find Park Chung.
Things just came through mid.
Spike though, it's gonna start getting rotated back.
Oh!
As Rain will find Sogate now. Hashira still sticking around over at B. Sees the rotate coming through. Can't get the kill though, but still put some good damage down onto Degi. Now 2v4. Spike being brought into A, and they are cut off as Rain has made his way all the way at the top of mid.
Yeah, this looks pretty good. I think able to grab that orb right before the spike lands. Rain, yep, easy right click there. Gonna swap out for the Ghost. Just waiting to see. He's able to work his way up that ramp. And now Degi has to hit like banger after banger. That's true, that's a start.
Set some nice shots, but can't get that one to connect. Rain starts things off with a 4K. These two teams, I'm telling you, the multi-kills that they're able to put up is incredible. But there's a pistol round start for CNJ.
Yeah, I mean, Degi in particular, you know, we saw it a couple times on the previous map as well, that he's just as capable as a lot of popping off. You know, some great usage of the Fade utility on both sides of the coin. That's just, I mean, Sogate just kind of wasn't really able to get that classic under control. Rain finds the last one through the wall. And CNJ able to find a pistol win. Gonna try to push
a similar
through.
start.
Oh,
okay, there's one, but Wenty will get quickly traded. Still,
that
on
knife.
the eco, you don't mind that too much.
That knife hit almost everyone on CNJ.
Yeah. Rain gets him in the leg as Park Chung jumps up, trying to get a right click through. Sogate turning to the side, catches Rain this time. Zan, not again. As the Classic himself gets the kill. Guanga trying to charge out, deny the plant. Will be able to do so. The bite comes down as well, so they will have to relocate for the time being.
Oh, Muthi's pushed so much space, but I don't know if he's ready.
He's got the Sheriff, but he's only going to get the body tap. And now there's the heal, so it's straight back up to full armor and HP. Armor in quotations. Blood essence? I don't know what you want to call it.
It's basically armor. Like, let's just... I think it's, what, an overcharge or something like... I'm trying to remember overheal. That's what it is, the official term.
Sogate.
Yeah,
Take a
I
little
know,
bit to get
dude.
used to.
I
Because they
know.
need to see some fantastic sheriffing, but doesn't find too much at all. CNJ will go ahead, win out that anti-eco, so nice 2-0 start for them. Now, rifles coming through. Let's see what can be managed here by Tartarus.
I like the start here for Tartarus. Just throw the knife into the garage and see if you can enable Wenty. You know, Wenty's able to find one with the headhunter. You know, maybe you're hoping that he can pick up two, and God knows, you know, you would love to see him pull out another miracle. But overall, this is, you know, a good recovery for CNJ, but not a bad start for Tartarus. They had some people in good places. Even Park Jung was in a good spot up on the top of the tube. He just wasn't able to connect on his shots. He had an opportunity at least for himself, but Daggy pushed pretty far forward onto the attacker's side nest.
He's got the dash already activated here. Should he need to make his exit? Let's see when he goes for the swing. And okay, instant connection onto Muthi. Just going to tailwind out, gets himself over to Pipes now. He's going to drop down.
Took a bullet to the foot for that. That's okay, well worth.
Overall, not going to be too bad.
Oh, this toxic screen is so annoying right now. They weren't able to get any info on the other side of it, but CNJ is still able to push through.
Once he just now starting to make his way over. Gonna be a little bit late on the rotation, but maybe it doesn't matter because they're just counting them down. Daggy cleans up 3, as they will go ahead and win this out. Near flawless, only lose Guanga.
Yeah, great execution here on the side of Tartarus. You know, that again, that toxic screen is well placed, well timed, because all the utility from the side of CNJ, or excuse me, yeah, CNJ, lands in front of that wall, so they have no idea what the heck's really going on behind it for the most part.
I believe this is some of the CNJ ownership staff.
Ah, okay.
Who are here watching.
Very nice to have them here. I saw them on the VODs, so they were here as well on Sunday. So yeah, you're probably right.
I recognize the one Korean gentleman with the beard.
From Twitter?
Yes.
Yep. Some pings coming out. Again, this same toxic screen. So let's see how they're going to approach it this time. That Prowler's going to get a little information. Well, the dart now definitely confirms that information.
Okay. Moving going to be rooted as the C's comes in. Okay, expiring though, and that'll be fine. Looks like he wants to play this position anyway, so doesn't mind that he's locked in place there.
Oh, able to stay above that Prowler though. So again, they're not 100% sure. There's the Poison Cloud that's going to give them a little bit of cover. Some spams through the wall. Muthi takes just a little bit of decay damage. Oh, Daggy.
Great pickoff. I mean, anytime you can get rid of Muthi on this map, that is a huge step forward.
Now it's a full rotate. No, they don't like the defenses that are there. That Daggy pick as well makes things a little bit tricky, but Wenty.
Asserting dominance on Chamber yet again.
He's nuts.
Flash ready to be thrown out. Make a peek around the back. Will get Venecia, then TP's out to safety. Now they know that Hashida's up through tube, and Wenty is just holding it down. Hashida's the last one left. Trademark confirms his position. Daggy thinking about swinging it. He does. As Hashida is too concerned about somebody coming up from behind him. Gets caught on the flank, and that ties us at 2-2.
Yeah, great stuff here from Wenty. You know, again, really dialed in today, hitting some really important big shots at the right moments. Not a bad idea in some ways from the side of CNJ to rotate off of this. You know, you lose Muthi. You know, you're afraid that maybe there's too many defenses at that spot. That is huge that Wenty wins that fight. And he's able to get wavy as well. That's absolutely massive. Because then that Hashira push through tubes doesn't become a potential flank. It's able to just be collapsed upon. The end of all of it. That is an eco, sort of. Muthi, though, has a Vandal still.
Gets the better of him. Operator still set up here. Top of yellow. A little bit of an off angle, changing it up here is Daggy, but now he's going to have to reposition as Muthi gets his way up through tube. That is the issue, though, with that kill from Muthi. Kills him at top of ramp and mid, so he can't get the Devour off to try to heal. Still down below half HP.
Yeah, and now you're able to kind of sneak, you know, Rain underneath here. Oh, we saw the, oh my God, what a repeat.
Yep, nice little double tap there. Gets the gun as well, throws down his own trademark as they start storming in, and this puts a lot of pressure on Sogate now, who needs to hold this site. Here's flying through. Here's one above Muthi dropping down. 12 HP in a dream. He's going for the push. He's gotten a headshot. There's the heal. Takes the dismiss back. He's going to zip line across. And the 2 remaining members on the side of Tartarus, given that they have this operator, are just going to save Guanga. I mean, with plenty of cash, but if you're going to be playing this alone, it is not worth it. So we'll just go ahead and hang back.
Yeah, this is just really what CNJ is, kind of looking to do often with this composition, is to get those spots with the multiple pieces of information utility from the Fade and from the Sova, set up Muthi to just get in there and just absolutely destroy teams. And that's, good enough. It wasn't like he did a ton of damage, but they got the player they needed to, Sogate, without really losing many players along the way. So huge eco round, huge. Now they're able to go through, grab the guns from the bodies, like from the first kill they got at the very beginning of the round at the ramp, and make a huge economic swing.
Yep.
So
big thrifty
for CNJ. Now they're able to feel a little bit more confident. What are you laughing at?
I was just thinking, like, if we ever did announcer packs.
Oh God.
To change the announcers in Valorant, I think
Yeah.
that'd be neat. And if we did it, in yours was just big thrifty.
Big thrifty. And you can have my really distinct laugh as well.
There you go. They have to code it in the game that whenever you do something stupid, you just start laughing at them.
Exactly. That's exactly it.
If you die falling out of heaven on A at Haven,
anytime you die
break
from
your
falling
legs and
damage,
you die. You just hear that laugh. That would just be audio assault.
That's the point. I want people to be annoyed by my laugh. I embrace it.
Well, we're gonna have a timeout here for Tartarus, who, is an uncoached squad. So this is just going to be the players kind of gathering their thoughts together and saying, "Hey, this is what we need to do." Chatting amongst themselves.
And I think it's Sogate who's kind of like the captain, quote unquote. Like, he's maybe the oldest player. Like, a lot of times, like, I'm sure a lot of you know by now, but in Korean culture, like, the oldest, person in a team or an organization is often the most, kind of important in a way, in terms of respect and these kind of things. So, from what I understand, like, their leader or whatever is like Sogate, but then their IGL is Park Jung. Today I didn't get to read.
Yeah,
it.
I'm like I was trying to read it, but again, sometimes when it's handwritten, I just can't. My brain is like, it's a to-do list to find success. I see. Thank you, production.
I've got a to-do list. Watch Wenti and Muthi pop heads. That's my to-do list.
Doing a pretty good job of that so far. Dart does connect onto Degi. Shock Dart goes out to try to pursue him. And he's starting to really understand how Muthi likes to play this out. He says, well, he's probably just going to get up top. Catches him off guard. Rotation now starting to come out. There's the push. Wenti good for one. The spike does fortunately get picked up there by Wavy on the cross. As if that had been stranded, it could have been devastating, but this could be just as devastating. Wenti still playing the same spot. Rain. Oh! He pushes out the window, but Wenti! He somehow gets that kill, turns back, catches Hashira exiting as well. Now it's just Wavy alone at yellow. Oh my goodness. What a swing!
Okay, Wavy's still got a lot in the bag here. I mean, the Haunt's ready. He's still got a Prowler. He's got his ultimate. He's got the Nightfall.
When you say haunt, if you're Rain, that is haunting you for the rest of this game.
No way.
Okay, Wenti, he's mortal. He can miss. Wavy now trying to think about where he wants to plant this, but he is quite surrounded.
I mean, the ace clutch, I believe.
In 10 seconds?
No.
Okay, well, tries to pick a plant. Here's one. He's got just enough time to get this plant through. They force him out of position, though, because of the bite. Now he's out of time. He's just looking to do any damage that he can. The drop down's there. Oh my god, he gets 4. Can he actually finish this? Swaps weapons, and Degi will close it with the shorty, but damn, what an immense amount of damage dealt.
That's ridiculous. The fact that he even gets a couple kills in there is just unfathomable. I mean, the way that these players know how much is on the line here in this match. Again, like this is so crucial right now because you need like we saw in the previous stage, right? You need every win you can get if you're not going to be one of those top teams. 20.
Nasty stuff, but I mean,
ridiculous.
Wavy looking just as good.
Yeah.
See, it's narrow margins separating all of these players. Everyone capable of a pop-off.
Absolutely. All right, well, nobody home.
Yep, there to lead the charge for the trademark. Does go off, does get the slow. Wenty finding one, looking for a little bit more. Gets Hashira before falling. That's his job done. As Plant goes through for Wavy. Does have the Nightfall online. Maybe they would give it to Benesia to try to get the pit down, but thinking differently, it would seem. Is CNJ. No command rolling, just keeping everybody suppressed. Pop flash through the wall. Prowler goes out one way.
Didn't see the one
down, but they don't know that the Viper is damn close, and that flank not coming to fruition at all for Guanga. Park Jung, however, still looking to hold it down. As Wavy is just stuck behind yellow. There is the C's, and he's not going to be able to get out. 2 members left standing as the defuse will come in. Tartarus taking the lead 4-3.
Yeah, a really nice job here by Park Jung. Kind of head on his shoulders with that C's. Just very good timing and to finish it, but that almost went sideways. That Prowler went right by Benesia. I mean, this is just, Moody just kind of feeling confident Wenty wouldn't be there. Wenty just always good for at least 2, it feels like. No matter what he's doing. And Park Jung, again, a wonderful C's, and then sets up his teammate very nicely. Of course, the tether attached to it shows you right where your opponent is. Doesn't make it too confusing. And now CNJ on an eco here as they have quickly find themselves on the bad side of the scoreline. They won an eco
before.
Yeah, that's true.
Well,
God, Wenty.
I think that eco did begin with Wenty killing somebody in Garage, so
You might be right.
maybe time is a flat circle, and this is just going to happen again.
Yeah.
And then Diggy and Guanga will be the last 2 standing, and they'll save. See? Oh, well, okay, never mind. Guanga's dead, so he's not saving anything.
I mean...
But it's a good pick. Dash going to expire. Wenty, though, just continues to look forward. He gets that elimination. Wavy in kitchen, finds one. Nice, but Benesia trades it back. 2v2.
Still
with weapons recoverable.
It's still a good eco round, no matter what happens now.
Oh,
I mean, they've done a ton of damage. And now Moothy's got a Marshall, and if anybody can just run over around with it. Oh, never mind. Sogate.
Needed Benesia to find that.
Yeah.
Now it's all on Moothy. Pick up the Vandal, pick up the Spike, 30 seconds remaining. I mean, it's a 50-50. Whichever way he goes, is going to be one player there to meet him.
Is he doing that to mask the footsteps when you drop? Is that why he shot the bullets?
I believe so. We see that happening quite a bit. He's going to get the plant down. See what kind of position he can get into. Rotation still coming through from Sogate, so.
I don't know if Wenty saw him.
I don't think so. Now they're not going to see him as he slinks back over here towards Snowman.
Yeah, this is tough because you have so many angles to clear on the front side of this, and if the timing's just off.
Sees one. Oh, but Sogate comes out. Doesn't even need to use the wall that he just placed. And that will be the defuse coming in. Wenty just going to go ahead and take this for himself.
That's just good teamwork.
Yeah.
I mean, the timing there. Yeah, and the timing for Sogate is really, really good. Knowing that there was going to be a dangerous moment where Wenty's back was going to be exposed, and he, kind of pops around just in case. So, Wenty here is just continuing what he started on Fracture, just shutting everybody down there at Garage. Great job. Great long-range shooting with the Phantom.
Yep.
That's not easy, and Sogate made it look easy. So, nicely done.
CNJ going to call the timeout here now that they're in a 2-round deficit. Want to right the ship. Make sure they can accrue as many as possible here for this attack. I mean, worth mentioning again, Tartarus have opted into the defender's side, so we're expecting them to have their stronger performance here. It depends on the thinking of the team, though. Sometimes some teams might want to get the weaker side out first and then have a stronger second half. Some want to start off, get as many rounds accrued up front. I think that's typically the most standard thinking.
Yeah, I tend to agree that I'd rather take my stronger side first to get the momentum, get the confidence. More of a mental game than anything else. So yeah, I'm kind of curious to see how it's all going to play out for CNJ. You know, I think CNJ would really like to kind of reassert A control. I think Reyna is just a little bit more powerful on the A site with all the with that maze that's there around 410 and everything, and the nest. That there's a lot more opportunity to really utilize her kit, right? Like the dismisses are so brutal. Like the more maze-like the map is, the better Reyna is. Like because the more angles she has to dismiss in and around, the the quicker ability she has to use a devour and get to somewhere safe, to make sure that she's able to get the full benefits off of it. Like things like that, just to really just be an absolute nuisance. Like, Reyna is all about kind of the hit and runs, the hit, now that we have a fade here. Yeah, I can't say, hit and fade, but not the hit and runs. And so for Muthi, you got to enable him. We saw it a little bit early on where you're, getting some information to set him up. But he's been kind of figured out. They did have to show yesterday what he wanted to do on this map. So you can see that.
Oh, well, Rain just spotted. Shout outs to him having the best op skin, though.
Yes. That skin. It's not bad.
The good old infantry set.
I like it.
Kwonga's still going to be darted. Chucks the knife out. Prowler moving forward. I think that does get the blind, but Wenty again lurks out. Swings, gets wavy, puts the spike on the ground. They'll confirm its position. Now he pops the ult. Dart. Interesting little bounce. Wenty pulling away from. Oh no! So Muthi gets that kill. Op is moving up though, however, through mid. And we have Venecia here in kitchen as well. Park Jong spotted. Shots fly, but do not hit. He knows that there's going to be somebody above him. He's going to back off, wrap around towards Snowman. 2v3. Tartarus, we'll see if they're going to be able to clutch this out. The site for now is in control of CNJ. Pit now going to be invested as well. That just might be a call for a save.
Well, this is, there's still a lot of utility here for Park Jong. Maybe if he can get a good land here.
Oh, okay, there's one. Dart flies in, the Prowler is there, they're spamming. Tsukate, he gets the kill. It's just the Viper left, but they're in the pit, they're low HP. Venecia finds one, they know that he's right in front. Seas comes down, they're trying to get some decay on him, but it's just too much of an unassailable position there. He will be able to clutch it, CNJ. Bring it back, now just one round down.
Yeah, just a great response, kind of using that Prowler as kind of cover in a way. You see the bullets coming through the hall, you're able to just spam down there yourself. It's a pretty narrow corridor, so good job to at least push the tempo. And they had a lot of utility. I don't mind this at all, especially with the Fade still alive, to push into this Viper's pit to try to take control of it. Wenty, again, just good for 2 every round. And, you had the Nightfall, you had the ult, and watch this. He sees the shots and just instantly reacts to it. Sees the Prowler going that way as well. But the Prowler works a little bit different. It's not like the Seekers where you can really kind of just track where they're going. The Prowler has a few other kind of conditions it has to meet.
Yeah.
But regardless, nicely done. Now Wenty's going to be, he doesn't, look at this, Wenty does not even care.
Oh, he's saying please challenge me here.
Yeah, go for it. Oh, that Prowler is not even going to get here.
Checks the cubby, and he gets the timing. They try to leer out. He says, no, I'm good for it. Misses that follow-up shot, though. Would have been massive if he could have gotten wavy, but he will find Muthi instead. Wenty, you madman.
He's just insane today.
Goes to creep up. Rain, quick scope in. Does find Kwanga. As Degi will get wavy in the end. Quantum rotating. That's the spike down over towards Spawn. They already have 2 in position to watch this. Venecia and Rain forward here. They're playing around orange.
Yeah, you just got to make sure there's no flankers coming through. You lose Wenty, but that's fine.
Any flankers? Hello.
Any flankers? None. But in terms of like the positioning here for Tartarus, like with now they know where the spike is, and they can make sure no one's coming back through the A site, and then you just got to hold these lines right towards the spike. It's a really easy angle to hold, in terms of just what it is. Now, the guns aren't amazing because Dagi's still sitting on the Sheriff, but you do have the Vandal and the Phantom.
Spot one, the double swing out. Rain finds one, Dagi gets the other. Does he want to repeat this? There's no time. He wants to get the kill. It looks like Rain just going to leave. 20 HP. Operator still going to be held here as Tartarus That pick onto Wavy is a massive, strands the spike. They're allowed to just bleed out the clock from there.
Yeah, this is a good time to get a little bit aggressive for Tartarus. And you know, you can start to feel really comfortable as Tartarus that Wenti is going to do his job here. The timing is just perfect. And then, you know, Rain doing a good job there, up close and personal, knives out, and then Daggy hitting a great shot. Wenti, again, trying to buy time. Good enough. Jeez, Daggy hits 2 amazing Sheriff shots in there as well. But again, that angle, pretty easy to hold once you know where that spike is. And that haunt comes down, doesn't get any tethers to connect. So Sogate has his Viper's Pit. Is he going to pop it over on A? You know, I think they're trying to bait out the Viper's Pit with some of this utility a bit, seeing if they can get it to come down and then maybe make a rotate off that. But right now, man, I don't know if I want to go B at all with the way Wenti is just absolutely just trucking everybody who comes through here.
Well, that's the other thing is, like, I think they've swapped sides once. I think Daggy has played at B exactly 1 time, and then they've sent Wenti elsewhere. He's otherwise been sat on this site for 10 rounds, pretty much. Oh, now he sees the gun there. Rain is wary about him around the back of yellow, but Wenti takes some shots, and they confirm that he's not, and ooh, a little too confident, I suppose.
Yeah, he might have kind of forgotten about the operator being held onto, or just didn't process it in his brain. Because he, you know, he looked at the money, he knew it was an eco, thought he could just repeat that and at least get 1. But
Prowler go wide. I'm not sure if that actually spotted Venecia, but now they'll know that he's there. The fight comes down just to stop him from swinging. Hunter's Fury crashing across. Venecia does get Park Chung in the end, and Guanga going to be tagged by that last hit of the Hunter's Fury. Daggy now getting himself up on top of Tube. He's not going to have an angle on too much, but look at where Moothy's at. He's playing around the back. He's making his way in the kitchen right now. Trademark is not going to be triggered. Nothing now. Dropping the pit. So they look to try to take the side, but Hashira with the Sheriff finds Guanga. He gets Sogate through the smoke! And that's just a cleanup!
wow. I mean, what a round here. And it all starts with Wenti just getting a little overconfident on the B side. You know, once he collapsed, they knew they had it. They could just take it. They pressed the issue here. Yeah,
okay,
Wenti's just...
Show me Hashira.
Yeah, I want to see Hashira. Did he see somebody shooting out of there? Like, did he just hear a gunshot?
Just
kind
the first hit.
Oh, he saw it. There was a sight from the haunt. Ah, okay.
Just a split second there. Either way, great shot.
And now Wenti's on the Marshall. They've completely abandoned, like, the B site proper, and all attention being paid towards A and mid. Wenti?
Ooh.
Oh, there's not enough room on the edge of that toxic screen. Is that intentional? I bet it is.
He's going to move away. Daggy, though, opens things up through the dead. Decent start to the round here for the side of Tartarus as they look to take this 7-5. Wavy forward, gets 1. Wanga just around the corner. He's going to go for the push, but Wavy just drags it across.
That's huge. That's so much space given. Now Sogate with just a Spectre trying to hold that corner, and yeah, again, they're going to throw utility there to check it, to clear it. Trying to cover him. Wavy gets a 3rd.
Okay. He does go down, but Park Chung finds Wavy. Now it's all on Sogate. He pushes around the corner. Ashida only had about 20 HP remaining, so it does fall, but Venecia there. And CNJ have brought it back. 6-6 now. Was looking a bit scary about 4 rounds ago for them. They managed to stabilize, find their groove, and honestly, I think this is even better for them in some ways compared to what we saw 2 days ago, because this isn't just the, oh, Moothy go kill show.
Yeah.
You know, this is a much more concerted effort from the entire team.
A lot of great plays from Wavy here on the fade. Really taking advantage of that utility there. I mean, almost getting that ace. You know, you think back to that play, you know, how much damage that did early on, you know, even economically, like the ripples that has, the after effects, the butterfly effect that causes even, mentally as well. When a player does something like that, you know, you're like, oh, Wenti's popping off, we're fine, you know, as Tartarus. But when you get CNJ that starts to feel even a hint of confidence, you know, that can go a mile. And now on the defender's side, you know, this is, to me, looks like a very strong defender-sided comp. Well, I think most comps that teams are running today are pretty balanced, just based on, other than Paper Rex, who runs like double duelist on everything. But
Yeah.
But the way they play defense, it might as well be offense. So that's a whole nother story. But you know, for this, I think it's going to be really interesting to see how much value they can get out of that Jet. If him being able to gain space off the Jet dashes is going to be enough to overtake the defensive firepower that CNJ is going to be able to put forward. You know, it's Rain's a solid chamber. Wavy, who looks really good on the fade today. Benicia is a solid Viper. Hasha is a good Sova. So there's a lot of tools available on the side of CNJ. I think we're going to map 3. I really do. With what I saw there from CNJ at the end, they started to really gain a lot of confidence, really make a lot of good decisions. You know, really making sure they're covering all their bases. There were a few rounds that went a little sideways early on, but those last 2 were clean. They made good decisions. They're playing off of each other, you know, playing off the intel they're given. Getting a little bit of a gift with Wenty kind of stepping through the smoke there. Been fun.
I mean, he knows that this could be a long day, so you got to give the energy to the casters there. So.
Yes.
But don't you worry, chat. We'll be fine. We have the power of caffeine.
Yeah, I've got that in spades. I loaded up today. I knew this was going to be a long day.
Wavy playing forward, just going to clear out that haunt.
I don't know if that knife really caught much. Not enough to really give you any information to feel comfortable off of, but it's going to be a reaggression towards a toxic screen available for the side of CNJ. That is going to go down here fairly shortly. I wouldn't be too surprised if that's kind of the potential go moment. That trademark right outside the door garage. So, you know, the flank here from Moody shouldn't go unaccounted for at the very least. But the spike is still down, so this might be kind of a delayed and then like a fake off this trademark or something like that. I'm kind of curious to see what Tartarus wants to do. Oop, about to have a battle in mid. Maybe not.
T. Oh, okay. Well, misses the first shot, but gets the second.
He's going to get backstabbed here in a second.
Yeah, there it is. The instant answer. As Rain gets some vengeance. Udi just around the corner here. Peeks the corner, sees Sogate, and he's just going to rotate back. Spike is still dropped over here by A. In the meantime, there's Rain.
They just got to make this cross, and they're going to go.
Scopes in. Deggy, dead. One made it across. He's looking for another, and he's got it. Now it is just Gwanga and Park Jung left. Gwanga good for 1. Wavy cuts him down. He puts a little bit of damage there onto the enemy fade. Park Jung says, well, might as well make the best of this. Grab an orb, get the plant down, get as much towards my ult as I possibly can. Drops it, the push comes in, and with 3 members left, Hashino gets some squats in before he defuses the spike. And there you go. 7-6 as CNJ will kick off the half with a pistol win.
Yeah, they've won both pistols, so that's a very good sign for CNJ. And it's just a little bit too cheeky from the side of Tartarus. Like, and not having, you know, any controller abilities to give yourself that safe cross through mid after you had lost your mid control in Wenty means that you're taking a risk double backing again like that instead of just trying to fight it on the site. And against a player, you know, like Rain, he's not missing right now. So it's just a little bit too cheeky. You know, they do end up getting the plant and getting a little bit of extra cash out of it. That's wonderful for Tartarus. And Dagi's got a sheriff and a little bit of armor. So in terms of firepower, you never know. The way that today's been going, this could very well be another eco. I never doubt it anymore.
It certainly could happen. Time will tell, but again, just playing things slowly. Rain sat forward, staring down green. Prowler moving up, not going to see much. Knife going to be destroyed. Pop flash out of the smoke. They go charging in. Gwanga sets himself up to die so that Diggy can get the trade.
But you've got Benicia now. You can play it.
Yeah. That is at least a single Spectre. Dart connects. Jung now down below half HP as Wenty does get picked off over there. In mid, it looks like. Udi pushing out. Backside finds one. Dagi cuts down another, but Wavy finds him. Now it's all on Park Jung, who, Moody just riding the rope. Finds the kills. They only get 2 here in the eco. Defuse will come in, and CNJ now take a 2-round stretch lead.
It's really not a bad attempt at all. You trade 1 for 1 early to get the plant. You know, you have at least an opportunity to set up some kind of defense, but I mean, it's so hard, especially when you lose Wenti. You know, Wenti's trying to do a little bit of lurking, trying to catch those mid-rotations, loses that battle, and that just kind of, you know, really collapses your ability to maybe rip that Thrifty out from underneath the opposing team, but not bad at all. I mean, the idea is not too bad here from Tartarus on that round. So a technical pause.
Huzzah!
Hooray! This leads me to believe that somewhere Pansy and Hypoc are in chat watching. It's their fault again.
Entirely possible.
It is. It's always their fault.
Well, I've been giving myself a little bit of a side mission.
Oh, God.
Because, you know, I like to do this from time to time, our frequently asked questions.
Oh, God. Okay.
So I've been writing down what I think in my typical assessments of Twitch chat
This ought to be good. Go for it.
Frequently asked questions.
I'm excited.
We're going to go through as many of these as we can, and we'll answer them. Why are there barriers between the players? Those aren't barriers. They block the giant screen. Why same haircut? They don't have the same haircut. Your eyes are just bad. What patch is it? Look in the top right of the screen when the game is on. Who picked this map? Look in the top left of the screen when the game is on. Are there more games today? Yes, this is only the first series. You can find the schedule online. Are there drops? No. Where's the pred? I don't know. I can't moderate today. I'm casting. Is this LAN? Yes.
Yes.
Why NA have no LAN? Because NA is very big and spread out, and the players are not all in the same location, whereas Korea is a small country, and it's easier to do. Is this live? Yes, we are live. This is not a replay, or else it would say replay. Is KR good? Yes, they are. Pay more attention at international events and just watch some of these players. They're very skilled. And then lastly, who won first map? You can look at both the top left of your screen and the little dots underneath of the team names when the game is on.
Yes.
So thank you for tuning in to my frequently asked questions answers. There you go. I hope that was informative for all of you.
Where can I subscribe to your TED Talk? I'm interested. Professor Achilles. I like it. You've got the glasses too. I mean, you would like, if you were a professor, like if I had just never talked to you or like heard you, you know, cast games or anything like that, and I just like walked up to you in the street, and people were like, guess this guy's job. I'd be like, hipster. No. All right, professor. Okay. There we go. I can see it. You got a clean cut look.
I would be an awful professor.
I believe that.
I'd be like, look, there's no homework because I can't be bothered to grade it. I'm not going to take attendance.
I got to go home and play video games.
You just show up. Like, I would basically just talk about some random crap and then whatever my subject matter is, and then I would have a test, I guess, and then you would basically pass. It'd be like one test for the whole year. That would basically be it. And then if you pass it, you're good. And if you don't, then try again, I suppose.
Yeah, I really liked the way that...
Can I get extra credit? No.
No. I really liked the way that my physics professors in university did a lot of our testing and stuff like that, was where we could do it as a group. And we could use we could literally use any resource we could find. Because it was about the ability to solve the problems, not about...
Right.
Because in the real world, you're never not going to have a team of people trying to solve a problem with you. You're never not going to have the internet. You're never going to have calculators. So we got to actually, like, I love that. It was so smart, and I still managed to do really bad on some of those tests.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I had when I was taking math before in college, I had to retake math, rather, because I changed universities. They were like, yeah, there's no homework, and I don't take attendance, and there's going to be a couple tests that you have to show up for. I completely bombed out of that. I had to withdraw from the class. Turns out, me, not a very good student either. Pushed up, though, is Moothy. Rain's here to back him up. Watches the crossfire from the left. They catch Wenti. It's a high-value target.
Just baiting to put people into range of that Vandal.
Oh, okay. Park finding one. Rain gone. Dart.
Oh,
my God, that connected.
It's perfect.
I thought it might have gone just slightly too far, but he still gets the hit.
Oh, and the
Haunt.
Haunt.
Now got to be spotted as well by the Haunt. Already 2 members down. This is rough tidings here for the side of Tartarus.
Yeah, and now you got Moody watching the cross. You can see they've got this toxic screen covering that a bit to, allow Moody to push up even. And they know that they can't really double back. They have zero information. They have to wait, see if anybody, gets a little overeager on the lurk, and maybe Sogate can win a duel back there. But either way, this is going to be tough. Probably going to be toxic screen up, and then they got to try. Oh.
Huge. Absolutely monstrous there from Hashida. The drone goes over the top, gets the dart, push out from Kevin here on P, and Wavy gets the kill. Throws down the C's, and God, they can't do a damn thing. And that is the bonus going over to CNJ.
Yikers.
Well, now between the two halves, as they won the last 2 rounds of the first half, they are on a nice 5-round win streak.
Yep. Yep. That was a really just great understanding of the situation by Hashira. He knew with where the clock was at that if that toxic screen up, there was a really good chance that they were just going to make a go for it on B. Just, shot right away, got the free kill, and then his job done. Oh, he misses.
That could have been monstrous, and then he tries for it again. Hashira says nope.
Oh, Hashira. Back-to-back great rounds.
Indeed.
Oh no.
To dash in. Rain just cuts him down after he botches it.
Whoops-a-doodle. It happens to the best of us.
Oh, moving. Pulls away for a moment, throws a leer, and yep, right up into Guanga's face. Prowler will blind him for now, but you can see just an answering one there from Wavy to just keep them zoned back. Moody goes back on the offensive. Knows that he's right around the corner, and Park Jung will get that kill. Impressive in its own right, but it doesn't help them get a round win, just stops it from being flawless.
And this is, what I was talking about earlier with the way that the Reyna is so disruptive, particularly on the A site. You can basically eat utility. I mean, look at all this utility that Moody's able to eat with these dismisses. He gets set up great by his teammate ahead of him, or he sets himself up, I should say, with the leer. They try to push ahead of it, and then it's boom, out. Oh, you've got a Prowler? Cool story, bro. And then he's right there, to kind of assist his teammates again, and then he just pushes the pace. He's just all over the place in front of 410 there. Now Moody grabs the operator.
And yep, Guanga's dead. Guanga is just dead.
Oh. That's just sick.
And he's still playing above. Just waiting to see, and they are starting to advance here. Here comes out. Confirms that there's still presence here.
Oh. All right, here goes the Nightfall. This is going to make it a lot more challenging, especially with those tethers. How?
I mean, they're throwing it. I mean, he just watches it. You don't need ears to, see somebody pushing. And Wenty just trying to lurk his way through, open up this B site. Can't make it happen. Rain somehow does not win out in that fight, but still puts some damage into Park Jung as shots coming through. Waving, looking for the hit. He is going to find it. Gate does get the kill there. Grabs the spike. Hashida just around the corner. He's going to throw it. He had to have seen him. He had to have seen that shoulder. But yeah, they are just going to spam him out. Hashida gets him. 2 more rounds to go now to close this out. CNJ, a little bit of a slower start here on Icebox, but they have found their groove and they are not relenting.
Yeah, I mean, even with all that utility thrown, like you said, you don't need sound to shoot the op. That's for sure when you're holding that angle. They even had the tether. They knew exactly where he was, and they still just kind of dry peeked the corner and couldn't get Movie in time. Are they going to double up? Yeah, they are. I think. I'm guessing. We do have a timeout.
Tartarus trying to discuss how they want to approach this eco round. Looks like Guanga, he's bought for now, but I feel like surely you have to just maybe play this out as an eco and then play for the overtime.
Is that Skuna who comes and talks to Tartarus?
He is on the roster. They actually have a couple people,
well, they have Soyeon as their manager. Like, he's been a guy who's been around in Korean Valorant for quite some time.
I mean, I don't actually know if they have anybody coming to talk to them. There's nobody on stage.
Well, there was somebody. No, there was somebody down there this time for Tartarus. I saw.
I think it's a referee.
No. He had a suit on. I mean, I don't think our refs wear suits.
Take this job very seriously. Can you imagine like NFL refs if they were just wearing suits and they had to like run down the field alongside the players?
Yeah. Oh, I see. Okay, so that's actually really smart by Muthi. He uses the tethers to fake his position because he wrapped them around the backside of that box. So they think he's in between the box and the rope, but he's actually around the corner and they can't see that initially. That's actually super smart by Muthi. That's like bajillion IQ stuff.
Well, they are going all in on this round. Range is going to be taking out Muthi. Sitting through this, and yeah, can't get the op ready again for a follow-up shot. Iggy updrafting there for just a moment. See, spot anything, but he's got to be so very careful here.
You're going to need all the smokes in the world, and you only have Sogate for that, so it's going to take a lot of space clearing. And all the defenses are here. I mean, you've got all 4 of CNJ.
Pop flash, and Saguanga getting legged.
Yeah, they're done. No way.
I mean, you just got to back away from this. There's 2 ops. You get driven over to A. Now, it's just Benesia playing that site, but the rotation is starting to come through. Forward creep up. Here for Wenti. Can he find the opening kill, though? Here's one. Bouncing up here into heaven. Gets the jump. Rain caught off guard. They didn't know he was this far forward. That's a start. Drift down. Biggie changing position. Sees Hashida. Sees the shoulder there for just a moment. Now the Nightfall going to be thrown in by Wavy. Audio cut off. The decay coming in, but Wenti finds another. Hashida taken down, but Benesia trades that back. Wavy pushing around the corner. Tagi, of course, not hearing the footsteps. Isn't ready for it. Wavy finds another one as Guanga going to be dropped to the ground. First bite will come in to try to buy some time. Muthi goes back up onto the zip line, spots one. Porkchok barely able to break line of sight there for just a moment. Sogate swings out. He's 1 HP.
Oh, God.
He doesn't know which way to look. Muthi just gonna ride his way in. Shuts it down. And the music will play him out.
I was going to give Tartarus some credit here on their rotation that they did use their Poison Cloud to cut off mid-vision this time, kind of learning from their mistakes from previous double backs, but it's just so tough. You know, once Muthi gets rocking and rolling on the inside of these sites, he's a nightmare. Wenti, once again, you know, good for 2, doing everything he can, but it's just so difficult to deal with. Like you were saying, you lose those sound cues and, you know, you're just not quite as on the ball.
Yeah, you're all about reaction time at that point.
Yep.
And Degi getting caught off guard. Hurts them significantly. It's now been 6 consecutive rounds since we swapped sides. CNJ have not dropped anything yet. So they have just enough actually to get another buy through, but it was with half armor for most of the members here on the side of Tartarus.
They spot him, but they're not able to capitalize on it. They even got a knife in there to confirm, but it was just him, so...
Hashida.
Oh, God.
Okay, once he's got the hit. We'll go ahead and pull back. Prowler chases him into the tube. Will be blinded just for the moment as Muthi is creeping back around, seeming like he thinks this could end up being a hit over on B. Rain in the meantime. Boost it all up here in this slightly off angle. He's given himself such a slim margin to play around with as Guanga tries to jump peek in. Sogate swings out. Shot goes through, but does not connect. Flash to the back, and Wenti gets himself perfectly poised to capitalize.
Well, I mean, of course, it's do or die for Tartarus, and they're going to double back again. I think this time, this is pretty well sold, at least long enough.
Making enough noise, though.
Yeah.
Muthi still up top, finds one, misses back, drops down, looks for another target. The wall comes up, it blocks his vision. Does he push through? He tries to go for it, but the pit comes up just in time to keep everybody obfuscated. In the meantime, Wenti gone. Wavy pushes in. That's the pit dropped. Where's the plant comes in? Muthi scoops the kill. The push on the corner, and they get Guanga. And just like that, they will not drop a round on this defender's side. The defuse will come in, and we do, in fact, have a map 3.
I love how, for style points there, Muthi just dismisses straight at Guanga.
That is across 2 halves, 9 consecutive rounds for CNJ. 7 as they swap over, and the 2 to close out the first half, brings it to 6-6. Grand total 13-6 here. Utterly fantastic. I mean, we knew that this was going to go to 3. It looked like maybe for a little bit Tartarus was going to be able to get the better of them, but not to be. That means that everything has to be settled on our third and final map, which if memory serves is Split.
Oh, yes. Is this Masters 1 Reykjavik all over again? All deciders must be Split.
True. No one has to play against Sato on it though here, so
well, yeah.
at least breathe easy about that one.
Yeah, everybody's wiping their brow. Or you know, like F4Q used to be nuts on Split. You don't have to deal with that. This is going to be really interesting. I mean, in terms of, you know, on-stage performances, I don't think we have Split for these two teams just yet. So, kind of uncharted territory. What's it going to look like? I mean, I don't think you should ever pull Wenti off the chamber. I mean, I think you just ride that until it dies.
Yeah, I mean, looked a lot rougher here, at least in that latter half of the map. For Wenti, wasn't finding his shots nearly as cleanly as we saw on Fracture, but
well,
we'll see how he fares on Split, because Chamber's still very much a priority pick there.
So, Tartarus has played Split once, and they lost to Kingsman.
Ah.
And
so it's an open qual match.
Yep. It was in the round of 12, though, so like in the later stages.
Yeah, Kingsman made it through to that final little bit.
Yeah, and it was close, 11-13. And they did use like the Omen. They used a Raze as their duelist for Tartarus. So, you know, it is kind of interesting to see that as much as we've seen Dagi really stick with that Jet, will he continue to on a Split, or is it going to be a Raze, or is he going to try a different role? Does somebody else play Raze? Kind of the interesting questions for Tartarus. And then CNJ, well, I don't know. Split's like that map that you either love it or you hate it.
I, for one, am in the love category for that map, but
they haven't lost on it. Well, they beat early access twice. I don't know if that's a fair assessment.
Hard to read into. We'll see what happens. So this is new territory basically for both of these squads. We'll see who is able to take this series and get their first win in Stage 2 when we come back from the break. So don't go anywhere, guys. The action continues in just a few minutes. that had been stranded, it could have been devastating, but this could be just as devastating. Wendy's still playing the same spot. Rain. Oh! He pushes out the window, but Wendy! No, because of the bite, now he's out of time. He's just looking to do any damage that he can. The drop down is there. Oh my god, he gets 4. Can he actually finish this? Swap to lead the charge in the trade bar. Does go off, does get the slow. Wendy finding 1, looking for a little bit more.
Get a good land here.
Oh, okay, there's 1. Dark flies in, the Prowler is there, they're spamming.
Yeah, go for it. Oh, that Prowler is not even gonna get here.
Checks the cubby, and he gets the timing.
Just gotta make this cross and they're gonna
Scopes
go.
in, Daggy dead. 1 made it across, he's looking for another, and he's got it. 1. Rain gone, Dart. Oh, goes over the top, gets the Dart. Push out from Kevin here on P, and Wavy gets the kill. Throws down to C's, and he's gone. Wavy pushes in, that's the pin drop. Where's the play comes in? Boothie scoops the kill, the push on the corner, they get Kwanga. And just like that, they will not. And welcome back. It is time for map number 3 here in our first series of the day. Start to see Icebox there from the side of CNJ, very much at home on that map. A little bit shaky at the beginning, but they run it back. I mean, what is it, 9 consecutive rounds won there from the first half into the second. They did not drop anything at all on their defensive side. So 13-6 to close that out. Now we move into split to see who is going to be able to take this. And this is fairly uncharted territory for both of these teams. They have played it in the open qualifiers, but it's really difficult to judge the power levels of those teams that they played against.
Yeah, it's nearly impossible. Right, exactly. You don't know if, you know, that one team was running into just kind of, you know, much lower tier teams compared to what the other team had to face when they played this map. So yeah, sure, if you were to look at it for CNJ, you're like, oh, CNJ's 3-0 on split, and you know, Tartarus hasn't even won on this map. This should be an easy CNJ collab. We have no idea, really.
Yeah.
Is the real truth of this. Plus, I'm pretty sure it's the first time we're playing split in Korea this stage. Period. On the main stage. I don't think anybody's played it yet that I remember.
Not that I can recall.
Which is exciting. I mean, that means we get to see, is somebody going to try a fade on this map? Are we going to see something a little bit kind of unorthodox? It's, you know, we've got the new patch. I don't know about the Jets. Is Daggy going to stick with the Jet, or is this going to be one of the few maps where he moves off of it? Wavy? Yeah, give that guy a little shoulder rub. He deserves it.
Yeah, I was going to say, speaking of fades, Wavy picking up full marks here from all of the casters. And yeah, I mean, he was just so instrumental. Where it was Moody before on Icebox the last time they played, it is Wavy today. And absolutely stepped up and was very pivotal in them getting that map win. See how he fares and what he's going to be playing as we get ready to go into this map. You know, is it the fade as you're kind of teeing up? Does it just go back to the KO that we saw from him on Fracture? I don't know. I don't have the answers. I have some of the
But
answers.
I thought you had a third eye, Achilles.
Yeah.
You told me earlier.
It's true.
Are you lying to me? Oh.
I need a little bit more coffee to reopen. It's gotta be powered, you know?
I'm not giving you any of mine.
That's fine. That's fair. I'll definitely have to
you
make
can't
that.
have it.
During our break between the series, I will have to run out and grab some more. Just to make sure that we're all jazzed up, because like we said, we're fully anticipating 6 maps today. We've already got our 3rd. WGS versus Spear can absolutely deliver another 3 unto us.
I loaded up on the energy drinks before coming in today. I was fully prepared for this to be just a great day of Valorant, and I mean, just think about like all the exciting plays we've had today, all these near clutches or clutches that have come through that have just been, you know, these 1vx's that have just been amazing. Wenty, Moody, Wavy, Daggy. I mean, these guys are all just popping off today, and for the most part, the shots have looked super crisp today. Both these teams look really well practiced, really well rehearsed. You know, a lot of pretty good decisions being made across the board. Yeah, you know, the attacker side for Tartarus on Icebox leaves something to be desired. But that being said, you know, their fracture was nuts. So now we go to split, and anything's possible.
Certainly is. It's very much up in the air. I mean, we had a good read on it once we saw the map draft, saying, okay, yeah, Fracture, Tartarus probably take that. They do. Icebox, CNJ probably take that. They do. Your sign's upside down, by the way. But split, again, we don't know what to anticipate here. Things get, there we go.
The picture is just beautiful. That's what I'm.
Yeah, that's great.
I mean, I'm
That's
just
great drawing.
impressed with the drawing. Yeah. I mean, I'd watch that romance anime.
I'm gonna look like the person on the right by the end of it because you see their eyes are like kind of just barely hanging open. By the end of today and this 5-day stint of casting, that's gonna be me.
Yeah, man, these are long days we have here at VCT KR. I mean, 2 best of 3s. Sometimes we start at 4 p.m. Korean Standard Time, and we might not get out here till midnight. So that's the nature of the beast. And yes, indeed, it is CNJ that starts on attack. So you know, you always look at this and you always talk about Split as the defender-sided map. Maybe Breeze kind of too now based on some of the statistics I'm seeing. But I think Split even a little bit more so. And, you know, you want to get as much damage done as possible for CNJ. But, you know, their attacker sides have been their weaker aspect of their play. Their defender side have been much better, particularly on Icebox. But, you know, let's see if they can. It's hard to get a good read on Fracture. That just seems to be Tartarus's map. Like, they have that on absolute lockdown.
Well, let's see what these comps look like as we go through.
Are they going to be not quite mirrored? It looks like we might have a bit of an initiator difference with the KO and the Breach.
Okay, Sages on both Omens there as well. And yeah, will just be that difference, the KO and the Breach. Both can be piloted to success on this map, though. Honestly, just kind of looking at it, I almost favor Tartarus, the lineup, just because you do have that Bolt line to set up Degi for some nice blast pack entry. So as long as Guanga and Degi are playing off each other cleanly, which they were certainly able to do on Fracture, that alone could find a hell of a lot of opening picks.
Yeah, I mean, I tend to agree. It's, you know, Breach is a much more kind of teammate-oriented agent than a KO in some respects. So I'm really curious about this. Excited.
All right, as am I. Let's go ahead and jump into our third and final map here in this series. Tartarus versus CNJ. We are heading to Split to decide who will be victorious. Who will be victorious? Sound like Simple Jack for a second. It's all right. We got there. Got the words out. You know what, Paper Thin?
Yeah, what's up?
You make me happy.
Aw. Aw. That was actually kind of nice. That was kind of sweet in a weird way.
Yeah, don't get used to it.
I won't. Yeah, just... If only they could see our cacao chats between each other. It's nothing but love.
Nothing but love. Definitely no...
no, just absolutely...
Definitely no insults or bald jokes or...
No.
Ageist jokes
Absolutely
against each other.
None of that. No, that would never happen. All right, so smoke out early on to mid on both sides. There's a knife to check into the vents, but nobody's there, so not much information being found. No picks being found here early for CNJ. They're trying to, you know, push through mid, gain the territory. Now with that wall there, you know, a lot of eyes are on this vent, especially with that boombot coming in. See how much damage Degi can do.
Degi going to be playing first contact, but they will just go up, clear the trademark, at least lurk back to fake a little bit.
Trying to bait
end up
utility.
going into B.
Yeah. I like it there from CNJ. Trying to see if they can get anything like the paint shells, right, to come through into that bottom of that ropes.
Wonga. Shot goes his way. There's the fault line. Now he's going to look to check. Does get the stun, and Rain is out in the open. I think a little bit of damage there. Heal can come through from Hashira, and it does. Now they're going to look for the setup here on A. Pulled away from heaven here. So it's Degi watching over at main, but there's no one going to be rotating through that side, as we can see.
Oh, the slow orb is so perfectly timed.
Okay, he catches Rain. Park Jung working over an elbow, finds Wavy, and Degi will manage to steady his aim for another kill. Park Jung falling low. The paint shells go out. Uzi now pushing in. Wraps around the back of sight, gets Park Jung there with the headhunter. Looks for Guan. Misses the head, though, as they just get on top of Venecia. And now it is only Moody with 2 shots left in the headhunter. And Degi, despite having no health, will manage to find a third. There is Tartarus picking up the pistol round on the defender's side.
Yeah, really, really important pistol win. They've only won 1 so far today, so getting 1 in the bag is very... And this is solely on this slow orb from Park Jung. I mean, this completely nullifies this rotate. It's well read. It's well, you know, heard by the members of the Tartarus that are at the other side, at B site. And yeah, just, you know, I think he got paranoid even before that. I saw the dark halo around the head of Benicia there. And, oh, Soge getting frisky.
You have
Sogate, God.
Bless it. It'll take some time. It's all right. Work in progress. But I think he really wanted to swing back out, but then he realized, wait, that's Smoothie. It would be ill-advised of me as Rain taking that tap to the head. Narrowly survives. Heal's going to have to be forced yet again from Hashira. Sogate waiting here, pulls back. He's playing on main walls. Guanga looking for a similar setup. There's a smoke. Kind of mistiming his own smoke a little bit there, but still gets Smoothie all the same. Slow orb out. It is just a bit of a meat grinder here, but some answering kills as Guanga and Park Jong both do fall. Can weapons be recovered is the question. Well, the answer seems to be yes, because Degi is just missing a little bit there on the aim. 11 HP remaining, though. He and Wavy both dangerously low. Fragment back in the pillar to try to clear it out, but Gate's already gotten in behind the box. Paranoia, and he can just barely see him. He's close enough, and that drops the spike. Wrap around here, coming in from Wavy. If Wenty just looks down, there it is. You will get him. And that is going to be a 2-0 start now for the defender's side, but they lose 3 guns.
It almost went sideways.
At least 3 members.
Yeah, yes.
Not everybody had a gun.
I knew what you meant. You were fine. Your math has been pretty good since that earlier incident. You've recovered nicely. It's just, I mean, this is everything going, you know, in terms of the setup and the execution here for Tartarus is very good up in B Evan. They get the crossfires, they get the blinds. You know, it's just a little bit of whiffed shooting, some really good shooting from Benicia and Wavy.
Hefty stack. Judge still around the corner. Caught with util in hand. Rain falls, and Degi manages to exit. Not taking any damage from that Vandal there. Now continues to play the front. Wenty gets one. Degi thinking about it. Goes back out. Probably should have just lobbed the paint shells, but instead ends up falling. That's a 2 for 2. Still good damage dealt here in the bonus round. Wall's going to go up. Block off screen access. That'll have to be dealt with by Sogate as he tries to rotate around. Guanga's head just narrowly spotted.
Yeah, you can see they went double judge.
Oh, I don't think he swung far enough to see the enemy sage there, but was spotted himself. Wall being broken down. Guanga trying to clear flower pot. There's no one there. Ashina tries to swing out. Ends up falling. Now just the 2 on site trying to delay, but the flashes come in. Benicia just cannot see a damn thing. And this is a monstrous round win here for the side of Tartarus. Weapons will get picked up, rifles upgraded from Spectres. Team Ace collectively, and now 3 rounds.
Good early bait to do quite a bit of damage between the Headhunter and the Judge. Like you said, got the 2 for 2 trade at the very least. Probably should have gotten a 3rd, but Degi just kind of a little bit over anxious around that corner with the Judge. Thought he had a really good opportunity to kind of get a jump, you know, swing.
Yeah.
And he just whiffed a bit. And then it's just, you know, good patient play here from Tartarus on the retake. Just taking their time, you know, waiting for the opportune moments to swing. Hashira kind of tries to take advantage of them coming through his own wall, isn't able to do so. And then it's just too stuck in the back of sight. That's a difficult angle to really hold on to. And an early slow, CNJ is going to continue to push through it. Let's see what the response is going to be. You still got the wall for Park Jung. So is he going to maybe try to cut this off after the boom bot? Is he going to save?
He's got to get the hell out of there, but he can't. Benicia taking his head off there with the Sheriff. Really nice entry. Rain now creeping downstairs. Puts a little bit of damage into Degi, but widely is extremely low on HP. Wenty still lurking over by screens. Will find Moody pushing up into a main. Looks like they will have recovered the round now.
Yeah, just a little bit of an early fumble from Park Jung. That's not the end of the world here so far. I mean, if Hashira can find another kill, it's got a good opportunity. But at this distance with that gun, of course, pretty tricky. The Boombot, you know, just kind of keep him pinned in there. The other 2, he's trying to make a lot of noise. The other 2 rotating through B main.
Hashira walling that off.
I don't think he Nice.
They though in the back. That's the spike confirmed. Now the paranoia lobbed in. It does connect. They finding 3 in the round thus far. Hashira here in heaven, but the warning pings have already come out. They know exactly where he will have routed. It's all about if he can do some additional damage here before the round is concluded. Drops down out of heaven. Looks for the head. Can't quite get it. Takes some damage. Falls low. There's the push out. 4K here for the Omen. And 4 rounds for Tartarus overall.
Yeah, it is, of course, an eco, so much more difficult, but just good individual, solid plays here. A really good job by Sogate locking down that angle. You know, finds the first headshot, immediately follows up with the paranoia to give himself that confirmed second kill. That's what you look for in these situations. This is a bit of a whoopsie. That's the only kind of... That's the only
shot.
It was a good shot, no doubt about it. He just kind of mistimed it, thought he could be fast enough to get down while throwing the slow orb, but got punished a bit. Not bad at all.
A buy-in once more here for CNJ. As the 0 point, I do believe, catches Degi in rope and still going to stand firm. Gets the kill there on the rain, makes his way back over into A heaven.
Well, this is just pretty widely telegraphed here for CNJ. They break the wall down, they throw the knife. There's a flash in there as well, and you know, it's just kind of well managed by Tartarus. They're able to kind of...
Should just sit here waiting for the smoke to fall. Okay, they're going to pop flash in. And Sogate is just able to run away.
Well, this is not going to be easy. I mean, if they can break this down, they've got the round. But with 3 here...
Well, that's one way to start it.
Oops.
Yeah, a little minor oopsie.
A little bit ambitious.
Degi, though, creeping upstairs, getting ready to make contact with 2 approaching from heaven. Paint shells off the wall. Minor catch in as the blast pack hits onto Moody. He swings out. Degi swings through the smoke, but maybe we'll find him. Dante broken down off the site. Now it's just Wenti left alive. 1v2 making his way through the defender's spawn. CNJ may just have been able to find their first round win. Rest still being held here by Hashira as well. There's a push in the corner, and Hashira's good for the kill. Throws out the Penguin. Nice 4K for him. I thought maybe he would pop the res just to get an extra gun back in there, but looks like he's just going to hold on to it. But they finally get themselves on the board.
I was kind of thinking that he might go for that too, but it seemed like he was just really wanting to make sure that he put himself in a position where he could kind of catch Wenti off guard and really secure the round. I mean, they needed that win so desperately, but I thought he might go for the res. I thought it might be worth to get the extra money, to get the kind of economic turnaround when you have the opportunity, because sometimes, you know, these attacker sides on split can be oh so difficult, and now you've got a boatload of ults.
Well, they had to have seen him, yeah. Tries to go for a little bit of a timing shot, takes the TP out. He just playing around elbow here. As blast pack entry for Rain gets himself up into heaven, has the judge. So actually, if Degi had decided to swing out there, could have found value, but he'll still get it as Rain just tries to pull back. A good shutdown. Degi looking solid so far here on split.
Other than that, one judge.
Yeah,
that was a little bit of
he still got a kill at the beginning.
He did. That's good enough.
It's interesting to see him
this
playing Raze here, but not being willing to do it on Fracture.
Yeah, it works. They play good on Fracture, so I'm not. Who am I to question it? I think. I mean,
an expert analyst.
Yeah,
perhaps.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, it's tough. Raze is so tricky to play because, yes, with the paint shells and the showstopper, you've got a lot of just straight up damage to do, but those blast packs are so important. Being maneuverable with them, can really set you apart.
Again, flash, so has to try to go for the timing shot. Degi sending out the showstopper. TP away, I believe, actually helps keep them alive, but Wenti will now strand the spike here on the slow field, and this paint shells. Oh dear. Yep, Degi. I thought maybe he was going to let the nade just get both, but now he's got the reset on it. And Hashira, he chose to use the res in this round. Unfortunately, it did not lead to much. Paint shells bounces into the corner. Hashira going to be tickled by that. We'll just have to let the time bleed down. Smoothie in the meantime does get found.
That
hurts. Be just the Sage holding on to the gun as No 2 rounds in a row, it would seem, for the side of CNJ, at least not yet.
Yeah, it's so tough because sometimes when you're trying to fast hit on the A site, you just forget to check one angle. You forget to look and wonder. You get so tunneled on one player causing problems. You know, it's whether it's Wenty in the back in this case or, you know, something else going on, and Daggy can just sit there and he has all day to just cook a grenade and serve it up. So that's the end of that. That basically shuts that entire round down for the side of CNJ. So they're going to take a timeout. Let's see what they can do. I mean, you know, I want to see just they're trying to take space, and every time they try to take space, they're giving up space by Tartarus, right? Like when they try to take mid, a lot of times Tartarus is happy to just give it up, let them go in, and then they've got follow-ups at kind of the choke point exits, whether it be the wall up on B heaven, or you know, you put the slow orb outside of ropes up in A heaven. So the game plan here for Tartarus on the defender side is really, really good. It's going to take some pretty special, like, you know, rain play with the blast packs to get in deep, or Moothy just kind of finding some value with the tour de force to kind of open things up. Because really the only round win you've got here at Kilios was, frankly, kind of Guanga just stepping out into no man's land and getting mowed down on the way into the B site, and that just kind of threw everything into chaos.
Pretty much. Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah.
He just sprayed for that blind. I didn't even realize. We were watching Rain run away rather than seeing Daggy's perspective. So just knows the angle, heard the footsteps, manages to get that kill. Well, this has been a fantastic start so far for Tartarus. You know, 2-3 more rounds, and you consider this a very solid and standard half on the defender's side. If they can cleanly take down CNJ in the next buy round as well, then you'd expect this could be extremely one-sided on the half. That's a great opener, though. Hashira still delivering, finds Sugate right off the brip. Daggy, he's here in heaven, gets some damage through with the paint shells, finds the pick. Has been used by Park Jung, brings Sugate back into the fight. Hashira gets the instant punish, but then Guanga is there to capitalize again. And while, yes, it is an eco, they only find the 2 kills, 3 in total, I guess, and Sugate dies twice, and they will keep the win streak going.
Yeah, it's an expensive round. It just, again, gets bottlenecked somewhere at one of those exit choke points. Either, you know, B heaven or A heaven seems to be kind of the name of the game here for Tartarus. They just really do not want to let anything come. Okay, then. Right from the rope. Even gets the last kill with that last bullet. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Well, oh God. Okay. Yep. Just walking out in the corners, and now you can see CNJ is kind of just trying, you know, grasping at straws here, trying to get anything done. That, you know, you're sending Moothy on a deep lurk, and that Boombot, he's like, what in the world? And they're still waiting. I mean, Wenty's got him dead to rights. Yep,
it's just perfectly poised. 2 catches from him. Just maybe anticipating some more presence over here in A main. Instead, it is going to be the drop down here into vents, but it's being watched by 2, and Wenty can just pivot 90 degrees to the left. There's a push-up. He sees the gun barrel. The call will come in. They start turning their attention, but no more attention is necessary. Daggy cuts them down one after the other, while Hashira, he seems to be in his happy space, which is playing in garage.
Yeah, man, it's like us in school. No attention necessary. Just stay in school, kids.
Yes. Guanga, okay, well.
Ooh.
Guanga getting caught on B by Hashira.
Ooh!
So, Gate as well getting caught by Hashira. And can he get a third? He's looking for Park Jung. Slow orb will come down, but they see that they have the spike here in Ramen, so there's no danger of him getting a plant. So even the extra money for the teammates, which they would love to have, is not really possible at all.
Yeah, you can see Park Jung just mostly checking for info. Yep, he's just trying to make sure that Hashira, oh God, Hashira did get another dink, but it is going to be Park Jung who wins the long-range battle with the Vandal. Look, this is, I mean, just so disciplined right now from Tartarus. They're just, every time there's any kind of attempt to take control of any space, it's just answered. It's read by the side of Tartarus. So, like, CNJ is banging their head against a wall trying to get anything done. I mean, middle, a lot of space has been given up. This is all about conditioning here, right? Like, a lot of space has been given up early on for Tartarus in the mid area. So Wenti this time is able to move into mid with the operator, get the pick, switches over to the other side, gets another kill. He's just doing a great job. All right, this is fast and furious.
Well, that paint shell's going to find some value, cutting them off. A bit of damage in, forces the heal from Hashida. Muthi does find Park Jump. Great shot. Now Rain up through elbow with a Bucky. They absolutely can swing this. Spike being brought forward onto the site. Rolling Thunder, however, is available. Guanga going to be using it. The plant still going to go through.
Oh, no.
Now they have to push, and they are going to be moving up against this shotgun. There's the clear out. Oh, but he gets the instant headshot. Degi is just unrelenting and unstoppable right now on this map. Hashida trying to be poised up here in heaven, but everybody on the site itself instantly gets decimated.
And it's, like you were pointing out, the kind of combo utility potential between the Breach and the Raze there really pays off. You can see everybody stunned up from the fault line on the site, and or from the Rolling Thunder as well, and just, runs on in there, just clears them all out. I mean, that's just so well set up, so well executed. The combo plays are very good. I mean, if it wasn't for Hashira, like, just doming people, this would be an even more of a blowout.
If it wasn't for Hashida, this would be a 9-0 rather than an 8-1.
I mean, it might be, dude.
And Tartarus are going to be the ones who call a timeout. Because they say, okay, you know what? We already have this in the bag. The best that they can get is an 8-4, which is still decent on this map, given just how often we see it be defender-sided. They're calling this timeout, and they're saying, we've got 8. How do we get to 10? How do we get to 11? I like this. This is fantastic proactivity from a team that does not have a coaching staff. Is being called by widely, a shared effort of the players, but primarily on the shoulders of Sokate here. I love that they do this timeout here.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it is just kind of like reminding them of some of their early round protocols in terms of like fast hits. Like, be ready for, if it comes through that door, have the, let's get the trap here instead. Maybe put it at top so we can fall back a little bit. Like, we don't want to give them any opportunity to even get that plant down initially. That's probably what I think if I was going to say anything during that, if I was a coach for Tartarus, I'd say just, make sure you're kind of doing what you guys have been doing. Keep falling back, kind of fight and retreat, fight and retreat.
Iggy again holding here. The flash comes in. He'll get one. Hashida again coming up with a kill. Wall going to be broken down as Benicia in a bit of an awkward spot.
Saving Private Benicia here.
Yeah.
Going to give him the opportunity to try to TP out.
They will bring Rain back into the fight, but Park Chung is just going to spray him right back into hell. And, oh boy. Okay, so Rez, again, not going to be finding too much value here. Great sprays now. Everybody rotating in.
A trademark just got tripped, so they know this is coming. You can see the quick rotations starting to come through here.
It's just Sokate alone at this site for now. They need to wait for everybody else to wrap around. So it's a 4v4, and he has been qualified there for the moment. Hashida playing up on the walkway.
Sokate could ult here, like into the ramps or something, or A main. I think that would be pretty tricky.
Perhaps it would at least help draw some attention.
Give you that extra crossfire.
Good aftershock. Guanga actually getting the read there. Does force them down. Not playing on that high ground anymore. Swenti just scoping in. He's waiting for Benicia to go ahead and peek out. Hashida now falling. First shot from Wenti, not going to connect. You see Muthi, he's going to TP out. He is well out into a main. And they might just be making this happen. Park Junk here on the site finds one. Takes a shot at his teammate. Needs some covering fire, but Wavy gets the kill, and now they're running out of time. It seems like they finally made it happen. And they have the second round picked up for CNJ.
It's just really good patience here on the part of CNJ. And
Wavy died to the spike.
Okay. Well. Oops.
It happens.
It happens. I mean, they have to win these rounds at any cost at this point. Every round is so precious on this side. It's a good early trade. Of course, the res comes through, so you can just kind of spray it down. And it looks like really good. The entry's pretty solid. But there's just enough crossfire set up on the inside of this. That TP out caused a lot of problems, too.
Yeah.
They had no idea where Moody went. They were like, what? Where'd that go? So I wouldn't have minded seeing Sogate try to use his ult in that situation to create another angle. But here comes one of these fast hits.
Yep, nade going down, checking out Hell, not gonna see anything. Blast pack up there, looking for the entry, but now they know Park Jong is sat here in the back of sight. He will fall. Diggy only getting wavy. Still is alive and in the mix of things. Just they delay a little bit longer. The spike still just sat on the floor here for now, but the wall gonna be pushed up. Nearly broken down as 20. Creeping up here into heaven, gets one. He still has that operator as well. Showstopper, thrown out. There's the blast pack, checks the corner, but Luthie's actually sat above and he narrowly survives. Only 4 HP remaining on him. Diggy, does he check above? He does not. Muthi still finding value. Once he swings the corner, however, finds him and he cannot get rain. 3 now for CNJ.
Well, this timeout might have backfired a little bit for the side of Tartarus. Because, you know, 9-3 is a pretty good half on your defenders, but an 8, like we talked about, 8-4 is kind of the okay attacker's sideline. Like if you're on the 4 of it, like you're okay with that. You'll take those, and they all just hit this at the same time, right? Like they take control. It's a good split push. It's a good adjustment here from the side of CNJ. They take control of heaven. They've got a couple in garage. They kind of know how much space they're able to clear because they're able to take control of the rafters. And then everybody hits the back of site and into the garage at the same time. Wipe out 3 in a heartbeat, and that's site taken, you know, round very much in hand.
Well, this will be one of the most even rounds that we've seen since the pistol. Wall goes up into heaven. As they pull back away from that paranoia, but Hashira still gets Sogate, but Kwanga sitting in the smoke, comes up with 2 to try to even it out. Diggy, as he tries to push up into heaven, ends up getting cut down. A 2v3 now as the plant will come in. Let's see if Wenti and Park Jong again, these two, if they can make something happen. A res gonna be used. Diggy comes back into the fray. Paint shell still available. Try to clear out a position here with that. We'll have to wait as the 0 point does lock him up for a moment. Park Jong dead as he tries to push in. They're spamming through the box. Diggy will get 1. Reload goes off. Paint shell's not going to connect. Moves up, taps the spike. He's trying to see if someone's going to be wrapping around, but they're playing in the back site. They're playing in garage. Wavy swings out, gets him, and it's going to be 8-4.
What a final 3 rounds there for the side of CNJ. Finally able to find their footing, you know, kind of punishing those backup positions, you know, like we were talking about Tartarus giving up a lot of space. Well, then they started pushing that extra space. They started saving their utility, like the fragments and those kind of things for those extra positions. They also start coming from multiple angles at the right times together, doing a good job kind of utilizing the information, utilizing that space they've been given by Tartarus and punishing it. So it's a really good adjustment during that timeout by CNJ. Meanwhile, Tartarus, you know, kind of looked a little bit like they misread what they thought was going to happen after that timeout.
A bit, yeah. Well, they call it. They want to get more. Can't quite make it happen, but 8-4 is still going to be very respectable for them. Now we just have to see how they pilot things moving over to the attacker's side. They can still show some solid team play aggression like we saw from them on Fracture. They might be perfectly fine.
Yeah, I mean, you never know. Like, we have a couple teams from time to time in Korea that are just really good at attacking on this map. You know, it used to be DRX. Vision Strikers was one of them. They were quite good at it.
I'd say it's
they still are. Yeah, they're still pretty good at it. I would say that's true. You know, of course, F4Q was maybe the best attacker side split team in the world at one point, in my opinion. Like, but yeah, you can get it done. It's just you got to find the right tempo and the right kind of pace. You gotta really, your Rays has really got to be feeling themselves sometimes. Like they really have to be able to kind of use those blast packs to gain space. They've got to be finding value to displace people with those paint shells. And you know, your breach has got to be on point, setting up with that utility. You got to play off those fault lines like you were talking about earlier. You know, those flash points. Get everybody, you know, get your Rays in the right place at the right time, and then you know, kind of rely on the rest of your team to cover your flanks and back you up and take these sites. So let's see what they've got dialed up here. Spike's still down in Ramen, and Boombot's going to force everybody back for a moment.
2 stack on Garage at the beginning. The Boombot goes
look
out.
at that.
It's cleared.
Look at that smoke. Do you see what he's doing with that? The one way that he's kind of creating with that shorty?
Didn't quite catch it now, but...
Oh my god, it's so dumb.
Oh, just around the corner is Wenty, tucked into mail. Flash goes up. Okay, I was going to say the charge up the rope. Shots flying, but no one's hit. Up the rope now goes Rain, and Wenty in position. Finds the kill. Heal will come in. Inicia blinded beautifully red. Shorty not going to find any value, and Wenty has crept up into the spawn, gets Hashira, and this is just a fantastic assault here from the side of Tartarus.
This is exactly what they're looking for. Wavy going to try to do something here. Just shots traded, no damage done. Wenty still looming in the alley. I mean, full control here. They're going to smoke off main to make this even more difficult for Moody. He's going to have to hit him a shot. Not going to happen.
Great from Daggy. Stun out. Well, doesn't get it with a headhunter. Swaps to the classic. Wenty finds 3, and it's a flawless start to the attackers' half here, as Tartarus put a 9th round win in.
Well, that looked pretty good. We were wondering, what the attack side is going to look like. That's pretty good. They win both pistols here as well.
Yep.
And that's massive for Tartarus. That great paranoia, suspecting that somebody was going to be down there. And of course, if Wenty's in your back lines, he's going to be a problem. No doubt about it. Switches over the pistol, and Wenty able to pick up his 3rd kill there. Having another solid half. But really, Daggy, I mean, you look at the stat lines, the difference is the raises. Rain has been struggling, and Daggy's been thriving. I mean, this is really encouraging for Tartarus.
Ooh. Moody.
Ow.
Down at 12, and Hashira is still playing over in main because he spotted Wenty early. He's not able to get a heal off onto him. Dink does come through in the classic, but can't get the kill. Daggy at 72, still going to be just fine. He's got the Sage backing him up. Heal can come in if they deem it necessary. They know that one's playing here in Hell, so the flash will fly. They will get that elimination. Rain now in Garage. Doesn't have the paint shells, doesn't have a boom bot. Likely doesn't have a hope in the world. Will get 1. Push comes in, gets a 2. Okay, I'm sorry, Rain. My bad. Sorry for doubting. Does some serious damage, gets the paint shells out, but now it's all Hashira by himself.
It's the caster curse, man. You just say like one thing, you're like, all right, this should be.
That was a blessing for him.
Yeah, you blessed him. You caster blessed him. You curse yourself.
Yes.
What monkey paw were you messing around with before the cast?
The finger has curled.
Yeah, no, don't make wishes. It always comes back. Well, yeah, that wall is at least you can die, Yeah. At least you can die to the spike. You got that going for you, which is nice.
And don't go giving over any ult charge to the opposing team. No extra cash, just die to the spike. Short, sweet, to the point. 10-4 though, as this map could end up being short, sweet, and to the point if Tartarus can continue on this tear. Bonus round now coming in though. Let's see how this looks with rifles in the hands of CNJ, and they're going to call a timeout just to make sure that there is a clear game plan.
Yeah, I mean, really, want to hammer home, the positions and the protocols, make sure everybody's in the right places at the right time, doing the right things. I think you might want to kind of rethink sort of this ropes play they've been trying to do. So far, it hasn't worked out. It's been blinded one way or another, whether it's by Sogate's paranoia or by Guanga's flashpoint to clear that very easily and effectively. Both of the first 2 rounds here, whoever was down there, is Benicio one time and Wavy the other time, and so kind of reposition that that piece on the chessboard. Is it going to continue to be these B hits? Are you going to try to maybe gum up the works in mid? Don't give up that space. If you are going to give up the space, of course, you got to be ready to do those things like throw the slow orbs, throw the paint shells, throw the fragments at those choke points at the doors up into the heavens. So, curious to see what exactly CNJ wants to do here. Daggy just an absolute nuisance, just running and gunning. This is some good shooting. Some really good shooting.
Yep, solid there from Rain. There's a little bit of economic hits there, but nothing too massive. Now, full rifles in for the side of CNJ. Wall goes up. here in Garage.
So we can see the early pieces of the puzzle that they wanted to cut off a fast B hit. You know, a lot of teams on their bonus will try to just brute force you, see if you can really use those Spectres to their full potential up close and personal. And, you know, CNJ with a good read on a potential avenue of attack. And they also have the chamber up front on the other side of things.
Pop flash goes out, swing comes in, but Degi still manages to win that. Wavy now having to back away. Clears out the boom bot. The hill can still come through, but Moody with a nice little lurk here over at a lobby will get a catch onto Wenty. So 1 for 1. See what they decide to do. Moody is going deep over towards their spawn. Does he want to wrap all the way through? This is the question.
Yeah, well, the walls, of course, dissipated naturally. And now you're going to retry this B hit. You still got both blast packs for Degi, so fault line in, there you go.
Push into the back, Degi finding another one. Benicia. Punish, again, a 1 for 1. As they try to play out of the smoke, they go charging through. Benicia going to be good for another, but got the Guanga come up with those kills, and that leaves Moody all on his lonesome. He's pushing up into Garage, so Gate spots him. Spike now going to be recovered, the plant coming down. Alley side. Moody needs to clutch this first team. He's looking for one. Guanga pulls back away. Sees one at Alley, sees one in sight. Smoke comes down.
Oh, it's right on the spike edge. That's so smart.
He's just aggro pushing this, but he's got to clear both sides quickly, and he's just not even going to be able to get one. Guanga will get the headshot. That is the bonus going the way of Tartarus now, just 2 rounds away from closing out this series and getting their first win.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the great, great patience here on the side of Tartarus. They're like, oh, okay, you're going to wall off B to start. Well, all right, we'll just shift over to mid, get a pick. You know, it's a good enough entry from Degi. It's good enough. And then you've got Sogate in main to kind of cover on the flanks. They're able to take full control of the site off the back of that. You know, even though Moody gets that pick, it takes forever to come all the way around that attacker side spawn.
And they're doing it again, it seems.
Okay, then. I mean, it didn't work the first time. Maybe this time around.
That's true.
This will be different.
They gave up 3 consecutive rounds last time they called a timeout, so
yeah, that's.
We'll see if that happens again here.
You know, you're probably at this point again trying to put yourself in the mind of a coach or a player of Tartarus. Watch out for up close and personal stuff. Watch out for the buckies. Watch out for the shorties. You know, make sure we're checking both corners on those 50-50s when you're coming through some of those doors and stuff like that, because you know how it is. We've all been there.
Yeah.
We've all tried to do it. You know, we've all watched, our favorite controller sit in a smoke with a shotgun and try to blast people as they enter the site. And I can even see Rain as a Bucky on the screen, so.
Let's try it again.
Yeah, I mean, he is playing up into B Heaven. And so there's, on the rafters.
He's playing on a rafter there.
With a Bucky. Does he have a sheriff on the back of it?
Not sure.
Not sure.
Moody again creeping up. For the shots, and I mean, Wenty showing enough respect. It's like, okay, I see you. I will back away. Here's the orb take. It looks like he may just start rotating over to join in with the rest of the team.
Okay, now you got that shotgun at the door, and immediately off the aftershock, you're gonna wall it. Just get a little more information for Hashira. There is the paint shells just to cover him in case there's a quick push.
What are the odds that they can get a read here, though? That there's 4 playing on the B side. They're gonna smoke off Mail. Your point was used. That's gonna cause a rotation at least from Wavy.
They know for sure there's a Sage and a Raze. They probably have a pretty good suspicion that there's an Omen.
Oh, Showstopper. Throwing it into Stairwell. Not going to spot one, and it looks like he didn't register immediately that Hashira was right in front of him, but he still gets the kill all the same. Benicia trading it out. Finds another. Equalizes as Guanga. It's going to be... was taken out earlier, actually. Sorry, I'm getting a little bit mixed up here as it's now Parkchong versus Moody. Very little time left as he just hugs along the walls, trying to get himself in the backside. Oh! His head was spotted. Chung now in such a dangerous, precarious position.
Oh.
Gets the dink though, and he's got the finisher. 12-4, match point locked in for Tartarus.
It's almost beneficial for Park Jung that the ponytail stuck out over the top of the wall because it gave the position away of Moody because he just snap reflexed for the shot. I mean, just, you know, it's just one of those little moments that's, you have to try as the player. If you see that head, you have to take the shot because if you hit it, you know, you've won the round. But, what a great repeat there.
Well, could be the last round played here in this first series. Tartarus can pick up the win. Wenti for now just going to be nullified. Suppressed, whichever term you'd like to use. Ashida thinking about throwing the wall. We'll go ahead and do so. As we have a potential op-off. There's the jiggle peek though. And Wenti has seen enough. He'll back away, and this time they do have the right read. Spike still has not come over towards A, but if they can get rid of Moody, this could be massive. They spot him. They know that he's rotated over and is watching vents, so they will go ahead and back away.
Yeah, they didn't like what they saw there, so they have to dodge the knife over by Mail. And they're going to take their time to re-aggress. His wall's already been cut through, so Hashira can have his work cut out for him. No slow orbs, so he's going to have to get this, you know, maybe a shot and run, get a little help from the Rays. Looks like they're going to try to cover him from a different position.
Okay, Nate will force him back as they start pushing in. Vanessa just TP'd over to A to check, didn't see anything, comes back to B, gets tagged up just a little bit here as he tries to hug over by the box. He's gonna mow down 3 of them! And the showstopper from Rain gets Daggy. What a round victory here from CNJ. All in the blink of an eye. Man, just sat still like a turret and mowed down one after the other. We're not done yet.
I like the way you put that, a turret. They knew exactly where he was. I mean, they saw him, they shot him. Or they knew generally where he was. I think he did shrouded step, but still, they had a pretty good idea, and they triple peek him. It's just that shot from Wenti goes wide, and Benicia just holds it down, gets it done. That's just, you know, hats off there to Benicia. That's just, you got to tip your cap on those situations. It was well played, frankly, by Tartarus, but it was just better executed by Benicia. So now Daggy's got to judge. Daggy's got a judge.
And Moothy's got no HP. 48 remaining takes quite a bit of damage there. Ashida still just going to be tucked away. Hiding in Mail as Wenti. He gets across. I'm not sure if they're aware of this. Or if Moothy is, rather. He's actually creeping quite far forward, and Wenti could 100% get the jump on him here. There's the check. Ashida falling low. Daggy breaks it open. Chambers still side by side next to each other here. Over in A main.
Oh no, he's
push
gonna
coming
see the
in.
gun.
It's going to come down. Who can flick a little bit faster? And it's going to be Moothy who gets the jump. Now he's trying to rotate up the ramp, and he actually doesn't swing out on this. I think he had to have seen Moothy here. They know there's an operator. Flash gets thrown in it. They keep finding one. Moothy gets that kill. TP's out. Oh my goodness, what a hit. Dropping down. The Omen's right behind him.
Oh my god.
He's making his way through deeper.
He's gonna have the nose
goes on the chase. He just can't get the hit. A good effort there by Moothy, but there's not enough. TP down now into the back of sight. It's a 3v2.
And look at Gwanga sitting with that rolling thunder ready in case things go super sideways. But if Rain can take him out, there's a really good opportunity for CNJ on this retake.
He's not watching this angle at all right now. Just to rotate around the side. Boom. Rolling thunder, no more. Park Jung dead. It's all on Sokate. He's looking for one. He gets it, but he's got no HP remaining. He needs to get Benicia, and he cannot do so. We're not done yet. Halfway there. 12-6 CNJ. They put 2 and 2 together. 1 and 1 together for 2 is what I mean. The numbers are getting away from me again.
I love it.
At least I didn't say 10s and the 2s like Mitch, man.
Yeah, that's true. I don't know what that means. That's just nonsense. But I was gonna say I'm gonna bring like some math problems for you to solve next time. Just bring like a little whiteboard.
It's 4 + 6. Oh god!
Do you remember that old DS game where it was like
oh yeah,
you had to like solve math problems and stuff. Like it was like meant to be like a brain trainer.
Brain Age?
Brain Age, that's what it was called. Thank you. I was really good at it.
And now you just have all those really crappy mobile ads. You're like, what is your brain's age?
Yeah, I don't need to know. It's bad. I don't need none of those IQ tests to tell me that I have the brain of an 80-year-old.
Boombot over the wall. Slow here. They are on the eco. CNJ should feel decently confident in being able to get a 7th round and keep this going.
Yeah, you know, you have to get out of the way as Benicia. Just too much damage coming. That's a great paranoia.
They are just
okay,
really clearing the backside. Swings the corner though, and Wenty takes quite a bit of damage.
But that smoke was great. Not the paranoia. The smoke. Ooh.
Oh. There's the slow. They go for the swing, and Hashida is back-to-back headshots there to mow them down. One moves up. Wenty, though, gunned down as he exits the garage.
30초 남았습니다.
Just Daegi and Kwang to see if they can stop this from being a flawless round. They have. Boombot now coming through, and he just holds it. Doesn't try to clear the bot at all. Nicely done there by Rain. Wavy as well. Finds a pickoff.
Well, there's some stabilization here for CNJ, but is it too little too late? I mean, it's going to be so hard to rattle off. What do you need now? 6, 7 rounds? Whatever it is to get to overtime? 6 rounds? Or 5 more rounds? 5 more rounds. Still.
See?
Still.
You can't do numbers
I know, I
either.
can't do numbers either. Well, I just forgot what the score was. I was like, where are we at?
Well, that's the eco. Wenty, though, half armor for him. Daegi about to drop a 30 bomb.
That's massive. They only get 1 spot from that knife. And there was a couple more lingering back there. So A is pretty wide open, but for some reason...
Oh
God.
Spots him. Gets that kill, so got they now out of the fight. TP away, rejoins over at A, and it's going to get set up at screens. Huge unpunished push there from Muthi. Res is going to be used, though.
It's not the end of the world. You're in decent space here for an attack, you know. You've got that Rolling Thunder, you've got the Showstopper, so you've got a lot of ability. You could even fake one and do like a TP with the ult.
He could shut this down again. There's the check. Gets another kill. Right back into A heaven. Jump across. The op shot not going to hit Daegi, but now he knows that this is being watched. And it's so difficult to try to clear this. Smoke will come down. Muthi gonna push out of it. Wenty in the meantime. Killed at B garage. 3 players left. Wavy still sat in the site. Has not been displaced yet. See them thinking about what they want to do, and it seems like the answer is going to be save.
Yeah, the money's, of course, really bad for the side of Tartarus, so
10초 남았습니다.
let's see what they can do coming up. I mean, again, a lot of really big ults sitting in their pocket. What I'd like to see is something like a fast B hit. Just Rolling Thunder in there, you know, Showstopper, either the backside or up into heaven, smoke off the alley in heaven, you know, make sure that if there is an op there that it has to be on the site if it's going to do any damage, where you can make sure it's caught by the Rolling Thunder and in range of an easy Showstopper. Would be something I'd like to see here from Tartarus. And then just...
I mean...
Fighting, let's go.
CNJ just... Their staff waiting with bated breath to see if they can make this run back happen.
Great round from Muthi, just pushing space, getting kills, and then, you know, TPing out. Really kind of taking advantage of some of these weaknesses he's seen, and again, he's able to get to the corner. Fault line
time
there.
they do fault line him. They'll force the teleport out. Here's the entry from Daegi. Showstopper at the ready. He's looking for a target. Not sure if he's going to be able to find one, though. Just send it down at screens. Doesn't get any kills for it. They bought enough space. CNJ now. Can they retake? Ball's been broken down. Still have Wenty sat right below have an access. Flash coming through Park Jung. That paranoia buying some time for him, and it enables him to get 1 and 2 kills. Rain and Wavy both now falling. The slow orb comes down, and this is catastrophe for the side of CNJ. Time is dwindling. Benicia finds one, the res comes in, they put Wavy back into the fight. They take the fight to them here in main, and there it is. The kills come through, it's 13-8. As Tartarus will take down CNJ on split. They will take this series 2-1.
Yeah, a great performance from them. You know, their defender side was clean enough. There was a run back here for CNJ. A lot of credit has to be given to CNJ in terms of just their mental fortitude, staying in it, you know, continuing to fight, continuing to push. But can we just request that Tartarus no longer takes timeouts when they're ahead?
Perhaps. Did work against them a little bit. I actually did confirm with production after you mentioned the mysterious suited man on their side of the stage. They have a coach, but he's extra mysterious because we don't know who he is.
What?
I asked production and they said we don't know his name. They're investigating it for me still.
It's just some dude they picked up off the street. They're just like, hey man, what are you doing today? And he's like, I don't know, nothing. They're like,
we want to look more official.
Yeah,
you want to here's a
suit?
blazer. Can you come walk out on stage?
We need a Valorant coach. What's Valorant? You know what esports is?
You know,
no.
Just come walk out here and act like you're talking to us. So as soon as I found out who the mystery man is, we will, of course, report that to you guys. But fully anticipating a Dagi MVP here, given his efforts. Just managed to get his 30 bomb. Was it 29 going into that?
Ooh,
and
that ACS.
He ends at 30 kills. And yeah, his ACS, well, it might not be Muthi on Icebox, you know, from their previous series levels of ACS. It's still pretty huge. The delta between him and Hasha is, who's the next highest, is still pretty massive.
Well, look at the Raze diff. Rain is our worst performing player.
Yeah.
Dagi's our best. Dagi had 9 first bloods, 0 for Rain.
Rain and
0.
Rain and Wavy not having the best of times.
No, that did not go so good.
It was not the best of times, it was the worst of times. As Wavy joins him right there with only 8 kills, 16 deaths, and you know, he was our map 2 MVP playing the Fade. So a bit of a fall off there, whether it's exhaustion, whether it's just more proficiency on the Fade and Icebox as a map, it's hard to say. But Dagi looked good, looked great on Fracture, and also looked absolutely excellent here on Split. So Tartarus with a very nicely won series.
Absolutely. And I mean, for me, the big takeaways here is you can't let Tartarus play Fracture. You just got to force them to play another map. They're too good on Fracture. We've seen it back-to-back times now where they're just stomping their opponents on that map, to be frank, in terms of the round score. Yeah. And so you kind of got to rethink. You know, I was a little bit surprised, to be frank. I thought today that there was going to be Fracture bans in both games just based on how things went on Sunday. But it got led through by CNJ, and I think part of it was maybe to try to force Split here is probably part of the kind of, you know, the way that you're drawing it up on a map. But, you know, at the end of the day, Tartarus is actually pretty good at this map.
Yeah.
They looked really solid.
Would seem that way. With this result, looking forward to our second series a bit, WGS versus Spear. Transitive property tells us nothing.
Oh God, no.
Spear was able to beat Tartarus. WGS was able to beat CNJ. They both dropped the map to these squads.
Yeah.
So, like, we don't really know. I mean, maybe that means that Spear is slightly stronger because they beat the team that beat CNJ, and WGS lost the map to them.
I always want to believe WGS is stronger, and from time to time...
That's dangerous thoughts.
Exactly. It's very dangerous.
With their first series win, that means that we will get our first interview with Wenti on the Korean side of things, and then we will get to hear from Dagi in the English interview in just a little bit here. So I'm excited to see what these guys think and how they feel now that they have this win out of the way, how it feels to be playing on this stage with an audience in front of them. Because while they're not there right now because the game is over, but we actually had quite a decent amount of people filtering in, and I'm sure we'll see them for our next set as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think there's a lot of WGS fans out there, and I think you know, Han has a ton of fans, for example. So I think you're going to get a fair amount of people here, but like when I think about the next map, the next match, it just makes my head hurt because I'm just like, I don't know what to expect with WGS. I always, whenever I feel like they're the favorite, they underperform. Whenever I feel like they're the underdog, they overperform. So I mean, I just want to see a good match. I think we're getting 3 maps pretty much no matter what. That's just like the WGS MO regardless of who they're playing pretty much.
I agree.
Other than those occasional 2-0 losses out of nowhere.
I think it's probably going to end up being 3, but if I had to go with my divination,
Is your third eye back?
reading my tea leaves, doing my Professor Trelawney impression from Harry Potter.
I'm amazed you remembered her name.
Yeah. Spear Gaming might 2-0 that. But I do think in the end, it seems like it's going to be destined to go to 3 maps.
I mean, I kind of feel like Spear has a kind of a tough, like, map ban ahead of them is what I'm trying to get at, because they banned, I think they banned Icebox last time, if I'm not mistaken. But like, but there's no reason to do that. I think you'd probably want to ban Fracture because WGS is pretty good at it, and you just got beat by Tartarus at it. But is it just that Tartarus is actually a really, really good Fracture team, like even better than anybody could have imagined? Or are you just not up to snuff on it, so you have to make sure that WGS can get it, but then you hand over Bind or something like that to WGS, and that's when you got to run into that more of that Neon stuff. I mean, no matter what, you're probably gonna see Hans Neon one way or another.
Yeah. Just whether or not you can control it. And if those maps do come through, where he will very much be piloting it, then that at least tells us that Spear feels somewhat confident in being able to deal with it. But that's for the future. That's for after our break. For now, we just wait to hear from Deggy and hear his thoughts as we relive some of the moments here from Split. Decent start on the run back there from the side of CNJ. Thought maybe, just maybe, they were going to be able to take us into overtime, but it's 4 rounds shy. Clearly some things to work on here for this organization, but they do have solid staffing and coaching behind them, so they will be able to just take a step back, get some prep in ahead of next week's matches, try to correct those mistakes, and then get ready, because, it is only going to get tougher from here. These teams. This is we have the bottom 4 of the newly qualified teams playing on, today and 2 days ago. Now they're going to have to start worrying about those other 4 that were already auto-qualified in.
Yeah, this is why we've been saying that this was a really important match, because everything here is harder. Yeah. Everything hard for both these teams. This is, kind of the, open qualifiers, new teams. We're getting a look at teams that are going to be underdogs no matter what the rest of the way through. And that isn't any disrespect to them. That's just the natural order of things with how things shake out, throughout this region, through stage 1 into now. Most of these players didn't qualify for the main stage last time that we just saw. This time they do. So I think for like CNJ, you got to be looking at this as a good result this stage no matter what, because you got here. Last time you didn't. This time around you got to the stage, you made progress. Keep fighting, you're winning maps against good teams. Things are going okay. Yeah, of course you want to be winning. Of course you want to be doing better, but yeah, I think they're doing just fine.
Definitely still a good showing. There's still, proving that there's a ton of individual talent and teamwork that is there for CNJ. It's not always consistent. They need to work on some of these maps if they want to really compete, break into the playoffs where they can potentially have a dark horse run. A 2-1 in our first series as we anticipated coming into today. And it's probably going to be a bit of the same here from Spear versus WGS, our second series. Spear, a team that, I don't think, when was it? Was it stage 2 of last year that we had Spear Gaming in?
It was a while ago. I think it was stage 2. I don't
think they qualified back in for stage 3.
Not stage 3. I know they didn't for stage 3. It was either 1 or 2.
So I think we had Spear Gaming in stage 2, and then obviously failed to qualify in stage 1 here in 2022. They retooled the roster multiple times in preparation for this event, and they overall looked quite solid during the open qualifiers. So, they bested Tartarus in that first outing. Let's see what happens moving forward here versus WGS, because they are the Robin Hood of the region. They do lose the teams that you think that they should stop. So it's absolutely possible that Spear could come out winning this, but even though I said 2-0 would be the most WGS thing ever in the world, I think we got 3 no matter what.
I don't see how we don't. I think just there's just it's weird with WGS because there's certain maps that they're so darn good at that you're just like, this team could win the whole region.
Yeah.
And there's other maps that they're really just not there. Or other days where they just kind of like mentally just start to kind of fall apart. Or Han just doesn't have it some days. And so you kind of like rely so much on this explosive kind of tempo push style that WGS does. It's a little more dial back now with Godlike coming to the team and kind of reeling them in. But
yeah, they open up the soup kitchen and start, where they feed everybody. They don't do that anywhere near as frequently as they did before. But every now and then, Han says, hey, guys, come get your food.
Yeah.
I got plenty to share. But it has been a lot more dialed back, which is the thing that we have been begging for the longest time with WGS ever since the beginning of last year. It's like these guys are just way too aggressive. If they could just reel it in, default a little bit more, seek information, gain map control, they would have a much better time of it. But guys, our interview is ready, so let's throw down to the floor and hear from Deggy.
All right, we're here with the MVP of the third map in that last match. It's going to be Deggy from Tartarus, and they finally get their first win here on the main stage of VCT Challengers Korea. Let's hear how he's feeling right after that win. 네, Deggy 선수 먼저 승리 축하드립니다. 이제 본선에 올라와서 첫 승을 하셨는데 지금 기분이 어떠신가요?
기분은 좀 좋은데 아직 더 이겨야 될 팀들이 있으니까 더 준비를 해야 될 것 같아요, 저는.
알겠습니다. Yeah, I mean, I'm very happy, but quite frankly, obviously, we still have many more matches and more opponents to face off and try to win against, so I think we still have a lot of work to do. Well, let's talk about the work they've done so far, starting with that Fracture, the first map. They picked it against their opponents staging on a CNJ. They looked quite good. Did it pan out the way they expected it to? 네, 그럼 오늘 매치에 대해서 얘기를 나눠볼 건데 첫 번째 프랙처는 픽을 한 만큼 자신감 있는 경기를 보여주셨어요. 약간 예상한 대로 경기가 풀렸다, 이런 기분이셨나요?
네, 예상한 대로 경기가 풀렸고 더 잘할 수 있었는데 좀 그게 안 된 것 같아서 아쉽습니다.
오히려 좀 아쉬운 부분이 있다. 네, 말씀해 주셨습니다. Yeah, quite frankly, it panned out the way we wanted it to. I actually think we could have played a bit even better, a little more cleaner, but still we got the win in the fashion that we thought we would, so I'm pretty happy with that win. Well, not all of the maps went that way because in Icebox, things did look a little bit shakier, of course, giving over that win over to CNJ. What does he think the problem was there? 그렇다면 두 번째 세트인 아이스박스는 말씀해주신 그 아쉬움이 조금 더 컸습니다. 이 부분에 있어서는 아직은 좀 자신이 없는 맵인가요?
이제 아이스박스 같은 경우는 자신이 없는 맵이기도 했고 저희가 아직 좀 부족했던 것 같아요. 소통도 잘 안 됐었고 그런 부분에 때문에 졌던 것 같습니다.
알겠습니다. Yeah, I mean, it is a map we're not as confident in. I think we still have a lot more work to do, and I think also because of all that, our comms weren't going that well either during that icebox. So it's definitely a weak point that we have to brush up on going forward here in VCT Challengers Korea. Well, now moving on, their next match is going to be up against Maru Gaming. Both teams tend to have quite a bit of aggression. How does Deggy think that match will play out? 네, 그러면 이제 다음 상대는 마루 게이밍으로 알고 있는데 마루 게이밍과는 어떻게 보면 조금 더 속도감도 양 팀 다 있고 공격적인 면들도 있습니다. 그 부분에 있어서 어떻게 더 준비를 하실 계획이신가요?
저는 여기 지금보다 더 연습량을 늘리고 이것보다 더 준비하면 이길 수 있을 것 같습니다.
알겠습니다. Yeah, I think we'll just have to try even harder, and if we just keep preparing up until that match, I think we'll be able to win against Maru Gaming. Well, last but not least, let's hear a word from Deggy to all the fans here and, of course, around the world that are cheering on for Tartarus, who have made their first entrance here onto the main stage. 네, 그러면 마지막으로 오늘 관중 와주신 팬분들과 또 전 세계적으로도 응원해주신 팬분들께 한마디 부탁드리겠습니다.
제가 지금도 아직 부족하다고 생각을 하고 있는데 여기서 더 잘해서 플레이오프까지 가보도록 하겠습니다. 응원해주셔서 감사합니다.
알겠습니다. Yeah, I think I still have a lot to work on. I still have a lot of room to grow, but quite frankly, thank you so much for supporting us, and we'll take that support and make sure we can try to make it to the playoffs here in Stage 2. That's it for the MVP interview. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we have yet another match. It's going to be WGS Exit versus Spear Gaming. Don't go anywhere.
But you know how it go when you living on the hope of your past life. And I feel I can't take it no more. No, I can't keep up. It's just never enough. Life just keeps on giving me detours. It never lets up. Always switching it up. These days, life's been a freeway. Time just keeps flying and I can't keep up. And they say I need to face things. I say I'm trying, but it's not enough. These days, life's been a freeway. Time just keeps flying and I can't keep up. And they say I need to face things. I say I'm trying, but it's not enough. My life's a rotary circle around the bell. Every time I try to exit, I find myself right back where I started out. It's not about the cards I've been dealt. I've been playing my hand. I just don't understand. Guess that I should quit while I'm down. Gave it all that I can. Took my heart and you ran it over. These days, life's been a freeway. Time just keeps flying and I can't keep up. And they say I need to face things. I say I'm trying, but it's not enough. These days, life's been a freeway. Time just keeps flying and I can't keep up. And they say I need to face things. I say I'm trying, but it's not enough. I'm getting older, so are people around me. The tide it don't let up. I feel I'm surrounded. I'm getting older, so are people around me. The tide it don't let up. Feel I'm surrounded. I'm getting older, so are people around me. The tide it don't let up. I feel I'm surrounded. I'm getting older, so are people around me. The tide it don't let up. Feel I'm surrounded. Baby, I'm the darkness, you're the light. You make my heart open wide.
이길 거는 알고 있었지만
이겼다 약간 이런 느낌으로 그냥
야, 스킬 연계 되게 꼼꼼해요 지금 마루가. 네, 전반 막 우와! 타임새나 준비들이 돼 있습니다. 스킬 연계들이, 택틱들이.
네, 안녕하세요.
유니폼이 바뀌셨어요?
이번에 새롭게 마루 게이밍에서 스모크 포지션으로 다시 들어오게 됐습니다. 안녕하세요. 여기가 저희 연습실이고요. 저희 멤버들 여기 이렇게 나와 있고 한번 들어가 보도록 하겠습니다. 여기 이제 저희 선수들 제 연습실 공간이고요. 낙지 선수가 요즘 몸이 좀 안 좋습니다. 약도 있고요. 막 이 책은 읽으시는 거 맞나요?
아, 네네.
책 어디까지 읽었어요?
39페이지까지 읽었어. 여자친구 사줘가지고.
언제 사셨어요?
한 달 전?
한 달 전이요? 한 달 전인데 39페이지.
아, 요즘 제가 좀 아파가지고.
하루에 1페이지씩 읽은 거네요.
아니, 아파가지고.
39. 반갑습니다. 지박 선수. 아니 근데 왜 페이드라고 그랬어요? 지금 Z가 너프돼서 슬프다고 하시던데
이제 Z 버려야 되죠.
Z 버리나요?
아쉽게 됐지만 Z는 이제 보내줘야 될 것 같습니다.
네, 제가 이어받았는데요. 무스로 활동하고 있는 선수라고 합니다.
선수형은 반바지 입으셨는데 열이 많으시죠?
네, 제 몸이 좀 열이 많아갖고 반팔 반바지밖에 안 입거든요. 이제 잘 때는 저도 이제 들어온 지 얼마 안 됐기 때문에 일단 제일 막내인 도에부터 제가 마루 게이밍에 들어오게 됐는데 저를 어떻게 생각하는지.
저는 좋다고 생각합니다.
그게 끝인가요?
그렇죠.
그게 끝이에요? 지박, 정현이요. 대회를 같이 해보고 어떤 생각이 들었는지.
나 같은 미친놈이 또 있구나.
저의 자리 소개해드릴게요. 키보드가 조금 특이해요. 다른 선수들에 비해서 좀 작아가지고 자리가 작아도 넓게 사용을 할 수 있어서 좀 선호하는 키보드고, 그리고 저는 이제 팔토시를 씁니다. 팔이 마우스패드에 쓸리는 거를 별로 안 좋아해가지고 그거를 사서 써봤는데 괜찮은 것 같아가지고 꾸준하게 쓰고 있어요.
야, 볼까?
치킨 근접샷도 찍어주고 위다게 빨간 거 먹자.
이게 대회에서 누구 제일 이기시나요?
미안해.
이거는 여기 앉아야 되는 거 아니야? 왜? 혼자 다 먹자. 야, 똑바로 싸워야지. 아, 먹고?
뭘 맛있나?
야, 스킬 연계 되게 꼼꼼해요 지금 마루가. 네, 전반 막 우와! 타임새나 준비들이 돼 있습니다. 스킬 연계들이, 택틱들이.
저희가 합을 맞춘 지도 얼마 안 됐고 이길 거는 알고 있었지만 그래서 더 완벽하게 이길 수 있었는데 그러지 못해서 좀 아쉬운 게 좀 많았던 것 같아요.
서로가 자기들만의 생각이 좀 많은 것 같아요, 제 생각에는.
이게 게임이 잘 안 풀리다 보면은 뭔가 귀를 닫게 되는 경우가 많아서 그 부분을 저도 좀 노력하고 있긴 하고 있어요.
지금 바이퍼와 오맨이랑 카드 2개 때문에 인도하는 미스를 생각 안 하고 그냥 막 쓸 수가 있습니다. 대놓고 찍어본 거죠.
바이퍼랑 캐릭터가 스플릿해서 약간 상대방한테 흔들림을 줄 수 있는 캐릭이라고 생각하거든요, 공격 때. 수비 때도 수연막이 양쪽 각 사이트를 잘 막을 수 있어가지고 수연막을 선택하지 않았나. 일단 보통 오맨 같은 경우는 사이트 메인에 1A를 칠 수 있거든요. 1A를 치고 스킬로 들어오게 만들거나 아니면은 들어오지 못하게 만들 수가 있어요. 이쪽 방향을. 이쪽을 좀 견제하는 식으로 1A를 많이 치고, 바이퍼 같은 경우는 사이트를 버티거나 일자 장막이랑 여기 메인에 연막을 쳐서 상대방을 독이발로 이제 지연을 많이 시키면서 저희 팀을 부르는 식으로 아마 이번 라운드는 그런 식으로 운영을 했던 것 같아요.
연막이 하나면은 개수가 한정적이어서 지원을 해주거나 자기가 사이트를 막을 때 굉장히 힘든 부분이 있어요. 왜냐하면 저희 팀한테 지원도 못 해주고 이제 그런 게 많은데, 이제 투연막이다 보니까 한 사이트를 막을 때 연막을 자기 걸 안 쓰더라도 이제 바이퍼 장막이라든지 독성 구체를 통해서 상대방의 진입을 막는다라든지 이제 지연시킬 수 있는 게 너무 좋아서 바이퍼를 기용한 것 같아요.
페인트나 이런 스킬 연계들. 타임새나 준비들이 돼 있습니다. 스킬 연계들이, 택틱들이.
D 헤븐을 오는 걸 카운터 치고 싶어서 가지고 여기에 세이지랑 레이즈를 두고 오맨을 언더에다 둔 다음에 그냥 헤븐을 오는 거를 피해 망상으로 잡아먹자라는 콜을 해가지고 미드 오는 거를 저희가 싸워서 잡아먹었던 것 같습니다.
사이트를 보는 인원끼리 말을 맞추고 대처를 하는 게 가장 중요한 것 같아요. 만약에 A 러쉬를 왔을 때를 가정하고 얘네가 러쉬를 오면은 내가 이 스킬을 쓰고 너는 이 스킬을 써, 이런 식으로 막으면은 굉장히 막기 쉬울 겁니다. 우리 팀이 스킬이 뭐가 있는지에 따라서 막는 방식도 달라지고 포지션도 달라지고 막을 수 있는지 없는지 이런 상황을 알 수 있기 때문에 스킬 브리핑은 꼭 해야 된다고 생각해요.
야, 스킬 연계 되게 꼼꼼해요 지금 마루가.
이때 램프를 통해서 A를 가자는 콜이 나왔어요. A 5명에서 진짜 어디를 봐야 될지를 정하고 램프를 통해서 이제 장막 뒤에 뺑을 까고 그대로 A 러쉬를 가자 콜이 나와서 상대방이 그냥 아무것도 못하는 스킬 셋업으로 러쉬를 갔던 것 같습니다.
저희가 스코어 차이가 많이 나서 상대방이 대처를 잘 못할 거라고 생각해서 빠른 템포의 러쉬를 선택했던 것 같아요.
스킬이라든지 이런 걸 아낌없이 쓰는 게 좋은 것 같아요. 이게 한 명이 죽는 것보다 얼마를 더 투자해서 이제 스킬을 쓰면서 그 사이트를 뚫는다는 게 저는 굉장히 중요한 것 같습니다.
주의해야 할 거는 상대방의 시간을 오래 끌 수 있는 캐릭터가 없는 쪽으로 가는 게 대부분 좋아요. 바이퍼라든지 레이즈라든지 이런 스킬들을 통해서 진입을 한번 막을 수 있는 캐릭터들이 있는 곳에는 빠른 러쉬를 가게 됐을 때 들어가지 못하게 될 확률이 높아서 그런 데를 좀 주의해야 되는 것 같습니다. 이런 리뷰는 발로란트 하면서 처음 했는데 약간 새로운 경험이 된 것 같고 하면서 좀 더 저도 공부하는 시간이 되니까 다음번에 해봤으면 좋겠습니다.
저희가 더 많이 열심히 연습을 해서 꼭 좋은 성적으로 보답해드리겠습니다. 마루게이밍 화이팅!
But okay, well, hold on. They're
Okay, Donghai is just rushing! Comes up with 3. Hexy and Esperanza trying to answer back, but Hunter's Fury sees to get suppression off. They're fishing for a shot. RP is just gonna find it. I don't know if he stormed into the pit. If Zuba had exited, it looks like he actually did pull back out of it. Now Stax is the one who's lurking all the way through to the spawn. Goddead put on the ground, and Stax just goes out. This time Mako, he's going to be lurking well around the back, pushes out, but not going to get those shots on the Sheriff. He's got to go for the fight. Wall side, Stax hitting one, pushes the corner, looks for another, can't get it. Now it's all on RP, gets tagged even lower, but all he really needs to do is try to buy some time. He does not have the fragment to try to push them off this. Fragment comes out, pushes. Batman comes down from above, hits the ground, starts taking names. Actually now finds another using that Sheriff that he's so gratefully picked up from Texture. Aftershock now going out, pushing to the smoke, and it gets both! No way! Moves and Chiba both go down to the Aftershock. Thrown down, Hate holding the corner. Wicks pushing up, Wall's gonna come through. Looks like there's one right around the corner. Wicks will be able to get the shot. Try to push through that slow, and he moves. Coming up huge. They break it open. Esperanza now trying to delay. Gets the lineup, sends out a dart to get it to Haft. He taps one, knows the wraparound is gonna be coming through. He cuts down Wicks. He's looking for it, and he's got it. Esperanza goes huge, gets the 4K clutch.
가능성은 도전으로부터 2022 발로란트 챌린저스 코리아 스테이지 2 4일차 오늘의 두 번째 경기는 이틀 전에 승리한 팀들이 붙습니다. WGS X과 스피어 게이밍인데요. 자, 과연 오늘 어떤 팀이 승리하게 될지 많이들 궁금하실 것 같은데 일단 선수들을 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 먼저 WGS X2의 갈라이크 선수 나와주셨습니다. 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
네, 익룡 소리의 주인공. 이 발로란트 씬에서 네, 정말 강한 텐션으로 유명한 선수이신데요. 근데 지금은 좀 차분해 보이시는 것 같아요. 컨디션 좋으신 거 맞으신가요?
이거 방송용으로
네.
너무 또 이렇게 신나면은 안 좋아 보이니까 가벼워 보이니까 사람이 좀 무게 좀 이렇게 잡느라고.
그런데 웃음소리에서는 조금 티가 나는 것 같아요.
그래요? 좀 더 주의하도록 하겠습니다.
네. 자, 오늘 이제 곧 스피어 게이밍을 만나게 되는데요. 지난번 스피어 게이밍의 경기를 보고 선수들끼리 어떤 피드백이 있었을까요?
일단은 저는 볼 일이 있어서 그날 남아서 스피어 경기를 보고 갔는데 딱히 뭐 엄청 그렇게 크게 견제되는 선수들은 없는 것 같아가지고 팀들이랑 뭐 엄청 그렇게 주의 깊은 이야기를 한 건 아닌데 그냥 우리 하던 대로 우리 보여줄 수 있는 거 많이 보여주자 그런 식으로 이야기를 했어요.
전혀 걱정되는 부분은 없을까요?
솔직하게 거기에 이제 누구누구 계신지도 잘 몰라서 그냥 오늘 가볍게 이기는 마음만.
모니터링도 안 한 거예요?
아니요, 그건 하긴 했는데 그냥 이제 전체적으로 미니맵 이런 것만 봤을 뿐이지
네네.
그냥 이 선수 조심해야겠다 그런 건 딱히 없었던 것 같아요.
딱히 두려움까지 느껴지진 않았다라고 이야기를 해주셨는데요. 그런데 지난번 경기에서 사실 WGS X2이 재미를 추구하는 건 알지만 약간 한길만을 고집하는 경우도 있었습니다. 이에 대해서 어떤 피드백이 혹시 있었을까요?
네, 당연히 그 부분에 대해서 당연히 팀들끼리 검토했고 일단 이유를 굳이 말하자면은 그날 이제 무디 선수가 엄청 좋은 활약을 보여줬는데 사실 무디 선수만 거기서 꺾으면은 저희가 쉽게 할 수 있는 길이어서 저희도 약간 오기가 있어가지고 그런 식으로 흘러갔던 것 같아요, 경기가.
이 길만 가도 우리는 무디를 꺾을 수 있다라는 자신감이 있었군요.
네.
혹시 갈라이크 선수의 입김이 셌던 건 아니고요?
아니요, 저는 그냥 애들이 이거 이기면 잡을 수 있다 하길래 난 너희를 믿어 했는데 이제 까비.
그렇군요. 네, 아이즈엘이 자꾸 바뀐다고 알고 있는데 어떤 선수의 입김이 그럼 가장 센 거예요?
일단 뭐 딱히 누가 엄청 세다 그런 건 없고요. 일단 기본적으로 제가 오더 할 때는 아무래도 제가 좀 강하게 할 때도 있는데 뭐 물론 저도 사람인지라 말릴 때도 있고 말이 잘 안 나올 때도 있는데 그때는 이제 많은 선수들이 같이 도와줘가지고 다 같이 하는 경향도 있는 것 같아요.
네, 주로 메인을 담당하시지만 다 같이 한다 경기를 그렇게 이야기를 해주셨네요. 자, 오늘 정말 승리를 하고 싶으실 것 같은데 맞죠?
네, 그럼요.
그러면 그 마음을 담아서 익룡 소리로 파이팅 한번 외쳐주실까요?
크게요?
네, 경기 때처럼. 네.
더블스 파이팅!
좋습니다. 정말 승리에 대한 간절한 마음이 느껴지는 파이팅이었던 것 같고요. 여기까지 갈라이크 선수였습니다. 저는 상대편 팀으로 넘어가 보도록 할게요. 인터뷰 고맙습니다.
감사합니다.
스피어 게이밍의 성진 선수 만나보겠습니다. 성진 선수 안녕하세요. 네, 처음으로 인터뷰를 하게 되는데요. 일단 지난번 경기에서 너무 좋은 모습을 보여주셨습니다. 지난번 경기가 끝나고 어떤 피드백이 오갔을까요?
경기 끝나고 따로 피드백 들어간 건 없었습니다.
없었어요?
네.
그러면은 그냥 팀원들끼리 우리 잘했다 약간 이렇게 그냥 넘어갔던 걸까요?
약간
네.
프랙처를 줬을 때 쉬는 시간에만 약간 잠깐만 하고 그 후로는 아무것도 안 했습니다.
지금 프랙처에 대한 언급이 있었는데 사실 지난번 경기 때 프랙처가 조금 부족했던 것 같다 준비가 뭐 이런 이야기가 좀 있었거든요. 오늘 경기에서는 이 부분이 보완이 됐을까요?
프랙처 준비가 안 돼서 밴을 했습니다.
그러시군요. 그렇다면 혹시 가장 자신 있는 맵이 있다면 어떤 맵이죠?
저희 어센트가 제일 자신 있습니다.
어센트요? 알겠습니다. 오늘 어센트 경기 기대해 보도록 하겠습니다. 어센트 선택하셨나요?
했을 겁니다.
네. 이거 캐릭터 아니시죠?
네.
원래 약간 말투가 이러신 거죠?
네.
아, 네. 아, 성진 선수도 굉장히 매력 있네요. 자, 그러면 이제 WGS를 곧 만나게 되는데 WGS 평소에 어떻게 평가하시나요?
WGS 잘하긴 하는데 타르타르 소스랑 비슷하지 않나 싶습니다.
아, 타르타르 소스를 어떻게 평가하시길래요? 그러니까 타르타로스를요?
그냥 딱 기본만 하는 팀 같습니다.
아, WGS도 은근 발로란트 씬에서 오래됐거든요. 그런데 기본만 한다고요?
네.
아, 알겠습니다. 혹시 가장 경계가 되는 선수가 있을까요?
실반 선수님이요.
실반 선수. 잘한다고 인정을 하시나 봐요.
거의 클러치 계속 해주시고 원맨 팀 느낌이죠.
그렇다면 실반 선수를 대항할 우리 팀의 대항마는 누구일까요?
선 선수입니다.
선 선수.
네.
타격대를 맡고 계신 선 선수를 또 이야기를 해주셨네요. 오늘 성진 선수의 컨디션은 괜찮을까요? 잘 하실 수 있겠어요?
뭐 제가 마우스를 여기 와서 잃어버려가지고 바꾸긴 했는데 그래도 이길 것 같습니다.
여기 와서 잃어버리셨다고요? 지난번 경기에서?
네.
마우스를 많이 타시는 편은 아닌 거죠?
네, 어제 장비 많이 바꿔가지고 괜찮을 것 같습니다.
알겠습니다. 오늘 파이팅 하시기 바라겠고요. 마지막으로 아까 갈라이크 선수가 익룡 소리로 파이팅을 외쳐주셨거든요. 우리 성진 선수도 가능할까요?
저는 그냥 작게 하겠습니다.
그래도 절실한 마음을 담아서 최대한 크게 부탁드리겠습니다.
네.
하나, 둘, 셋.
파이팅!
네, 성진 선수의 파이팅이었습니다. 작지만 또 승리에 대한 강한 열박이 담겨 있는 것 같았고요. 자, 여기까지 양 선수들을 다 만나봤습니다. 어떤 팀이 승리하게 될지 많은 기대 부탁드리면서 저는 승자 인터뷰로 돌아올게요.
Had a wrestling match from Mount Everest. Leaving as prey, I could chase off the predators. You can't run with me, little boy, you too delicate. Hold up!
And welcome back, guys. It is time to go into our final series of the week and of the night. Love that intro, because it always makes me think of the old 90s Capri Sun commercials where the people turn into the silver. You know what I'm talking about?
I do. Yes. It makes me think of Reboot. You remember that old 90s, like, computer animated, like really poorly computer animated TV show?
I think
Did you miss
told
that?
me about this before,
Yeah.
but I don't actually recall.
But the Capri Sun commercials are like like follow-ups of that.
I see.
Of that era. Yeah.
Yeah, it makes me think of that. But hey, guys, it's time. Spear Gaming versus WGS. There's a little bit of smack talk back and forth in the interview. No, you guys couldn't necessarily understand it, but it's okay. We've got you covered. Basically, though, Spear saying, WGS is nothing to worry about. They just kind of play standard. They're a little bit like Tartarus. We've already beat Tartarus, so we think that we are going to be able to beat them no problem.
I mean, I'd like to believe that. I really would. I think, WGS has got all the potential in the world. I mean, particularly with Han and Sylvan, arguably two of the, most talented players we have in the league. But at times it's just they kind of lose their heads and they sort of fall apart mentally and start kind of doing weird stuff. So, a lot of this is gonna be on them. Luke as well needs to really pick it up. If Luke has good days, then a lot of times the rest of WGS will follow. We've seen days where like Han will do really good, but the rest of the team will do kind of poor, and Sylvan will do really good, but the rest of the team will do kind of poor. But really looking at Luke here today, and for Spear, okay, so I had to do this. I had to go and do a little historical research. So you were right. The last time we saw Spear was Stage 2 last year, VCT Korea. There are 3 players that were on that team that are playing in this stage.
I see.
Can you guess any of them? I'm hiding my phone.
Well, you mentioned Luke.
Not Luke.
It's not Luke. No,
nobody. Here, I'll even help you out. It's nobody in this lobby.
Oh, that played earlier today.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Well, they played in this stage. I should say so of the other 6 teams, there were 3 players on the Spear Gaming team from last year that are playing here in this stage, and I can tell you that none of them are on either of these 2 teams. Yes.
Oh boy,
this is tough. I don't think I could have guessed.
So many players.
I know. Spear went through like 80
players. Yeah, I don't know. Just
All
lay
right.
it on me.
Park Chung.
Right. Okay.
And Wix and Nakji.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I forgot Wix was on that team.
Yeah, and then Kosa and Hound were the other 2.
I see. Okay. Well,
there you go. There's our little Korea history lesson.
Well, thank you for that. Anytime players making their way to their seats.
I have
we
that
get ready
mouse
to
pad.
jump into this.
Somebody had the same mouse pad I have with the tidal waves on it.
Oh, is that
that one right there?
classic?
Yeah, the one right in the middle of your screen right now. I have that
okay,
exact same one.
Well, there you go.
I love it.
Too bad you can't play as well as him.
That does not help me. Turns out mouse pads aren't as big of a deal as just being, not
good.
a boomer.
Yeah.
Not being old and having.
Doesn't help that you also play an inverted, so.
That doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt anything.
It hurts.
No, it's the same. It's just.
It hurts my soul.
Reverse. Okay, well that's okay, but that doesn't hurt my game. Well, maybe it does. I don't know. Does your soul have control over my wrists?
Might. We don't know. I haven't tried to really utilize my abilities, I suppose. Maybe I actually have special powers, and
I appreciate that. I think.
But it does hurt my soul.
All
but yeah, this could be, as we have been talking about, in case you just joined us while in the breaks, you didn't get to catch the first series. This could be a very long day of Valorant. We had already 3 maps in our first series. Looked like for a little bit we were going to get maybe an overtime run, and that last map is split. Didn't happen though. And now we find ourselves getting ready to kick things off. It's just about to be 8 p.m. here in Seoul, and this could very well be a 3-map set. If these teams are as close as we anticipate, it also doesn't necessarily mean that these maps are going to be one-sided affairs like we saw in our first series. This could be similar to yesterday with Morrow versus Damwon Kia, where it was just 11-13s overtimes coming through in every single map. So we got some parents representing.
Yeah, their youngest son plays for Spear.
Looks like
I
Luke's
think.
parents.
Yeah. Now, let's see. Luke Luke's family, I suspect.
Yeah.
And, yep, definitely Luke's family. A lot of WGS supporters out there in the wild, as they are, you know, at times, again, they do look incredible. They look like one of those teams that will eventually break through and make a deep run in a playoff if they can just kind of square their heads on a little bit straighter. And yes, the last stage looked better than last year. So that's, you know, steps in the right direction. They came up just short against Maru. And what has me concerned, Achilleos, was that tiebreaker with Maru. Not to take anything away at all from Maru. I think, you know, Maru's very, very good. But we saw kind of the same kind of WGS that we're used to seeing. You know, it's a best of 5. They dropped the first 2 maps, and you're just like, well, okay, WGS isn't doing it today. And then they run 2 maps back and then drop the 3rd map. And it's just like, it was the most WGS thing I've ever seen.
Yeah, very much.
You were there.
I was there. There through the whole darn shebang bang, and I was also observing it at the same time.
Ooh.
But we'll see what they have ready for us, see what the map draft is going to be looking like, because, you know, with these teams who are returning for Spear Gaming and have undergone a lot of changes, we've only seen 1 match previously for them. It's hard to get a read as far as what their map pool is going to look like. Where are their strengths? What are the things that they want to avoid? We have very limited information so far, so we'll have to look a little bit deeper. Power rankings, though. Exia coming out is the key player here for Spear.
Yeah, I mean, he's played very, very good for them so far. You can see that, like, those attack win percentage ratings are through the roof. And it's going to be pretty interesting to see, like, if that style can continue against WGS, in that you're kind of like looking to see which team can play their attacker side better in some ways here. I mean, you know, Exia is kind of he's mostly an initiator player, but he does swap over to a controller a bit here and there, depending on what the map calls for. But we can see that, again, this is kind of an initiator meta. You know, we are often seeing chambers or initiators, right? Like, that's where a lot of our kind of players of the matches are coming through it at times.
Have had a fair share of it. That is absolutely for sure. I mean, just even in our first series, looking at Wenti versus Moody there when they were on the chambers, constantly in the spotlight, those 2 players. The opposite side, though, is WGS, who are looking to find some continued success here in stage 2. Look to have a bit of a better performance and not get upset like we have seen in the past.
I mean, I just hope it doesn't happen. Like, what I would love to see here, I Am Ready is going to be our key player. Now that's interesting.
I believe he was the player of the match in their last map.
In
their first series.
Oh, okay, that's why.
And had put up some very, very solid figures during that map.
Okay.
So I think that's why he is going to be the highlight.
Got it. I mean, normally I Am Ready is just kind of a solid, you know, Johnny on the spot, putting his utility in the right places type player. He's not like, normally it's like, you know, Sylvan, that's Luke or Han, kind of blowing the doors off of people, and, you know, Godlike and I Am Ready oftentimes kind of playing, for lack of a better word, second fiddle to those 3 players. And that means no disrespect to I Am Ready. But again, initiator meta, right? Like, we're looking at the 2 initiators here because in Korea right now, it is almost every map is at least double initiator for most teams. You know, there's a few exceptions here and there, but that's pretty much the way it rolls.
Well, let's take a look at our map draft. Looks like WGS do get Bind. This will be a big boon for them. They go ahead and ban away the old Split, ban away Breeze. See Fracture and Icebox taken off the board. So Bind into Haven, picked up by Spear, and then Ascent to follow.
Yeah, this is about how I would have, like, before the match, if I had been asked to predict the way this would shake out. I mean, definitely WGS always bans Split. Spear has to ban Fracture for a multitude of reasons. Like, WGS is pretty good on it. They're not. They just got beat by Tartarus, although we just saw that Tartarus is actually just damn good at Fracture.
Yeah.
But that being said, probably better to remove Fracture from the equation. But no matter what, going up against WGS now these days, you're going to have to either leave Bind or Fracture open to face them. Just whichever one you feel more comfortable going up against them. and you're likely to have to run into Han's Neon, which has been very, very powerful.
Very true. Highly likely that we do get to see that. Curious as well if we make it to Ascent as anticipated, if Han, because I mean, he was one of the first people who showed us Yoru to begin with, was one of the people who even last year would somewhat play it, and that was before the changes, before he had actually gotten his buffs. He would still play it. Now we're seeing Bazzi use it quite a bit to success in their first series, not so much in the second versus DRX. Does Han decide to bring out the Yoru if we can make it to that map 3? I'm excited to find out, but for now, we'll focus in on Bind and see what the team compositions look like. You don't see Han there. Yep, there's the lock-in on the Neon.
And it should be mentioned that sometimes WGS won't play the Reyna on Luke. Like, they might do like kind of like a double controller or something like that. That has happened before, but we'll see. I'm assuming that, yeah, okay, so once again, our picks are not so secret. They're just what is going to be picked. So, you know, the difference going to be here quite stark between these two lineups. The only thing that transfers over between them is the sky. Everything else is different. It's, you know, double duelist for the side of WGS. It's been really successful for them. They love to have that Sage wall to control the spike sites on their attacker side, to really give them a lot, you know, less room to have to worry about, just kind of cover some extra angles. And then on Spear, you know, Proxy, you know, very good on the chamber. Of course, you know, Keria on the breach, so it is going to be XE on the sky, so double initiator, like we've been talking about.
Let's see if this is going to be Spear favored. If they can win this first map, it's a really big boon for them in taking down WGS. Or WGS will be able to close out their map, pick a bind. Let's go ahead and kick off this last series of the week.
All right.
Since we have his family here, do you think that being a dad and all, Luke's dad ever just says, like, Luke, I am your father, do?
Oh, he has to. If he's not...
Well, then he would be misquoting the movie.
Oh.
Who got him?
Oh,
The
yeah,
quote
he
is,
doesn't
"No,
say that.
I am your father."
Yeah, shut up.
I'm a purist when it comes down to original Star Wars.
Well, I mean, then at least we can agree that, you know, it is Han who shoots first.
That is correct.
Yes. Okay.
That is just proven. Luke, look. Okay, Luke gets Proxy. And Han will open things up with Sungjin. Exia managing to find one classic at range. Not too great, but still gets that kill, but significant damage dealt, as it's only one player gone on the side of WGS. Spike is here with Keria. Sun now pushing around the corner. Does have a ghost. Still going to be very difficult to contend with Luke, though, at this range when he's got the Sheriff. Try to flush him out, and Luke does swing, but still takes somebody down with him, and Keria takes a good chunk of damage at the same time. Pushes up, grabs the ghost, godlike, moving forward, catches him off guard. That'll be the closeout. 3 members left standing on the side of WGS.
Yeah, again, it's kind of these Reynas with the, you know, the ability to dismiss after getting those kills just to avoid any more danger, to avoid some of the utility that comes out as well. And Luke causing problems. And this is, you know, what you want him to do here. He gets flashed. He got flashed. So he's able to just piece out of there with the dismiss, even on the back of, you know, getting hit by utility. So, yeah, I mean, a good response here from WGS. 3 kills for Luke to start it off. And the Reynas are hot right now in Korea. Will there be any kind of... There's no real buys coming through the side of Spear Gaming. So whenever they get done, you know, you never know. Proxy with the headhunters, of course, as the chambers are wont to do. Maybe getting some value out of it.
Tuck away there for just a second. You're going to be thrown in. Luke going on the pursuit. Is going to throw another one. No. They have him contained off on that left side. Just on a very dangerous spot, and they'll just leave Luke lurking forward here in shower. He's going to start swinging. Gets the headshot instantly. In the meantime, Han off screen will find Keria. And Han doubles down for another kill. Sungjin now going to fall.
Oh, man. Oh, man. Now I want KFC because he said double down.
Oh, God. I haven't even thought about that in years.
You remember those abominations?
Yes. How could I forget that artery clogging monstrosity? Oh! Okay.
Okay.
It's a nice headshot. Clean
That'll
proxy. How many more can he get?
30초 남았습니다.
None. Still, a good hit. Denies it being a flawless. WGS, though, will win their anti-eco. Now we move into the bonus. Spear Gaming, can they get a round win? Can they stop the momentum here now that they will have rifles coming through?
Yeah, I'm pretty curious to see what Han's going to buy in this situation. If he's going to take a risk and like go for a Phantom or something like that, or a Vandal, or if he's just going to stick with it, you know, make sure he's kind of on the same page economically with the rest of his team. But right now, with the way WGS is kind of playing, you know, they've got to feel super confident. As per usual, it is going to be the Vandal, yeah. I was curious, and he's got enough money in the bank. That actually, with the way that the rest of the economy is situated, this is totally fine.
They're playing this close. Pull back, okay. Spots one, wall goes up. Let's break a segment of that.
There's no mollies to punish. Here, that is kind of the one interesting part of WGS's comp, right? Like, they don't have any mollies. It is completely reliant on individual, you know, head clickery to get the job done.
That's a good way to put it.
Thanks.
Han can be pretty good at that head clickery from time to time.
Yes, yeah, exactly. Him, Luke, Sylvan, I'm Ready, Godlike, all of them. They can head clickery with the best.
I mean, who needs a molly when you have a fast lane? Just run around the corner and throw it when they try to plant.
You know, the fast lane's like kind of a molly, right?
It burns.
It burns. It doesn't feel good.
Well, everybody has now shifted over towards the A site.
Oh, that
just
paranoia.
taking down two. Speaking of head clickery, finds the third kill. Sylvan will be displaced out of lamps. The stun connects onto Exia. He'll throw another one for good measure. There's the push. There is a 4K for Han. Gone in the blink of an eye is Spear Gaming as WGS move up 3-0.
All hail the head clickery of Han. The clickeriest of heads.
Man is pretty darn good. Just sat here in heaven. I mean, just spam through, get the stun, and this is when WGS is the most terrifying, is when Han is playing intelligently and he's killing people.
Yes. No, when Han is like dialed in, he may be like top 5 in Korea. But the problem has been consistency historically.
Yeah.
But when he is dialed in, again, when he's really on his best game, he is absolutely filthy. Just dumb. And I mean that in a nice way. I mean like in a good way. He is not stupid by any stretch of the imagination. He is very good.
He gets, you know, does some little silly things from time to time. I'm Ready. They're boosting up on top of his wall there inside of Hookah. It does find Sun. As the TP has to be used here by Proxy, but he still gets tagged down low.
I mean, this is what Han loves to do on this map, at least what we've seen so far, is that he loves to put pressure into showers into U-Haul on A. He just loves to use those recon bolts.
Well, speaking of showers, Proxy dead outside of them. Luke eventually gets that kill. Trailblazer going up through Hookah, just trying to scout out past the teleporter, see if there's anybody there. Entry now coming through. Keria gonna be good for one. The cleanup now coming in. Godlike swings the corner, picks up 2 for himself. Han, the only casualty in the round, and it's a very solid 4-0 start.
Yeah, I mean, this is the WGS I want to see. This is the team that I'm always just begging for in these matches, is to just, you know, frankly, part of me, Achilleos, just kind of thinks that WGS might as well just like try to mirror and mimic what Paper Rex does, right? Like just go for the like double, triple duelist shenanigans, and just roll with it. I mean, you don't sometimes have to be the most
strategic.
Yes, thank you. I didn't want to say smart because that's not the word I'm looking for. Because being fast and aggressive requires a different type of smarts. But to be tactical and strategical and kind of, you know, like methodical, like DRX where they layer their utility. But sometimes if you just need a little bit of layering utility and you kind of catch your opponents in bad positions, you kind of read them and they're kind of defaulting really well, and you could punish the heck out of it. And you know, WGS, what you saw in this so far has been more just like giving up a little bit of space and then, you know, hitting some good timings with their shots and a little bit of their utility. But really, they're just it feels like they're a team that's just designed to just, yeah, head clickery. Like that's what they're good at.
Oh, a little fadeaway shot too.
Yeah.
And then it's just perfectly poised there in Hookah to just help cut them down as they try to get in onto the site. And yeah, Spear right now looking like they're scrambling and are uncertain of how to attack these sites. Given the timeout, we'll see if that is enough for them to get settled. Heads back into the game. Stop some of this momentum that's been built up, because you can see here the coffers on the side of WGS are incredibly full.
And think about all the healing you have on this comp too as well. Like something that isn't probably obvious at first glance, but I mean just like
Luke can heal himself.
Yeah, Luke can heal himself. I'm ready can heal anyone. Godlike can heal everyone else. I mean, just the amount of sustain that this team has is incredible.
Okay, opening kill. Jin does find Luke as he takes the teleporter across. Slow orb thrown down. Stop any forward aggression here, but looks like Sun is still going to start pushing up again. He wants to swing this corner. There's the push, spots one for just a moment. Godlike pulling back.
Yeah, I don't think they should really push this corner too much more on WGS. Like that's a fortified position, and you got to worry about these flanks from B main, especially with the orb being grabbed. Now you fully know, and I like what I'm seeing here from I Am Ready, just changing up position a bit. You know, really trying to cover your bases. Yes, here come the Seekers.
Aria's got to be careful here. He does have the Rolling Thunder, just got it as he grabbed that orb. Now it's going to be the TP across to the A site. See if they can get the plant down in time and then utilize this newly found ult. Trying to get settled. Han making his way into heaven, and he's got the shot on the proxy, and the round all comes spiraling down. Sylvan, 3 kills for him as he turns Sungjin into a beautiful tree.
Yeah, and it just showcases kind of the benefits of having Han on an agent who, you know, a guy who naturally wants to press W, just like a Chibop. You know, some of these players that just want to go, go, go. Neon's perfect for this because he can make the rotation lickety-split. He did pop his overdrive there as well. Not that he needed it. But he's able to react to those teleporter rotations so fast that it adds such another difficult layer of crossfire onto the B site that, you know, it makes it so difficult for Spear Gaming. And now they're on, like, stingers and oof.
There's a blast pack forward to try to clear lamps. They haven't realized that Sylvan is boosted on top of Truck. Well, now they certainly do. As they just get gunned down, Sun in here will manage to find one, but 5 HP remaining as he gets the weapon upgrade, and Han is already poised to clean him up. Proxy with another nice little headshot there off the head hunter. As his work cut out for him as the flash comes in. Han taken down. Suddenly, WGS might have to pump the brakes a little bit.
Yeah, that was a bit ridiculous. A great turn there by Proxy to fully avoid the flash. Han just not quite able to get the aim down in time, but Godlike is going to be there. And he's got the last kill. So 6-0 start, Achilleos. I mean, this is good. They're reading them really well, too. Like, WGS is often in the right positions for these hits that Spear's trying to make.
No, they absolutely are. Seems like research very much completed here by them. They just keep playing these nice little off angles. I mean, these minor mistakes, the gap in the smoke coming through from Sungjin just allows Han to just squeeze against that wall as line of sight. And they just, you know, it seems like every single entry that is attempted, 3 people die pretty much instantly.
Yeah. No, really. And I mean, you can see Spear here already kind of conditioned to worry about this double stack in Hookah, so they, you know, pre-fire the wall, and the slow orb was just a little late.
That was. I'm ready. Not living up to the name there. Godlike pulls away. A little bit of damage as the jump out of the window gets the headshot onto Sun, shutting down the rocket. Pop flash going to be thrown in, but Proxy makes his way into the site from main. Han now looking for a target, gets one, but can't transfer onto Sungjin fast enough. He's kind of charging out of smoke there. A little bit confusing from Luke. Ends up dying. That's Sylvan, the last one standing, so it seems like finally might be able to get something done. It's Sylvan. Very limited options, just decides to try to catch somebody off guard, maybe dip back in. He does go down, and they finally get on the board in the 7th round.
And it takes a really impressive timing play from Sun to really get in there with that raise and get on top of this slow orb. You can see he's already in position, so it comes out and he punishes it. He kind of felt it. That is just insane. That's just not fair. I mean, this round still goes Spear's way, but come on, man.
Sun's fault. He's the one who dove in front of the bullet.
Yeah. Sun just, like, Yeah, I mean, you don't expect when you're flying with those blast packs that anything can shoot you out of the air.
Pop flash into the Lear. I mean, this is where having a Molly would be really nice for WGS because they know that they have two people locked off on that side.
But then you can't click heads. Kilios. We've been over this.
And have Molotovs.
Yeah, but it's not as exciting. I mean, it is, but you know what I mean. Like, well, you can just buy some time. You know, 3 on to B. The Neon's over on A though, so if there's any fast rotations that need to be made, she can get over to B quickly. And see, they're doing a lot of checking, spot checking here. Now, I Am Ready is under the window this time. That fault line connects Godlike.
Godlike somehow does make it into tube there for just a moment, but Orbital Strike comes down. I'm Ready taken out. Sylvan dead as well. Godlike throwing the pop flash as the Rolling Thunder cuts across. He's trying to buy some time for himself, and as he pushes out, he will find one. Luke, though, mowed down. Exia just pushing off the back of the Lear, and suddenly Spear looking a hell of a lot more coordinated. They pick up a second round.
Yeah, no, this was, you know, some really good utilization of their ultimates. You know, that orbital strike, I don't think necessarily like the first thought is to catch, you know, whoever's underneath the window, but it does cover that space. I'm sure that's part of the equation and where you place it, right? You want to hit the inside of the tube and underneath window. So there's that, and then the follow-up with the Rolling Thunder to really make sure that round is under control. So the ult economy, you know, finally coming through and paying off, but now you got to worry about WGS's ult economy because they're sitting on a couple pretty big ones with Han not too far off his overdrive. And I'm kind of interested to see if there's ever going to be an operator for WGS. We haven't seen one yet, and this is typically a team that somebody likes to grab it, but with this comp, it is a little bit different, right, Achilles? Like, you don't have that traditional chamber or jet that has the escape mechanisms.
I'm sure Han will do it at some point.
That's what I'm thinking. I'm hoping.
Oh, Proxy can't get out. Trap is set. Very nicely done there by the Luke and Han duo.
Yeah, and there's those perfect, just prime example of those little traps that Han loves to do with Neon. Both Seekers, it's a cabbage fest.
I mean, I might have just lurked in hookah. He just sat in there and he catches 2 on the entry, isolates the spike. The rest of WGS clean up the remaining members. They're right back in control. 7-2 now. With just a few more rounds to be played out. These are must-wins for Spear.
That round definitely making some kimchi with all that cabbage that was thrown. Sometimes I just wish people could see the look on your face when I say really bad jokes. Like really just absolutely awful jokes.
Yeah. It's the look of a disappointed father.
Yeah, and I'm older than you, so you know what? I'm the one that gets to make the bad jokes. You get to be the disappointed son. Oof.
Oh, Luke. Just dry peeking up through mid. Oh my god, kill. There's the double flash. They exchange blows, and actually Exia comes out on top of that. Nicely sprayed.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a panic moment. That was... You could actually maybe flip a coin in that fight as to who was going to win it. I'm not sure exactly how flashed Exia was. Like, maybe he was able to turn enough that he didn't get the worst end of it, but absolutely we saw that Godlike took the full brunt of that guiding light, so... Let's see. The follow-up's going to be, Carrier, could throw some utility into U-Haul. And
I mean, here's the problem. They lose the brim.
Yeah. No, that sucks.
You can't smoke off this side at all.
Yeah.
There's so many sight lines on A.
And exactly. That's why you need the breach to kind of set you up here, and that's not good.
Looking to rush forward. Luke in the back finds one. Second kill in the round now as Carrier does fall. But,
whoa.
Okay, Sun and Exia. As the push comes out of Lamps. Managed to catch them off guard. Now it's just Han and I'm Ready, who is still rotating across. Okay, he's going to do the res. Puts Godlike back into the fight. Looks like they'll both have to take the TP because there's not enough time to rotate from elsewhere. Proxy sat here in the showers, and it looks like they're fairly aware of this, and definitely are now. Thor comes out, that locks him into this position, but they still need to clear him. Guiding Light not going to connect. And there's the headshot through the corner of the wall. Han lunges forward, but they get in behind him. Spear will get a third.
Okay. This is a good little hit. I mean, even though the initial hit, I thought this was done and dusted. Like you said, they had no smokes. They get just lambasted by paranoias and other utility on the way in. And I thought they were just going to get chewed apart, but Luke kind of whiffs a bit. You can see, right, the paranoia is perfect.
Yeah.
But it takes him a little bit of time to start getting those shots, so they're able to clear out U-Haul and then push around the corner. And then they've got full control. You know, those quick double kills onto Luke and Sylvan. And then you're in. And then you got to play for that retake. And, you know, WGS there, I think, doing a good job being thoughtful about it, going for the res, buying time. You know, coming from different angles, just a solid defensive measure here from Proxy. He's just was really clean with those shots. You know, found some good angles through the walls. That's what you want. That's what you need those chambers to be doing. Well,
slowing it down.
Yeah. This is kind of what you have to do sometimes against WGS, is kind of drag them into your game. Like, WGS loves it when the tempo's just flying high. I mean, they are just reflex gamers. Let's see what they can do this time around. This time, you know, the slow orb. Oh, there's an aftershock inside, so I'm Ready has to peace out.
Does force his position. The paint shell's used as well to clear left. They know that it's open. Proxy, in the meantime, lurking up into A. We get a 1-for-1 over here on the B side. Han taken down. They eventually do get Proxy. The spike now getting shifted over towards A. Oh, okay. Sun just kind of jump peeks. Sees I'm Ready. Spike now being brought over to B. Might have to think better of that here pretty soon, though. Sungjin, I mean, he's already committed so much. There's no time remaining. He has to play into this site or just save, which would be the more measured approach here. But instead, he's going to drop out of the window. And Luke right there on the cross angle will take him down. 8-3. His last couple rounds here has been very back and forth, but now we go into the final of the half.
A lot of good things being done by Spear in that round. You know, identifying the positions of I Am Ready, kind of keeping him off balance and finally finding the pick right before that smoke comes up. This is just a great shot by Sylvan. But look at this. I mean, he's stunned. They do all the right things. He just taps. He just one-taps it with the head. That's the power of the Vandal. Then he blows him through the wall. I mean, those are two fights that Godlike probably shouldn't win, but he does. And, you know, so credit to Spear for putting themselves into good positions, but execution just not quite there. And this early wall to cut off like all of mid is getting shot right down, but it's the last round, so money has to be spent, and it's a Guardian for Proxy.
Looks like they wanted to do the fake TP strat, or make them think that maybe it's a fake TP because they do have the Omen situated in A. Make them think, you know, Shrouded step out of it, back over towards that side of the map, but then they say, actually, Luke, we need you out of the teleporter, so they pop the wall. And they go rushing across, and now they're going to have to get themselves back over here. Two in the showers, one still lurking at B as I'm Ready going on a bit of a walkabout. We'll find the trademark over here in the link in just a moment. Luke rotating out, needs to destroy that, and he will.
Just barely. A little bit of damage done on the way. Well, a lot of bit of damage done now with Sylvan getting two.
Just sat up there in heaven, drops down. Meanwhile, I'm Ready. He's prepared behind. I mean, he had to clear the trademark to get to this position, so they should know that he is going to be nearby. So he's going to be good for the kills. And now Proxy's got nowhere to go, nothing really to do. Guardian in hand. If he can find anything, it's just for padding stats.
I like how they send a Hawk through the teleporter just in case. And okay, can he hit one? First, no good. Second, no good. He gets leered, and he's done. And that is WGS with a 9-3 half, man. This is what we wanted to see. We just aren't ever sure if this is what we are going to see.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking really concise here for the side of WGS, because this is their map pick, which means that Spear have elected to go for the attack first. Does not go their way whatsoever. So, just the 3 to their name. Need to really hunker down going into this pistol round. Pick it up and try to control the pace from WGS, because, I mean, we know how they like to play. You were mentioning it. They love to go fast.
Yep. Gotta go fast.
Got a Neon. They've got the Reyna. So, could just see them leer out, sprint in onto a site, really look to break things open.
And again, it's hard because WGS is so good. I mean, just so talented, and you know, a lot of the angles that they're putting themselves in, you know, are catching a ton of damage. You're seeing like 1, 2 kills, or at least even giving themselves the opportunity to get 1 or 2 kills on these sprays that they're able to just kind of hold down. And so Spear, you know, tries their best, and they had a couple pretty good moments, and obviously 3 rounds that went their way, but the firepower for WGS is just something to fear. It's something to behold.
We'll see if they keep that up as we continue through this.
Oh, this is just, I mean, the attacker side with this comp for WGS should be better than the defender side, in theory.
I heavily agree with you. But sometimes,
yes,
execution hard, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Sometimes it just doesn't really line up.
Yeah. I mean,
but it feels like if they get this pistol round, it's pretty much over from there. Maybe a 13-5 or something comes through, but WGS, if they can get that early advantage, have weapons on their side, could just see it all end. As I mean, Sylvan's just...
He's getting pinged from his
Whatever.
teammates.
I'll just use your smokes against you.
Yeah. Yeah, there you go. All right, well, let's see what... Yeah, I mean, they're just going to try to, you know, set Han up. Okay, no confirmation, so they're not going to push the pace and hookah right off the gate. They're going to reload with more utility to, you know, buy space for Han.
They're storming out.
Yeah.
There's the paranoia hit. Carry it, dead. B site open.
And this is really good stuff. I mean, I like seeing this kind of coordination with WGS. You know, it's one piece of utility after another to lead the way for Han, to, you know, give him the ability to break these sites open. And even though Luke is the one who gets the kill, it was still, you know, Neon causing the disruption.
Off going out is Luke looking to push the issue here through elbow. Double swing. He pulls back to safety, but still puts some damage into Sun. Smoke now thrown down. Han finds Exia, and he starts working his way into CT side. More hits in, but will fall low. Does back up.
It's okay. Everybody can heal him.
Almost
Almost everybody.
Godlike is just topping up everybody else. So, oh, there's the slide. He's not going to get the kill, but it's a flawless pistol round here for WGS, and it feels like the end is nigh.
I do love this comp for pistol rounds in particular, right? Like, think about the just disgusting amount of healing. Like, the Sage wall is really annoying on pistol rounds. Rain is just always annoying on pistol rounds.
Yeah, killer assist, and you know, you've got that full armor plus whatever pistol you purchased.
Yeah. Oh, you know, the Brim smoke, or excuse me, the Omen smoke you can set up like in some really interesting one way. It's just, it's so annoying. And of course, you know, guiding lights to lead the way, some really powerful utility. Or if you want to go for the heal, right, which they did, right? They went for the heal that previous round, which makes you just, you know, these death balls.
Proxy spotting Luke over here. You're going to be thrown down. Some in the meantime, dangerously low, cannot escape? Question mark?
No,
Another
he's
stun. And yeah, Han will get on top of him. Proxy does find Luke, though. He's had elimination without taking any damage. It only took him 1 bullet. So good accuracy from him. Still has the other 3 shots in the Headhunter as they will juggle this weapon over to Sylvan.
Get the final 4, but you can see, you know, Han's just biding his time here for the rest of the team to make their way over for this execute. You know, couple blinds to lead the way. You got the paranoia, you got the guiding light. You can throw the wall down, and you know, sometimes Han will play like on the other side of the wall from the rest of the team to try to kind of confuse.
He's got 1 more bullet left, and he's not going to be able to use it. Han. As that kill swaps up for the Sheriff, and you can tell the rest of Spear really thought that this was going to be a send to B. Now have to try to retake versus 3, as well as, you know, in a weapon disadvantage.
I like this. Wall's cutting off hookah, so you just give this alley for
Han
Han.
ace.
Oh,
Han
Han!
ace. Oh, he sees him, and you know Han, he's going to want to go for it. Full shots flying out, and okay, I'm ready, says enough of this. Let's end the round. Let's carry on. Let's get to the bonus.
Han's got a little bit of a smile. I am ready. He's like, I'm sorry, man. I had to.
That's one of those ones where he's like, I'm going to...
Yeah. I'm going to back...
I don't know what I'm going to do, but I'm going to do something to you later tonight.
I'm going to, like, yeah, I'm going to brim molly you the next time we play. Or I'm going to Phoenix flash you or something. This is, again, I like the way they set this up, right? The wall you can see there from I Am Ready. It boosts them up even higher on top of that awning the outside of U-Haul just in case. And then also it just, you know, forces everybody into, potentially into Han's, you know, view lines. You want to set Han up for success, no doubt.
They're just going to full send it, it would seem, here into A. Proxy playing at Han's angle, actually manages to find the Neon. Wall now going to be coming up, though. He's into the back side. Not flying through. Nade going to be let loose. Here's the push with the Sheriff's Son. Finding one. I'm Ready cuts him down. The Spirit tries to storm through Lamp. Slow orb. They'll keep them locked in place for a little bit longer, and I'm Ready. Swings the corner, gets the kill. Flash comes in. He's still going to get another one. Keria only able to find one, and then Luke answers back. Suddenly it's all on Proxy. Finds one. Nice one tap. Can Godlike pull us off? He's got the flash. He sends it. He pulls him off the spike. The tap comes in yet again. He knows he's going to be holding it to half. He holds it to half. Does not pull off of it, though. And Godlike just continues the peek. Picks up the weapon. Will escape. And that is going to be map point now. 12-3 for WGS.
I mean, this is clinical. I don't know what in the world got into I Am Ready with that Spectre. That looked like it had boosted damage on it. I mean, just absolutely wild. The great slow orb has just enough time to heal himself. I mean, he is just ready for that shot. He almost pre-fires it.
Great turn on the flash, too.
Oh my, I know, absolutely. This is just ridiculous. I mean, just beyond belief. And now, you know, you have to start force buy. I mean, you have to full buy every time you're out for Spear.
Okay. Teleporter taken by Proxy. Opens the door. He's got the Tour de Force in his hands. Spike still just dropped over by the Link as he's going for a little bit of a jiggle. He's peeking Hookah, though. He's not peeking the TP.
Yeah, you can see they're really trying to figure out where this Tour de Force is before they make any moves. You know, they're playing safe outside of Showers in case they had pushed up into there. They're playing safe outside of B Long in case they had pushed up outside of there. And like we just saw, I'm Ready's checking for Hookah. And so far, they haven't found it. So let's see what WGS wants to do. And I think until they have that information, they're going to be very cautious, potentially. I mean, it is WGS, so who am I kidding?
Han taking quite a bit of damage. There's a slide in, though. Finds one, nearly gets another. Put quite a bit of damage there on Sungin, knocking him down to about 30 HP. Godlike finding Exia. Now the plant's going to be coming in for WGS as they look to finish this map quickly. Han the only casualty. Proxy trying to get the hit, but Luke just swings into the Tour de Force. Flips him in the skull. Keria here in heaven throws out a flash. Now is going to look to also approach around the back. Sungjin makes his way through lamps. But it seems like such an impossible task for these two. Fault line does come in. Sungjin finds one. Spots Luke, sends the aftershock his way, but now Keria is the last one left standing. Gets the dink, gets the kill. But Sylvan will have the finisher, 13-3. Is any proof that the 9-3 curse doesn't exist and that Twitch chat is silly? I think this might be it.
I think you already...
if WGS doesn't get the 9-3 cursed, then I'm fully convinced that it just doesn't exist
That
at
it's
all.
just not possible.
Yeah. Well,
I tend to agree in that the 9-3 curse is bogus. I feel like we've already been pretty harsh on chat today. Nah, just kidding. Let's keep rolling. Let's keep wrecking on them. I don't know who to pick for my MVP, though. I'm actually pretty split.
Between?
I actually thought I Am Ready played really good.
I mean, I think pretty much everybody here did. I think given just the... Given that this is WGS, given the way that they play and how easy of an affair this was for them, I'm kind of just going to go with the flashiest plays, which was Han.
Okay.
He had so many multi-kill rounds.
Yeah.
That it was just through the roof. You know?
Yeah. I mean, that's what he does. This is the Han show. And that 346 ACS ain't too shabby either. I don't know. I just felt like I Am Ready was like doing a really good job with hookah control, which can be pretty challenging, especially against like a Raze and a Breach. That's really tough to maintain that position, and he did a pretty solid job of it. And then that 4-kill round with the Spectre was
pretty darn good.
Yeah.
Though Han had a 4-kill round with a sheriff.
Oh, he did. You're right.
But
I'm like used to that. I'm like, yeah, of course he did. He's Han. What do you mean?
well, there's Bind out of the way. That's WGS's map pick, though. Spear. They have selected Haven for map number 2.
Good luck.
We'll have to see what the hell happens here. And also, you know, what does the comp look like for WGS? Because I feel like they could kind of just
do this
take
again?
this same composition into that map.
See, this is why I'm glad that you and I occasionally see eye to eye on certain things. I literally had that exact thought in that last round. I'm like, you know, WGS could just run this same comp on Haven.
I mean, maybe, I'd say if anything, you probably just swap Luke over to the chamber.
Yeah.
Because you do have those longer sight lines, but I don't know, you could just do the Reyna. They're kind of fired up. I don't know what's going to happen. But WGS, they start things off right foot forward. 1-0. Spear Gaming need to bounce back. We'll see if they can do it on their map pick of Haven when we return from the break.
Will you take my hand, or will you let me go? Is this my last stand? Won't you let me know? 'Cause you're all the beauty that I found. I feel you in the breeze. Yeah, when the moment comes around, baby, please don't leave. I need you now, more than ever. I need you now, more than ever. You are my northern light, you shine through the night. The sun could go down, it don't matter. I need you now, more than ever, more than ever. I need you now. I need you now. Will you break away, or will you hold me close? Baby, if you stay, you'll fill my soul. 'Cause you're all the beauty that I found. I feel you in the breeze. Yeah, when the moment comes around, baby, please don't leave. I need you now, more than ever. I need you now, more than ever.
Oh, stun connects onto Exia. He'll throw another one for good measure. There's the push. Going to be good for one. The cleanup now coming in. Oh, trying to get settled. Han making his way into heaven. And realize that Sylvan is boosted on top of Truck.
Not quite able to get the aim down in time, but got
a little bit of damage as the jump out of main. Han now looking for a target.
Damage fest.
I mean, I'm going to just lurk in hookah. He just sat it there. Clearly aware of this, definitely are now. Forward comes out, locks him into this position, but they still need to clear him. Guiding Link not going to connect. And there's the head piece. Seems I'm ready. Spike now being brought over to B. Might have to think better of that here. So they should know that he is going to be nearby. Nope, he's going to be good for anybody else. So. Oh, there's the slide. He's not going to manage.
I like this. Wall's cutting off hookah, so you just give this alley for Han.
Oh, Han makes his way, but now Carrier is the last one left standing. Gets the dink, gets the kill. And welcome back. Just about to go into map number 2 here in our final series of the evening. WGS, very one-sided affair on their map pick a bind. 13-3, the scoreline at the end of it all. Spear Gaming just outside of a couple rounds, couldn't really find much to do.
Yeah, and even, you know, outside of the 3 rounds they won, there were a couple rounds that were good in theory, but the execution just not quite there. And frankly, it's just WGS executing better. So coming into this Haven, you know, this is a better look. Spectacular here for Spear. You know, not a bad Haven team at all. You and I tend to agree that we would just like to see the exact same agent composition for WGS onto Haven. I am perfectly fine with that because the last time we saw them on Haven was against Maru in the tiebreaker, which was a pre-jet nerf patch, I think.
Believe so. Yes, it was.
Yeah. So because on the last Haven, Han did run the jet, and I don't know if he's going to be as comfortable with that, but we'll see. I mean, with his Neon's so good. I mean, just pull a Victor and just start running Neon all the damn time.
Very well could. We'll have to just wait and see. But yeah, Han here winning the MVP, 3 votes. I was one of them. Somebody going for Godlike as well. And you went for I'm Ready. So,
yes.
You know, spread out a little bit more here. This wasn't quite as clean cut, but for me, it was all about the flashy plays just because it was so one-sided. It was very much just a attack the site and win type game there for the side of WGS. But we'll see what they have cooked up for us as they do get ready to go into Haven. A map that in the past they have avoided a little bit. You mentioned them playing against Maru during the open qualifier and being able to get that win. Still fairly close there, 13-10 on that record, but I also think back to last stage, them playing versus Holy Moly and banning it away. So there's been some ups and downs for them on Haven, whether they like it, whether they don't. Obviously, we've had many iterations of changes coming through since then. We'll see where they land here today.
Yeah, well, if they're just that dialed in as we saw in Bind, I mean, look, WGS is also widely regarded as a very good Bind team, have been for forever in Korea. A solid Ascent team, I would say, in my book as well, but Bind has really been, and now Fracture, I think a lot of people kind of look at them as one of the up-and-coming Fracture teams. They're not, I mean, the thing is like, sometimes WGS can just turn it on and just, and they're going into outer space and there's nothing you can do about it. They're on a rocket ship and they're gone. See you later.
Yeah. And sometimes there's failure to launch, but
sometimes the rocket blows up on the launch pad.
As of late, it's been more success. You know, they're mastering their Kerbal space mission stuff. They're figuring out how to get it off the ground. And every now and then, there's a minor little issue that needs to be rekitted.
Yeah. I mean, they're getting out there. You know, they're getting escape velocity at least with their rocket ships they're building. They're getting. I don't know if they're. You know, what do they call it? The perihelant? What is that? That point you have to reach where you can maintain orbit. I have to look it up.
Not sure. You're the physics guy.
I know, but I forgot.
I might know it once you say it, but it's definitely not common knowledge in my brain.
Yeah.
But here we are. Haven, Spear Gaming going to be going on with the attack as WGS elect to defend first. And we'll see if they can find some solid success there in this first half.
The Lagrange points.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've heard that term, but like I said.
That's where you can like, where you're stuck between the Earth and the Moon, and like you found that like kind of sweet spot.
I see. So where you're trying to launch a satellite to.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, well, it's not going to be the Neon, but still going to be something fairly aggressive. Han picking up the Rays, so going to be expecting him to be blast packing in. See if he does pick up the operator here and show us some, shades of RB from last year when he was really playing the Rays, shifted off of the Jet. And then he went back to the Jet, and then we don't talk about that era of Vision Strikers. But Luke stays with the Reyna. I'm ready, shifts off the Sage, moves to the Fade. Widely, I like this. It's different, but it still feels somewhat the same. You've got Sylvan there on the Omen. You still have Han on something that can go fast, can be incredibly aggressive. Godlike still going to be playing util, flashing people. You just don't really have the heal, so it's basically what's lacking here.
Yeah, no, it's not super different from what we saw before. So I think this is, potentially pretty good. I am always a little bit concerned about Han's Rays. We'll see.
All right, the game is ready, as are we. Let's go ahead and hop in, see if WGS can move up 2-0 overall and take a 2-0 win here versus Spear, or if they extend it to map 3.
I'm going to watch the game on the big screen. We'll see you later.
It's a minorly awkward angle.
Yeah, no, it's pretty uncomfortable. I
have had to do that in the past. There's actually been moments where
your monitors died or something?
Yeah, when I was casting LCK in this very venue, the monitors had died. I had to look and cast off of the large Jumbotron. Happened as well with Overwatch Apex.
Okay.
Well, just kind of walks into B for free here to Sun and gets the plant down. Tailwind unnecessary. That was burnt up. I'm ready, finding 2 with the Frenzy. Sylvan pushes out. Picks up Sungjin and Luke on the flank. Takes out Exia. Now it's all on Sun. Not going to be able to use this dash as Godlike just comes in from the A-Link. So while they do get the plant down for free, they will only find 1 kill, and it'll be a very fast diffuse coming in as they hand this over to Godlike to try to fast-track that Rolling Thunder.
That's some very happy WGS fans in the crowd that were clapping after that one. I mean, this was, I think, all according to plan here for WGS. So like, oh, you're taking B site? Oh, that's cool because we're coming from every other angle. Good luck. Have fun. And I Am Ready picks up 2 huge kills right out the gate with the Frenzy. I mean, that just broke the doors open.
You want to know think about something a little bit wild? If WGS can close this series, whether it's 2-0 or not, they will be tied with DRX.
Yeah, okay.
Match wins.
I mean, look.
WGS will be our second place team.
I could see a world where WGS is the second place team in this stage. They almost beat DRX last year. They can do it. It's just consistency is still just a little bit lacking.
Oh, it's back into B yet again. I'll throw the boom bot. That'll quickly find somebody. Get cleared out. Prowlers on the hunt, just searching around here in mid, seeing if they can spot anybody. 3 people pull away over into the A-Link. They're trying to see if there's any rotations coming through, and Luke again flanking his way in from a lobby. Finds a kill with the Sheriff. Sylvan cleans up Sun. Nanoswarm's now going to get popped.
There's a lot of post-plant here for this.
There is. Swing in the corner, Han. The shot's just a little bit there as the Lear is going to go down. Exia tucked behind the box, and they have to be aware of this, so they just charge in to clean him up. Now it's all on Proxy, trying to stop this. The shot's just a little whippy there from Godlike, but eventually he gets it. WGS will start 2-0.
I kind of like the idea of this round. You know, you've been giving up that space. I really like this play call for Spear on this round for a couple reasons. First of all, you were given B site for free the previous round, and if you're just kind of like, well, if that's WGS's plan, we can do that, but we can get around kind of these quick flanks that WGS is trying to make by setting up into A-Link for post plans, because you have the nanoswarms, you have the shock darts, you have the aftershock that can all hit that particular spot where the spike was planted. It's just, if WGS gets around that corner, you're done. Oh,
goes on a bit of a walkabout, but it's okay because Han is covering. I'm ready as well, pushing out through Garage. Han now in a bit of a dangerous position, does end up falling. Now it's all on Sylvan. He's here in Garage. He's going to push out, just tries to go for that spray shot with a Marshall. Gets the dink, almost has the kill, and Nearly had the lineup there. Sungjin survives with 8 HP. That's the bonus. Coming in, Spear will win that, but it's still pretty darn devastating. 3 members losing their guns.
And almost a 4th.
Yes.
There was a bunch of dinks.
I mean, almost all of them.
Yes, that too. This is just like, is this an ARAM? Like, are we just all random, all mitting here? Like, just, here you go, good luck, have fun. I mean, goodness, Han, just so nasty with that Vandal. Oh, close. But, I mean, Spear, they're going to need to try something different. All these B hits over and over and over again. I can't see a world where that's sustainable. That's definitely, you know, the coal and oil of the future, not solar and, you know, like nuclear fusion.
Trying to force Carrier out of his position. Cloudburst comes down from Sun just to help him get jumped across. Aftershock doesn't go deep enough to actually put any damage onto him either. But they do dissuade them, it would seem, from going to see, at least for now. Still a minute remaining in the round, so who knows?
Yeah, they're starting to get a little information at the A, but maybe it's going to be C. I think they're trying to maybe make some footsteps and cause some rotations, which they have successfully done because 3 members are directly looking at A. There's kind of a 4th off of A, but they're going to have to play for retake. Sylvan knows that he has no hope of doing much. Maybe he can get 1 pick on the way in, but this has to be a retake, a full 5-man for WGS, and I'd like to see them spread out just a bit more.
Only just now noticed, looks like Han spent his money buying for somebody else on the team. He's just got a Sheriff in hand here. There's the Nightfall, though, built up already. Sun is out on top of the box, is just going to drop down to default. Reveals come through, but the flashes are in. Han will find one before falling, and Proxy cleans up 3 in Garage. 2 and 2. Nicely turned around here by the side of Spear to tie it.
It's just good play calling. On the side of Spear, you know, they continue to make noise today. They have a complete commit over onto the A site from WGS, and then, you know, WGS has to play for retake, and like you said, there's just a great flash to, you know, follow up the Nightfall from WGS to kind of cut off the attack. And I just, every time I see teams try to push 3 members on a retake through the alley, you know, from the defender side of C, it so rarely works. It's so hard to do at this level.
Oh, Luke pinged. As the shots start flying, flashes come out, and he's just going to get sprayed down, as does Godlike. I think he might have got caught in the crossfire somewhere, but Sun finds both. Nearly gets a 3rd, but I'm Ready will be taken out by Exia. Now Sun will find it. And Sylvan's the last one left, rotating over through the spawn at the moment. Plant coming in as there's still 5 people left alive. Proxy, I mean, not even having to play anywhere near, you know, close to this site.
Well, I mean, if you can get 2 guns out of this, that'd be just monumental.
Well, if you had hit that shot on the Sungjin, that would have been one of them gone. Dart up into heaven to get the reveal. Now the fault line. And poor Sylvan is just not really getting much of an opportunity to try to play this game. And he can't line it up on an Exia. And it's a flawless round as Spear take the lead.
Okay. It's pretty good stuff here for Spear. Just, you know, a fast hit, knowing they have the gun advantage, taking full advantage of it, and on they go. I mean, just Sun just absolutely just shrekking people. Did he get a collat in there on that first kill?
Couldn't quite tell.
It was definitely a headshot and then a wallbang headshot, but I didn't keep track of the order. Regardless, it was nuts. And then he just gets on in there, gets a 3rd. Clean and easy. So WGS going to go for the timeout here. A couple big ults online as well, so I think a pretty good time to, you know, consider how you want to do this. The last time they used kind of one of those site clearing ults like the Nightfall on the retake didn't go so good. I mean, this time around, find a little bit better use of the Rolling Thunder.
Well,
I think they should just push the pace. If you want my honest opinion, I don't think WGS should really sit back too much. I think there should be a little more just, I mean, with Double Duelist in particular, I think somebody's always got to be, especially with Arena, just pushing somewhere. Just keeping the other team honest.
We'll see what they do. Timeout now going to be expiring. Coaches will have to exit, but Showstopper is there. As is the Rolling Thunder. I mean, they're, 2 orbs, 2 kills away from Sylvan and Luke also having their ultimates. So it could be a good time to try to turn this around.
Yeah, and with a timeout, maybe you're playing for the Sylvan Orb and the coach wants to call in a fake, and then a TP, to the opposite end of the map or something like that. That's something you'll see. Or kind of, Sylvan, you hang on to the spike and stay in the back, and if, or excuse me, they're on the defender side, other way around. Sungjin also is 1 away, by the way. So if he wants to get the same thing going there, he can do that. That's where I'm trying to go with that.
No one playing too far forward. Rolling Thunder going to come across. That's going to hit 2. Luke and Godlike being pushed back. They try to respond with their own. Sun still finding a kill, but Luke making it a 1-for-1. Prowler cleared a site, occupied now. As Proxy gets moved up into sewer, he does have the lockdown available. Given that Godlike has been picked, they can't clear it. So yeah, he's going to use it. Showstopper not finding anything. I'm ready, dropping down. Out of heaven, finds one. Exion on the close angle, finds another. Oh, Todd, he's not ready for it. Luckily, his teammate is. He's going to start the defuse, but the lockdown's going to go off. He'll catch everybody, but it's okay. Oh, somehow Luke survived. I guess he got tucked away in hell, so he'll just defuse this, get it halfway for Han. Hand it over, and they will be able to tie it up at 3-3 again.
Okay. Well, kind of both teams having the Rolling Thunder makes things always a little bit weird with the crossing Thunders. And, Godlike is going to go down in the sauce, but it's a great haunt. Get some information for Luke, so he's able to pick that kill up. They just drop right down. And they're like, well, they have a lockdown. There's not much we can do about it, so let's just go kill.
Oh, heaven, not hell.
Finish the round. Oh, he's up in heaven? Okay.
Well, let's see what happens now as somebody looks to take the lead.
Okay, so now Sungjin has his ult. I would like to see something a little cheeky here. Maybe try to get some attention onto one side and then TP over to the other with the spike or something like that.
Spot cleared. Prowler goes out, also cleared. I'm ready. Playing a fairly dangerous game. Slowing things down though. Croxy moved up, just about to peek into B. It's being slightly watched by Godlike from Link. As he comes in deep, not necessarily going to know that he's here. The alarm bot now going to be cleared as well. Han starting to shift around. See each other, bit of damage in. Han gets him in the head. Looking for the fault line now. Sun not going to get clipped by that. Manages to find Luke, pushes around the back, gets a second kill again as Godlike falls. That breaks open the site. Dart into heaven. Looks for some damage onto Sylvan. Doesn't get the hit though. Sun just dashing across. Wary about getting hit by any stray spray fire coming through the Link. Now they've got 4 members strong here on the A site. There's the aftershock pushing from I'm ready. Finds one, finds 2. Gets cut down by Sungjin, but that evens it up 2-2. And they're both playing in on the site. Han gets one, Sylvan gets the other. Then WGS are back in control.
That's such a difficult retake, and it's just pure talent that gets them through there. I am ready just picks up 2 huge kills with the Phantom. I mean, they're just ready, pre-firing each corner essentially, and they hit every position perfectly. That's just practice, meets preparation, meets execution there.
Curious though, because you see Exit, he still has this Hunter's Fury. He could have just played back off the site, gotten himself, sat up in a lobby.
Yeah.
You had the numbers advantage.
I know.
And you just leave 3 on the site, go back, and try to set up for that. Doesn't do it. They end up losing the round. Still has plenty of cash, as does the rest of the team, to get a bye here in this round. The call-out will be made for Spear, as they will look to tie this up again.
Yeah, I this is a really good time for a timeout in that was kind of a heartbreaking round. Like, Spear has control of the site. They've got, the advantage in terms of their positioning and their crossfires and probably even a numbers advantage, I think, at that point. And then they just get run over. by WGS. And I mean, this is what WGS can do. They're so good. It's so fast. When they're clicking, it doesn't always need you to. It's a great execute from Spear, by the way. Everybody's stunned up by the fault line. Sun gets right behind the box, gets the 2 kills he needs to get. Now that is handsome.
That is some
very
nice artwork. Luke better, if he's gifted that after this game, he better hang that on the wall.
Oh, that's going in a frame.
Put it in my bathroom, pretend it's my mirror.
Oh my god, I'm ready. What in the world? What did you just say? What did I just
So you should put it in the bathroom, pretend it's his mirror.
Yeah, okay, you didn't need to say it twice. It's a little weird.
Damn, I'm handsome.
I mean, you could cosplay Chamber. You are the right, like, hair color, the glasses, the whole thing.
It's not really fit. You gotta work on that part of it.
Well, yeah, but, you know.
Lear down. There's the paranoia. Luke leering again. The aftershock to try to help him out. He still swings back in, gets the kill on the Exia. Now we'll have the overheal. There's the Nightfall crashing in. Luke just charging in ahead of it. Gets a kill. Finally does get punished as Godlike. I think probably a bit annoyed that he's been killed so many times by Sun. Finally gets him back. Carrier pushing in. Trades another, looks for Han, and oh, for a second there, I thought maybe he was going to have that spray, but Sylvan cleans it up at the end, and that is now going to be a 2-round little lead here for the side of WGS.
Yeah, this is what I want to see from the Reyna and Luke, is just being a absolute nightmare inside of these kind of close quarters battles. It's making it so difficult. You know, the double Lear, the aftershock as well. Look at all the blind. I mean, nobody could see anything. And he's able to get the free kill, and even though the Sun tries to come around, not able to do so. Carrier almost transfers over. Close, but no cigar. 5-3 for WGS. This is, oh god. Oh, Sun.
Yeah, just playing into that a little bit.
That's okay. Nobody was there to follow up. That was more just like,
yeah,
to buy a little time. But
now they've started rotating.
Yeah, and now the site's just wide open.
Start getting their way through. Moved up close. Looks like drone potentially to open here from Exia. No, he's just going to swing the corner. Now he's dead. Again, that Hunter's Fury that they've had available, not getting used. Sun, though, finds Luke. So still decent high priority target as the plant will come in. The rest of the team currently rotating. 4v4 for the attempted retake, and Carrier does have that Rolling Thunder available. Thinking about sending it through Link, but that is not where the majority of the team is coming from. They're dropping out of heaven. The Nanoswarms are here on the corner. They try to swing around, but Proxy actually kills off Sungjin. Han Godlike find one apiece, and that is the cleanup. 3 members left alive. WGS continue to move forward.
What happened? That poor Sungjin. Oh no. In the midst of all that chaos, like everybody was just going at it, and Sungjin just gets caught by that Nanoswarm. And Luke's good for that first one. Oh, that's so good.
Yeah, I mean, drop damage, be damned here.
Oh, he was like on the edge.
Yeah, right on the side of it. I mean, I guess I don't mind it. He's thinking like, yeah, I can eat this damage a little bit. It deals reduced because it's my teammates' Nanoswarm.
Until you get shot in the back.
Until Han just backstabs you a little bit there.
Now Han's got that showstopper again.
And he does.
You can see that, you know, that puts some fear into Spear game. You got to be real careful trying to push through A main, because if you try to get in there and there's a well-placed showstopper, then you can be losing a lot of people real fast. A Prowler, just to check out in the mid. There isn't anything that is going to really find, as everybody's just kind of defaulting around. Oops.
Oh.
Ow. Nice shot.
Good from Sun. Might be a bit of an overstretch to try to recover that weapon, but you can see that's why Godlike is shifting his sights over towards Sewer to make sure that they can't get it. Proxy taking a lot of damage just trying to put that alarm bot down on the ground.
That is ambitious, to just try to put an alarm bot in around that corner. Okay. Oh my god.
Well, the Sewer has become a graveyard for WGS members, it would seem. Sungjin now charging down. I'm ready. Will get the kill, but can't get a second. Boombot from Han and his dying breath will kill off Proxy, who had previously been chunked out, but now it's all on Sylvan, who has been a bit of a clutch god here for this team. Spots one. Sun rotating, looks for the kill. Takes quite a bit of damage. Turn away there from the flash. He's noticed Exia, but gets the kills, and Sylvan! This is what I'm talking about. 7 bullets and a dream. The flash comes in. There's the paranoia. It does clip. He drops out. 6 bullets. He needs to be accurate. Smoke gonna be used. He taps the spike and he catches him! Sylvan gets the clutch!
I just love watching Sylvan operate.
No week go on my watch, says Sylvan.
I mean, this round is almost so amazing. I mean, a great Marshall shot to start. You know, you force Godlike into a bad position. Han, oh, that's awkward. That is awkward.
Still got the kill.
Still got the kill.
I got mine.
That is just nasty, nasty, nasty. And then this, you know, to tap it, to fake it.
Oh.
He catches him coming around with his utility in hand.
Sylvan is, I think some people would say, a gamer.
He's a gamer gaming.
He is a gamer.
That is for sure.
Ooh. Okay, off in hand from Sun, but he has a bit of awkward movement, so the shot goes sideways.
Now, at least, you know, the good thing here for WGS now is that you know that operator's over there, and so you can, you know, kind of play around that. But it's going to shift over to window, and you got to be mega careful peeking around up and around those corners if that happens. But Op is kind of just bouncing back and forth right now between a couple different positions. You do have Sylvan, who's gotten up into the seaside cubby. And so I don't know if that's been accounted for. I don't know that Spear Gaming has had any information on what's really going on C. And of course, the Owl Drone to check, and that shot did clip. I am ready.
Yep, it's right through the wall. 32 HP remaining there for I'm ready. Everybody again, though, starting to shift over to A.
Yeah, Proxy got the info over here, so he's able to call these
up. They'll start hearing this, though.
Yeah. They need to go.
On nearby, Rolling Thunder and the Showstopper is available. So they might be making the call. It's a delay. There's the plant coming down. Now is going to be sent out. Han does get hit by it though, but the nade finds Carrier. He said perfectly. There's finally that Hunter's Fury. Rocket down into Long Sun. Going to be taken down. That's the operator out of the fight. Sungjin managing that kill there onto Han. Still relatively healthy. This Proxy just stays tucked along the wall. Teleport used. Sylvan not ready for this aggressive angle. It's a falling Proxy, gets a third, and now it's all on I'm ready, but he's already so very low. Exia's watching. Loses out on that. What?
What?
What just...
Did he double peek the corner?
I'm going to need to see a replay on that one, but he's not ready for this from behind. Sungjin will finish this, but that was so close to being a tragedy.
I mean, it's just, again, the individual talent level on WGS is through the roof, and they're able to just, you know, make magic happen. They're not illusions.
Production, can we get a replay of that, please?
I'd love to see what the hell just happened again.
No, I know.
I think we're too far gone though on this countdown.
Big Sag.
Maybe we'll get it later. There's always the post-match highlights.
We can hope. We can hope. You know, a few missteps here and there on the side of WGS. They had a pretty good opportunity. I mean, finding value, a couple, you know, the early kill. Oh, God. Oh,
the timing is everything here.
They're going to flash in around the corner.
Oh, well, that's a little bit too late, perhaps. And, well, get a couple dinks in. Sun and Carrier dangerously low. No way to heal that up. Now they have the site. 3 members for the retake. Nightfall is available. Drone going out. Exia going to check out Heaven. And the ult getting ready to come through. They throw it. TP Sylvan finding one before Proxy trades it back. 1 HP there for Sun. Shots in onto Han. They take him down. Now it's all on I'm ready, but the blind spray through the smoke is good for Proxy. And Spear will bring it back. 7-5 in the half as WGS leads.
Yeah, it just a very good little comeback here at the end for Spear after, I think it was 5 in a row that WGS rattled off there. At one point in that round, it's a much-needed sigh of relief that Spear should be breathing going on to their defender side. But this is a tough map to defend on sometimes, especially against a team like WGS. And, you know, WGS kind of few of those rounds were definitely reliant on, you know, like I said, magic. Things that normally
Sure.
don't happen. But still, that's what makes WGS WGS is, you know, when you, just like any good team, when you peel the layers off, there's still a core there that's solid. And that's, you know, why we're always talking about WGS. You know, stage after stage after stage. They're there. They may not be always one of our, you know, best teams, but they're always one of our good teams. So
they're always a team.
Always a team.
They're always a team that is here.
They're gamers gaming.
Well, Spear is making that decently close, considering that WGS did have side selection. So we'll wait to see how they look moving over to the attack. If it's a lot more than, you know, like what we saw on Bind, this is still very concerning for Spear.
That's true. That's very true.
But they do have decent defensive setup here with the Sova. Early scouting, try to identify where WGS is going to be attacking from. They have the Killjoy. Just go ahead, lock off, you know, Garage, B, C, whatever, wherever Proxy wants to play. Can really just hold that one site, and then it allows you to more heavily stack somewhere else. So they could have a very strong defender side and take us still into that game 3.
Yeah, Killjoy is really annoying on this map. I mean, it makes B site borderline untakeable in some situations if you really commit to it. Just because of the way you can place the turret, like on top of those boxes, the nano swarms on either side of the, you know, the generator or whatever you want to call that thing in the middle of B itself, and it's really nasty. You know, usually, you know, you can hold the front of C pretty well, put an alarm bot in maybe Garage or something, and you know, do a really good job of like kind of forcing the action towards A. It's just a matter of whether you can hold that, because A is pretty difficult to hold. We've seen it time and again. You know, we just saw it in that previous half.
Speaking of which, it's unoccupied for the moment. Sun does get himself up into window, and oh boy, they're going to shift back away. Are they ready for this double gank? Doesn't look like it. Oh, now they are. But as they turn and see Sun, he will manage to exit. 13 HP remaining on him. The rest of the team now making their way through to the A site.
Oh, is that Shock Dart going to connect with anything or anybody? They're pushing through into Blink.
Oh my god. Okay, this is just chaotic. WGS are doing some WGS stuff, and Sylvan's like, guys, why do I have to clutch again? Low HP on a couple of them, but Sun, even with 13 health, will get a third kill, and things just got wacky.
I'm trying to figure out what information was flowing for WGS that made them. I mean, I get that they ran into a couple people outside of window, and so, but they had to. By the time the shock darts start coming down from heaven, maybe they were already kind of committed to that call. It's a bit much. Like, I'd rather just get. I mean, you know, I'm a much more cautious kind of individual in general. But I would have rather just got the plant down and then just figure it out from there. I mean, you got it borderline for free.
Yeah, I don't know. Sun with the Marshal now.
I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed.
Oh, they're just on the outside here. And there's the first shot. Godlike now gone. There's your fault lines, your flashes taken out of the equation. Sun gets poised, ready to dash away.
Yeah, well, I mean, with mostly classics, a couple sheriffs in there, it's so challenging. It's a good paint shells to, you know, back Sun off. Keep that Marshal at least at bay. You're gonna have to nail some pretty good smokes to really cover this attack if you are choosing to go through here. I don't know if it saw Luke or not. I think it might have. The owl drone, I have a feeling it might have, but all right. Here come the smokes. Here comes the haunt.
Haunt's up, cleared. Exia now getting ready to throw out the dart. Sun finds one. Sylvan gets him in the head. Exia, though, does find Luke. Rest moved up here into the site, but Exia gets another great kill. The push out comes through. Han not ready for the right swing again. And Exia will find 3 kills, and that ties us up at 7-7.
Yeah, good flash there as well to cover Exia, to allow him to kind of pop off with a frenzy. Just good, you know, good shooting from Sun. Gets a couple big Marshal kills along the way, and there you go, a pretty successful anti-eco. Take those. Nice little shot here from Sylvan, though. But the rest of it, pretty clean and easy. You can see there the flash comes in. And Exia able to just swing the corner and finish the job. Hold it down with the Frenzy. I love the Frenzy. I've started using it a lot more when I play. Used to be a Ghost kind of guy. Now I'm like, nah.
I'm just a headhunter gamer because I play.
Well,
Chamber.
I know you only play Chamber, so yes.
Sylvan, working on top of the box. I mean, they should have. I was gonna say be aware of this, and it seems like maybe they were, but they still line up for him. Sylvan will do this consistently on the attack. That's 2 kills quickly coming through to try to win out this bonus for the side of WGS. And the Killjoy is here to try to buy some time with the Sheriff, but all the util set up in garage on B site. So widely left to his own devices. There's the push in. It's completely blind. Kill comes through. Suddenly it's just Carrier and Exia left alive.
Yep, that's not much to write home about in this round. You know, Sylvan's just ready for the push out of C, kind of expecting it on the bonus, and then you get a free hit. No utility to counter on the C itself. Flash behind the box is all you need. And now you can just, you know, throw a paint shells here and just kind of check and, yep, leave the site and get ready. You're going to have a ton of angles onto this, and they have no ability to cover themselves. There's no smoke, so they just have to, yeah, face the execution squad here.
Yep, and there it is, a flawless round. As WGS will retake a lead in the rifle round, but it's not over yet. It's far from it. Still dangerously close on Spears map pick. They absolutely can still run this to 3 maps.
I'm still reeling a bit from the pistol round.
That was just some Benny Hill, you know, cue the theme song nonsense.
This round was great. This was so well dialed up by WGS. I mean, that is almost clean. I mean, almost, you know, no damage taken. There's very little. Yuri's going to have the Blade Storm here for Sun. He's trying to corner check. Just have the backup from Exia. But they're... Nobody from WGS is keen to try to push this angle. Now, they are checking the corners. So you can see the pinks came out on the cubbies right outside of the lobby. And they're going to use a Lear to open this angle up. Lear's great against those knives.
Sun throwing a couple, but Luke says no, shuts him down, takes the Devour. Fully topped up as Exia stays tucked away here. Just the opposite side, smoke comes down, and looks like they might make their exit now.
Yeah, this is a great
WGS exit.
That's true. This would be a great opportunity for Luke to make some noise, and for the rest of the team to just, you know, huck it over to C. But this drone, I don't know what it sees, not much. And they're going to try to reaggress off of this. I mean, they are keeping at least 2 members out of the 4 of Spear off site.
Well, that was a miss on the bounce there, I think, for the dart. Ends up landing inside of the site. Flash is now flying. Smoke comes down. Luke wrapping around the back, spots 1, sprays into the smoke, gets another. Bounce up into heaven here from Proxy. Vandal in hand. We'll see if he can do anything at all. Sylvan pulling back, playing at long alongside Godlike. And yeah, as you say, call going to be made, it looks like. He'll just go ahead and creep away.
There's just no way in heck Spear should even try this. The odds are astronomically low of coming through on this retake. I mean, A and C are really difficult sites to retake in general. And especially with only 2 versus 5. So, yep, proper call is going to be made. You got a turret in the defender spawn to, you know, just in case somebody comes around the corner. Really deal with that, and then Sungjin is just going to tuck himself into the window. And away we go, next round.
Well, 9-7. 4 more here for WGS, and that is GG. Well, they will have picked up 2 match wins during the opening week here of Stage 2.
Well, let's see. I mean, Sun just not able to really get it going. And I mean, yeah, Luke just knew somebody was in there. You could hear the shots, so spraying the most blasé. Nice who.
Sunny face, just whatever.
Yeah, nice, yeah, I did it. Good job.
I'm Marina, I go kill.
Carry has a stinger. Yikers.
Unideal, to say the least. Maybe picking up the stinger to buy all the way down to 100.
Yeah, I've heard enough from Chobra about the Stinger that I'm good. I don't need to listen to any more positive things.
Oh, Luke trying to back up, but the flash is there. Proxy gets the punish.
Yeah, nice little setup to play off the turret.
That's one way to get carry a better weapon.
It's true. I mean, they can't yet, but
Yeah.
eventually, maybe.
Alarm bot gets triggered. Han still keeping some interest over here. As Rolling Thunder gonna go across to a link that will clip into Exia. And they are charging through again. Oh boy. Gotta look right. He does, but he looks into his demise. Proxy comes up with the third one, and there's Exia going down. Han entering, finds one, but it would have to be an ace clutch for them to turn this around. And, you know, there's probably people wondering, why did the caster say that WGS can be one of the best teams? Why did they say that, you know, they can beat DRX on a good day? It's because, you know, sometimes they play immaculately and they look great, and other times they do this.
This is the issue. They overthink themselves here. It's 2 rounds in this half that they've done it, where they have a site available where they can at least get the plant down, and then, you know, even if they're going to lose the round anyway, you might as well get the plant money and move on. This is just, they hear the footsteps. I mean, they don't even hide it, is the other thing, Achilleos. They're just trouncing through there.
Yep.
Full bore. There's no cutting of noise to try to obscure this movement. It's a herd of elephants, you know, in a shop full of expensive stuff. Like, it's just, nobody's fooled.
Yeah, I mean, I think if I had to summarize that, I would just, I'd just say it was bad. I don't have any elegant caster terminology for it. I think it was just not good at all. They try to charge through out of garage, through window, try to cut off that CT access, but they end up dying. Hunter's Fury now used, fishing for a tag. No one going to get clipped by it. Now they can resume trying to get the plant. Trying to bait this out. It's somebody to come in. Throne now leading the way is Proxy in the corner. Does get spotted out. Godlike finding the initial kill. Sample a window. Sylvan turns away from the flash beautifully. Gets the kill. Lurk is still coming around there from Sungjin. In mid, into garage. I'm ready, gets on top of Sun. This might have just been recovered here.
Oh no.
Sungjin trying to shut him down, and I'm ready cannot get Exia, so never mind. It is going to be 9-9 tied up, a spear taken.
It's a really good kind of recovery attempt here by WGS, and a really good aftershock from Godlike. I mean, that was so well placed. Like, it put Sun in such a bad position where he had to choose to either eat the damage and potentially die or try to come around that corner, and I'm Ready knew it and was living up to his name. Spear is going to take a timeout. So tied 9-9. Did they get the plant down in that round?
No. No, they did not.
Goodness.
They had many opportunities to do it. They tried the initial fake to see if they can get anything out of it. Nothing really happens. They kill somebody in garage.
That's so much money. That's
and
just,
then they don't plan it.
That's just gone. It's just burned. I mean, it's frustrating from that perspective because, you know, the economy's obviously okay for WGS right now, enough where they can mostly buy fully. They're only doing 1 half buy with Luke, which is kind of okay because he's Reyna. If he gets the kill, then he's just, you know, back to normal anyway, most likely. But still, you might have, like, let's say you get those 3 plants down, you basically have a cushion for another round.
Yep.
I hate to state the obvious, but I have to. I mean, it's my job.
People who have paid attention will know widely my feelings on WGS when they start doing things like this.
Yeah.
It frustrates the ever-loving hell out of me.
Yeah.
Because they can play cleanly. We've seen it. It happened on Bind.
Yeah.
And then they come into this map, which they've played 1,000,000 times. And then they start doing bizarro nonsense.
Yep. Well, let's see if they can figure it out after that timeout. It was Spears' timeout. You know, Spears in a really good spot now. They've been really handling WGS very nice on this half. I think 4-2 if my math is correct so far in this half, in favor of Spear. So, you know, now you've got the op, and you do leave A site wide open. Maybe they're just, you know, expecting that WGS is just gonna run through A link again if they leave the site open. Like, maybe it's just some kind of weird.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if you're Spear, just put 5 people in A link.
Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah.
They'll just come running right into you.
Okay.
All right. They've planted the spike. Positive step, misread on where the plant was going to be.
Yeah,
it was going to be a little bit further forward. Lockdown at the ready. Godlike does have that aftershock available.
Nightfall is right down the
Going
alley.
across the aftershock is good. Lockdown not going to find anything. Tailwind forward now. Sun enters the site. Luke tucked away here in hell. There's the push forward, and it's not going to be good enough with the shorty to try to get the kill. Luke takes the dismiss, gets the heal, looks for another target. Man, as Sungjin comes dropping out of heaven on the crossfire, there's I'm ready. Cleans it up, gets proxy at the end. 2 members left standing. WGS will take the round.
There we go. That's what we wanted to see. That right there is
a site take.
Yes, well,
where
that's
the spike gets planted. Correct.
Yeah. No, I know, but it's you got to try to, you know, you got to try to find some positives here, and it was the right change, and it was the right call for WGS. So let's see if they can continue to build on this momentum. I was gonna say I doubt there's any world where you're leaving a site wide open again after that. Like, WGS has learned their lesson. Now Sun gonna try to push up like he did earlier, but there's a lot of utility in his face. So now they hear that shot, and WGS is starting to drift in other directions. I think at least in part due to the operator shot ringing out. Let's see if they're able to get onto B. Looks like, you know, smokes. They got to be real careful of Carrier maybe pushing through on the right-hand side. Yeah, this is good.
Going out. Just hopping through, and is this going to be another little ring around the rosy play? It seems like it is. Sungjin throws out the paranoia, pushes, spikes dropped. They had it. They were in B. Could have just thrown it there. They do not. Plant at least is coming down this time on the C site. 2v3. Limited util. Dart does connect onto Sylvan. As the fault line goes out to CT, and Sylvan will find one. See it taken out Aftershock to buy some more time. Godlike turns his sights over to Garage, but low HP. Sylvan gets cleaned up by Sun. The defuse will be there, and we are going 10 to 10. Thing will come out, make sure they recover the operator, and we will carry on our merry way.
I don't know. I'm genuinely perplexed. Like, if I'm WGS's coach, I'm calling a timeout right here, and I am chewing their butts. This has got to stop. It's ridiculous. They lose a round. Again. That's at least 3 or 4.
I think it's 4.
I'm sorry.
I've been losing count.
I try to be really nice to the players and the teams, but this is not good.
This is genuinely confusing.
It's genuinely confusing. It doesn't make sense. Nobody plays like this. You're allowed to do those link kind of shenanigans like once or twice, not 4 times. It's not fooling Spear at all. It hasn't worked a single time.
I thought maybe Sungjin had been spotted there by the gun barrel. Apparently not. I'm ready, just fishing for any kind of hits. It would be the most WGS thing, though, to have that happen and then they
they're just
eco
gonna,
them.
Yeah, they're going to eco them and win. I mean, like, that's just, that would be exactly the most WGS thing ever. Or it goes to overtime and they, you know, they lose.
Well, maybe not. Han picked off, lurking right in front of B. Proxy just being over the top, trying to see if anybody's going to be approaching A. Drone now going to be leading. Luke just going to clear that out. Drone shot doesn't hit. Tries to check above. And in the meantime, I'm ready. We'll find one. Picked up the weapon for just a moment there, but Proxy just swings out. Gets a kill. Dart goes through, does get cleared. Fault line goes through. Nano swarms to buy some time. And Godlike is just going to charge through that, and then he will die. But Sylvan finds one, some damage dealt, but Spear now in the lead, 11-10.
Well, it's the eco, so there isn't a whole lot that could be said about that one. I mean, you find a kill here or there, but this one has to go. This one has to work for WGS, or else they're facing, you know, the 12th, the elimination round with not much of a budget.
Yep.
So, and then you've got plenty of cushion for Spear for at least one more. So basically, like, WGS has to win this, and then it just kind of plays itself out, more or less. All right, here's WGS's timeout. I would be not very pleasant right now as a coach. It was me.
Well, you got to stay level-headed.
Yeah.
Chat him up, give him some confidence. Let's see if this is going to be enough, though, to turn this around. Spear is one away from locking in that overtime. WGS would love to have that 2-0. Be a massive boon for them, since they already did play a 3-map series earlier in the week. Try to really improve that differential if they can. Here's the kill that we missed. Yep, just good spotting there by I'm Ready. Was pretty quickly traded thereafter, though.
All right. Well, let's see what this is going to look like after this timeout. Full stack over into A, but now you've got the Killjoy lining up those nanoswarms again at the entrance.
Triple half armor here for the side of WGS. Do have a rolling thunder to try to utilize here from Godlike. I'm Ready as well as just one off of the Nightfall. Spike, though, is being swept over towards C.
Look at this push out of B, though.
Sun is sat here now, and they're going to try to sell this as a fake.
Oh,
Here comes in, the nanoswarms are used. Luke gets himself into the site. He's eating a hell of a lot of damage. He's going to be relying on some overhealing, but here's the catch over at A lobby. The triple push into window finds the kills. Spike now planted. They realize that they've been mildly bamboozled, but they still get a pick for it, so they have that man advantage.
Yeah, they got to be real careful about this op around the corner. Sylvan keeps pushing space. Luke gets another kill.
There's Sun moving out from the spawn, catches one, swaps over now for the Phantom, answering Rolling Thunder, crashes in, I'm Ready, gonna be caught by that, Sungjin's in position to get the kill. Then moving forward, starts to hold the defuse, Exia cleans up Luke, it's all on Hot, he can't get a damn thing. It's just the one kill picked up by Luke's Lurk. They try to sell this fake, and it does not work out in the end. That is 12 rounds now here for the side of Spear. One more, and we are going to that map 3, as we have been saying the entire day.
Yeah, great job here by Spear, like, taking advantage of the space they're given. They just push right out of B. This causes all kinds of problems. I mean, there's at least enough of a recovery. It's a good plan. This is a better plan from WGS than previous ones we've seen. This is very effective. It almost works. Just, again, getting a little bit too aggressive post-plant, you know, costs Sylvan his life. He just runs right into the operator. And now you've got Spectres and a few assault rifles here and there, but, you know, this one has to go for WGS, and then they got to force overtime.
Guardian, Phantom, Vandal, 2 Spectres, no ults. Meanwhile, Blade Storm, TP, lockdown from Proxy. Exia nearly with a Hunter's Fury, and Luke's already dead. Clear out the lockdown, but Proxy still holds firmly here on the right side. Gunning one after the other. 2 kills into Sylvan by himself. He is the clutch god for this team, but I think an ace clutch is a bit too much to request. Already down to 47 health, and it seems like that this one is done. Sun drifting across the top, spamming some knives through the smoke, seeing if he can get any stray connections, just randomly pick up the kill as Sylvan, nowhere to go, throws the paranoia and ends up falling 13-10. Hell of a lot better here from Spear, as we will be going to a game number 3, a set to decide the winner of this series.
I mean, you got to give credit to Spear where credit's due. You know, really stalwart defenses when needed. Never fooled by any of the weirdness that WGS is pulling out. It's just a very, you know, clean second half for them for the most part. A few fumbles here and there, but know, if it isn't for Sylvan and a few others coming up big, pretty well handled by Spear, and now you're giving Spear some confidence. Some of these weird shot calls that we saw from WGS, I mean, snatching defeat out of the jaws of victory, and just,
yeah,
I know we've seen it plenty with WGS. I just was hoping we were past this.
Evidently not. It's still there. It's still ingrained in them, I suppose. But we are getting exactly what we anticipated. It's just a little bit of a different journey. We are getting a Game 3. We might not have known exactly what was going to happen in between, but we knew it was going to be this today. We knew it was going to be a very long broadcast, 6 maps the whole way throughout. It all comes down now to Ascent to see who is going to be walking away with 2 wins this week, who is going to be 1-1.
I'm not sure who to vote for my MVP. This is tough. There was a lot of really good plays.
WGS's shot calling was the MVP of this game for Spear. Would be my my estimate if I was allowed to nominate an intangible.
I'm gonna go proxy, I guess.
I think I'm right there with you on that one. Well, in the pre-game interview, they were saying, Spear, that they feel quite confident about Ascent. So, we'll see if that confidence is going to be backed up with action or if WGS will be able to take it. I'm also curious as to what the comps are going to look like for both of these sides. We're going to find out, guys. We have a little bit of a break. And when we come back, we'll see who walks away victorious.
Something about me. You really do not care about my life. Sometimes you are sweet, but you can be so bad. What is wrong with you? Let me live my life. I'm on this way, I'm on this way. I'm on this way, I'm on this way. I'm just happy. Dancing with my friends, I did not get nothing. Why are you calling, baby? Teaching me something, something about me. You really do not care about my life. Sometimes you are sweet, but you can be so bad. What is wrong with you? Let me live my life. Just let me. I'm on this way, I'm on this way. You cannot control me. You can change everything. I'm like this. I'm on this way, I'm on this way. You can call me crazy. I don't care a thing. I'm on this way, I'm on this way. I'm on this way, I'm on this way. You can call me crazy. I don't care a thing. 'Cause I'm like this.
Goes on a bit of a walkabout, but it's okay because Han is through, but the flashes are in. Han will find one before falling, and Proxy gets him back. Area pushing in. Trades another, looks for Han, and ooh, for a second, turn away there from the flash. He's noticed Exia, but gets the kills, and Sylvan, this is what I'm talking about. Smoke gonna be used, he taps the spike, and he catches!
They're gonna flash around the corner.
Oh, well, that's a little bit too late, perhaps. Well, Sun finds one. Sylvan gets him in the head. Exia, though, does find Luke. The rest moved up here into the site, but Exia gets another great kill. The push up on top of the box. I mean, they should have. I was gonna say, be aware of it. If smoke comes down, Luke wrapping around the back, spots one. Spray gonna be another little ring around the rosy play. It seems like it is. Sung Jin throws out the paranoia, pushes, spikes dropped. Sylvan, nowhere to go, throws the paranoia and ends up falling. 13. And we are back. Everything going not quite exactly according to Keikaku, but pretty darn close. We got there overall. We were expecting 6 maps, and we got it in the end. WGS doing some weird stuff on
that was one of the worst halves of IGLing I've ever seen.
Okay,
I'm just gonna say it.
There you go. Yeah, some really weird calls made on Haven, but Spear, they get their map win. Now we look forward to Ascent. I for one, am just gonna wipe this slate clean and just focus in on this map. Pretend like this is a best of 1.
Yeah,
that's what I'm doing in my brain.
Yeah. I mean, look, WGS is really good on Ascent. This is the map they almost beat DRX on last season, and they, They're very smart. They're very, calculated on this map. I think Han's been playing Raze on this map, so then maybe see a little bit more of that. And yeah,
Well, this is intriguing.
That's the IGL.
That's this is okay. Well, I think we know exactly what this means.
Yeah.
Clark is going to be playing Yoru.
Oh, I mean, that's fine with me too. Let's go.
All right. Unless they've decided to change things, as far as the assignments are concerned, I believe that Clark is going to be coming in to play Yoru on Ascent.
I'm cool with that. I mean, the Yoru can be really good if the teamwork and combination is there, like we saw with Botsy early on. I mean, it didn't fool DRX too much, but maybe you can get away with it. Maybe Spear hasn't seen it too much. Maybe this is going to be enough of a curveball that they're going to whiff on the pitch, so let's see.
All right, well, time will tell as we wait to get into the agent selection what exactly things are going to be looking like. I'm trying to think back, actually, on this map during the open qualifier, the tiebreaker match. What exactly occurred and what was played?
For the against Maru?
Yes.
They lost Ascent 13-6, and it was Clark on the Yoru, and it didn't go so good. In fact, it went really bad.
I remember there being tragedy. Wanted to make sure that he was in fact playing the Yoru, and now I look back at it. Yes, it was Luke on KO, Sylvan on Omen, I'm ready on Sova, Clark there on the Yoru with Han on Jet. So we'll see if we're going to get a repeat of that. Obviously, things have changed. I don't think we're going to be seeing the Jet, as you said. Likely to see Han on Raze. Maybe there's a fade that's been coming in. We saw a heavy presence of that yesterday in Onslavers versus DRX. So likely going to be seeing at least somebody pick that up. So 2 votes for Proxy. I think it was just you and I. On the NA side, everybody else.
I'm a Killjoy kind of guy. What can I say?
That's true. Everybody else giving it over to Sung Jin. Both of them fine choices, I think.
Oh, no doubt. I mean, that was one of those where I could have seen, either Sun also picked there. I thought Sun played very well for the most part, so I thought there was three picks on the side of Spear Gaming that absolutely would have been viable there for sure. Or WGS's IGL would have also been a fair MVP pick. Look, let's see how Ascent plays out. It is going to be Spear on the attack side first, which hasn't been their better side. Let's just be honest. Their defender side a little bit, especially on Haven, a little bit better. So, and this is definitely well, not definitely, but a slightly more defender-sided map. But it's Korea, so sometimes you can throw a lot of that out the window, as there's a lot of really good attacker-sided teams that kind of just have such good executes, such well-practiced executes, that they're able to just bust a site open with the snap of a fingers. Curious what the agent lineup is going to look like. I mean, I assume Clark is playing Yoru. I have to assume that that's why he's here.
That would be my guess as well. But then again, I mean, you can also just have Han play it if that's the case. And
yeah,
is this
Han's
what
a
we're
good
going
Yoru.
to get? Huh.
It's Clark on the KO. Maybe they're just really mad at Godlike.
I'm gonna wait till the portrait gets highlighted just to make sure of that. But yeah, seems like that might be the case. I mean, he has played the KO the most lately. In the last 60 days. I think he's got 4 games played on KO, just the one of the Yoru, which was fairly catastrophic.
Yeah.
But the other issue is, and I don't mean to sound rude, but every time Clark has come in, it hasn't been good for WGS.
Yeah, he's definitely not been able to, change into Superman.
Yeah.
And, take the glasses off and save the world. But we'll see. I mean, it seems like this is the map where they're going to try him out. It's, double initiator, double duelist for the side of WGS. And then double initiator, sentinel duelist controller for the side of Spear. So, definitely defender's side, you would think, should be a little bit more in favor of Spear. Attacker's side should be a little bit more in favor of WGS.
Alrighty, well, here we go. Game number 3, as was fated from the very beginning. We are going to ascend to see who walks away with the win, who walks away the loser. Let's go ahead and start it up.
All right. It's attacker's side. Every round that Spear gets out of this is just extremely important. Again, just because of the agent composition, I'd say, more than anything, really. And WGS, let's see what the defender side is going to look like. Early on here, they're pretty spread out. They're really, I don't know if this is their default, but it looks like a default. And the Prowler into mid doesn't catch anything. And Knife is just going to catch Luke, so not too much information gained anywhere around. I Am Ready throws a Han on top of the roof, but there's absolutely nobody in mid right now. So everybody mostly kind of dodging each other's early utility. There's not a ton of information to be found anywhere. Frankly, that there's a Reyna in short A. That's about it. So it's going to be a 5-stack up for the side of Spear. And honestly, this is a pretty good decision. With limited info, they're going to be right on the money.
Tailwind at the ready. Sun himself dashing into the site. 0 point goes through. Luke up here in heaven, going to be the first one to fall. As Carriot does find the kill, but Sylvan in hell manages to find 2, and Han will get another advantage down there. But as they drop down, things are going to get evened up. It's going to be Proxy sat here with the spike in his hand versus I'm Ready. Got the Han. Throws that down, gets the ping. Gonna rotate around to the door. Just trying to avoid the turret, I suppose. Clears that out, and there he is. Right on the close corner. He's not ready for it. Proxy, I mean, all the time in the world to just get into position, take him out. See him looking pretty happy with himself in the end. Some nice kills from him, and Spear will start things off with a pistol win.
Yeah, it's very nicely handled by Proxy in the long run. Sylvan doing everything he damn well can. Trying to hold down the bottom of the site there. Han even gets a paint shells kill. But just, I wonder if part of the tethers from the Haunt were kind of looped up into heaven, actually. Like, Proxy had jumped up there. And again, you're going to see those, and Sun just gets an early kill with the Marshall.
And he does. Just looking across over at Boiler, gets the kill, and it's Luke out of the fight. Throws the Leers quite a bit of firepower to boot. Starting to shift over and stare In towards A. Shots coming out as Clark. Okay, very nice little aggressive push into mid. Han swings back, trying to get an angle. Sun takes his head off. Clark taking a couple stray shots under the door as it closes, not going to make a connection. There's the site still, is taken, but the spike's still not brought forward. Shot there onto iReady through the wall. He responds with one quite nicely as well. So he picks up one, but then Sun strikes him down, eliminating him from alley. Takes a tailwind down into the site where the plant will come through. Now it's just Clark in a 1v3. It's Clark dead. Sungjin gets him in the end. Spear will move up 2-0.
This is not bad at all in some senses here from WGS and what they're able to accomplish on this eco round. You know, peeking short A that early is a little bit odd. You know, but they got to, you know, maybe you're just a god with the sheriff and you got to go for it. You can see here some pretty good stuff from those sheriffs, but Sun just absolutely nutty with that Marshall. So picks up a 3K. And eventually, it takes some time, but they're able to get the spike in there. It's delayed, it's difficult. So they're really checking, you know, they know that Luke wants to play up by benches, and they're, you know, using the Prowler to keep it honest.
Luke swings, but Sun just re-peaks him. Gets him in the head. A gorgeous shot. Shut down the Reyna yet again, first and foremost here in the bonus round.
What a micro flick. That just right on the head of Luke. It's absolutely nuts. Han's only on a Guardian over at long at B from defenders. Clark trying to see if he can bait out somebody to come around the corner. You know, he wants to take advantage.
Pushing up close.
Yeah.
Sees him. He can make the call, and yeah. The spike is over on this side. Sylvan swinging out. Takes a while to get that kill, and can't quite transfer onto Sungjin's head. Only puts him down to 72. Exia really low, though, so Han and iReady very well could make this work. Smoke now coming down. Spots him as they make their way in. Nade. Not going to bounce far enough. Proxy will get that elimination, but I'm ready. Catches him, and now it's 150 to 11 as far as the health is concerned. He sees where the spike is planted. He's going to drop down out of heaven. Exia hears that. It's easy enough. Well set up, but again, incredibly costly for WGS. They lose 4 members to get this first round win in.
Yeah, I mean, this is, you know, Spear just kind of punches back against Clark's early aggression quickly. I mean, just Sylvan is so quick to react with those paranoias. It just nails him. They're able to get that one around the corner, and this is just nutty. Just absolutely nutty from Sun. And okay, Clark gets the one, but again, there's the immediate response here. And then they just start pushing the corner, and Sylvan gets a little overeager. You know, Spectre's coming around there. They're happy to take a fight at that close range in this situation. You know, you got to rely on a little bit of I am ready coming up big. Let's see what they got. It is Han with the Marshall. So, he got the
Exia.
tag. Yeah,
Not realizing that his arm was sticking out.
little chicken wing out there.
Broke his elbow. Boombot coming in. Always feels bad when you have to use the knife to try to clear that. There's another one gone. It's just one remaining, so we'll just throw it and say, well, I tried.
Yeah, I mean, there's like some of those utility that you run into when you have the knives out that's just like, oh man, like, you know, like the dogs from the sky or the Lears. And you're just like, oh, really? I have to use my knives for this? Because if you're not fast enough to switch over right to the pistol, it just feels bad, man. There's still a little bit of opportunity here if they can just kind of bust down Luke. You know, it's going to be that Haunt's going to get a little bit of info, and the Lear buys a little time.
Gonna hightail it away, though. As he does get blinded. Switch gonna get hit. Han taking some blind shots, trying to find a hit. And to make it happen again, TP into the boathouse here. As Sylvan joins them, Lear goes out. Good blind. Sylvan managing to find one. Spray. Gonna be good enough to finish off Sungjin, but they set themselves up for success. 29 HP remaining on him as he's just running out of time. Would love to stay alive. He's gonna push the corner. Does find Han. Clark will get the kill. Team A side, do believe, at the end. And Clark can go ahead and upgrade his Spectre.
Yeah, this is really good delay action with Luke. You know, especially up front there, just throwing those Leers at the ground, just buying time, buying time. They're able to call in, you know, the reinforcement from Sylvan and, you know, just hold it down from the back of sight. Just hit some good shots. It's all about that delay in the beginning. That's really where a lot of the value is found for WGS. Now Spear has to mostly go down to an eco. Sun did have enough, you know, because he was popping people with the Marshall, that he's built up a bankroll, and he could try to press it a little bit with the Vandal. It's enough for the next round to, you know, at least get what he needs. And, you know, now it's Sungjin with his ult on the Omen, but I am ready. Has the Nightfall for a retake or some kind of trap. Let's see exactly what WGS.
Luke chunked out. Prowlers connecting. Throws the Leer. He's thinking about swinging, but he swings right into the spray from Sun. Luke not having a bit of a rough of it here so far. Tailwind down. I'm ready, putting some nice damage there onto Proxy. He's looking for the kill, and here's the wraparound. Han arriving. Trying to help get that elimination. Proxy's just got nowhere to go. Carrying out. He was trying to get over to shut the door, buy a little bit of extra time, but was unable to do so. TB to A.
It's you know what? You know what, Achilleos? That's not a bad idea. Honestly, that's what I would do, but...
Yeah, I think you hold on to the ult. In actuality. Spotted him. Surprisingly, they haven't even sent anybody over towards that side of the map just to cover in case he rotated.
I mean, is the Omen
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness.
Secret Agent Sungjin.
There's no way.
Any kills he can get is massive! He manages only to get the one, but damn, what a play that would have been. I like the attempt, but WGS will get the round and take the lead.
So, well, here was my question I was gonna pose to you. Is the Omen ult worth the plant money? That's my question.
I suppose if you don't have...
Like, because that's the trade that he could theoretically be making.
If you don't have, you know, the cheeky, like, you know, spike gets dropped, you know, or stranded, you do the TP or whatever, pick it up and, you know, fake people out type thing planned, it actually might be. It might be.
That's kind of how I feel on that situation.
Especially at least on the attack. You know, when you want to rotate to help reinforce a site, then definitely on defense. I mean, obviously, you know, that's where it's much more crucial that you hold on to that rather than use it very, very frivolously.
Yeah.
So I think, yeah, it's worth. Certainly goes up on defense, but I don't know. It's fairly. I guess it is fairly contextual.
Because otherwise on attack with a lot of Omens, it feels like they're waiting for the perfect moment. You know what I mean? Like they're waiting for like what you're talking about, where they have to go rescue a spike, or they sell a fake, or an attack goes horribly wrong and they have to TP to the other side of the map because it's gone horribly wrong. I don't know. It's more like I'm just kind of interested in like the theory crafting. Yeah, how much is an ult worth?
Yeah. What is the cash value of ultimates?
Right.
I don't know. Either way, I like this. I'm glad that he did TP because it got us this little moment.
True. That was adorable. I did enjoy
I'm totally
it.
all about that.
Yeah.
Sungjin.
Me too. Me too.
Cheeky stuff. And he finds himself 7-4-0 right now. Timeout will expire?
Maybe. Luke's got a judge.
He does indeed. He's been winning some of the, or losing rather, some of these extended range fights. So it seems like he might just want to play up close and personal from here on out. As it looks like we do have a technical pause now. So we'll see what happens, or what is happening, and report to you guys.
I'm pretty curious, like, actually, if anybody's done any math like that. Like, feel free to tweet it at me.
I'm sure
at
somebody
Paper
has
Thin
kind
here.
of broken it down at some point.
I know. I'm actually really curious, like, because to me, of course, like, also certain ults are worth more, right? Like, in terms of like, you know, like a Blade Storm, I'd take that over a Empress by a lot. You know, so how much is that Blade Storm worth?
Well, it looks like it was just a mic issue here on the side of WGS, but things are fixed and we should be going back in here momentarily. You can see the family members still sticking it out, staying late to cheer on their sons.
Heck yeah.
Things you love
It's too
to
hot.
see.
It's too hot outside anyway. Come on in and relax. Like, Korea's already gotten way too warm, man. It is. It isn't even June, and we're hitting like summer temps. It's gross.
Yeah.
But I am also a big-time summer hater. Like, and I'm
As
a.
am I. Well, you're
yeah.
from Wisconsin. So
Yeah,
that
yeah,
makes
yeah.
a hell of a lot more sense.
It-
Clark going aggressive.
This is not the weather of my people.
Definitely not. Well, moving forward, a site unoccupied. WGS going to have to play for the retake here. Starting to wrap around. The spawn to try to join in. There's a lockdown from Proxy just to try to buy some extra time. Nano Swarm up into heaven. Nightfall now going to be used. Nade comes bouncing in. Proxy falling low off that. Marbot going to be cleared. Now Sun taken down. Clark storming forward, but Proxy's just waiting on the close angle. But as he tries to swing out to find more, Sylvan shuts him down. The rocket from Han finds Carrier. Exia though now playing out of tree. Good for one, but Han gets the elimination. Nade into the smoke. Sunjin trying to lurk this out. We'll find one.
Oh!
And that's just going to be the cleanup there. As Clark does get the bleed out, they do get the kill credit there for Proxy. No res to be found, but WGS with a successful retake. Overall, looking good.
Luke just pushes that smoke with a judge and just walks right by.
Of course he did.
Just tunneled in. He's like, he's got to be behind the smoke. He needed it. He wouldn't just stand in there. He did. He did. He done did. He done did it. This is a great retake. I mean, a lot of ults invested on both sides. The lockdown's in kind of an interesting place. I mean, look, there's utility and there's lineups to get rid of, you know, especially with the fragments there anyway. Oh, Proxy.
Great little push out. Does take a considerable amount of damage, but given that they're on the eco, being able to get that kill is quite nice. The gun, okay, now going to be picked up. So there's a Phantom. Smoke comes down. Sungjin just trying to make sure that they can exit safely, but Clark now will drop into the site. There's the pop flash. Swings up close. Quite a bit of damage. Will get the finish there on the Proxy in the end. And now we'll just have to be the backup here from Sungjin. Should TP's across just to get the Phantom, but Han's still watching it be. Finds one. Okay.
Whoa.
Exia putting Han, knocking him back on his butt.
That is a heck of a shot. Good night.
Yeah, and that is the use there of the TP. Sungjin gets himself into boats. Now the plant comes down. 3v3. Spectre, Phantom, and Sheriff here as they look to hold the site. Flash at the ready. Exia rotating over. Waiting at B-Min. Sound cues. Making him turn around, though. He's not watching his back.
Oh, the timing.
Timing is very off here. Clark gets him in the end. Fragment now going to be used on the right side ramp. Spots a couple entering. Swings back out. It's good for one. Sungjin gets the other. And he will get the second as well. Spear. And they pull off that Thrifty in the end.
Man, you know, Sungjin, he came up close last time. This time around, he's good for it. Trying to mimic Sylvan on the other side of the coin, the Clutch God, and our Omens. Got some good ones in Korea, that's for sure. A long-time favorite agent, you know, from the very get-go of Valorant in Korea. A lot of people loved Omen, Breach. Really popular agents here. And regardless, this is just him being really good and fast on his feet. Woo! Nicely done.
Updraft there from Sun. 0 point. Stopping up everybody confirms the presence of a hell of a lot, and that's why you see WGS just full rotating, basically. Han advancing out over towards B lobby. See if he continues to push, because Proxy is wary of this. Dinks him, gets the chest shot for the finisher. Great little punish there. All off of getting caught by a 0 point.
Yeah, really nicely done. And the problem now is Sun is attempting to be isolated here. Yeah. Oh, God, he wins that exchange against Sylvan.
Yeah, again. There's the Nightfall. Looks like they spotted Clark. Yep, they have. Gun him down as Proxy continues to hold in mid. Just trying to cut off Luke from rotating through. But for him and I'm ready. This has to be a save. They've got no money. Luke is lucky to walk away from this. Just to break through the market door just to get the hell out of there.
Yeah, it's just this early round aggression, or not aggression, but just playing off the info for the side of Proxy values the one kill it should, and then the second that, you know, just is pure skill that he gets on Sylvan. I mean, just great awareness, great reactions. See if we can win this one against I'm Ready. Yep.
Yeah. Or sorry, I'm Ready can't win it. That's what I mean.
Well, either way, I mean, somebody dies, so yes or no is,
well,
just based on perspective.
That hurts a hell of a lot. A spear tie it up. Luke the only one holding onto the weapon.
It's all relative, Achilles. That's what the great Einstein taught us.
I'd say it's relatively bad for WGS right now. We take a look at the purchases coming into this. I'm Ready. I mean, half armor with a Bulldog as the timeout will be called. See if maybe coach comes out and decides to revert some of these purchases. No, actually, let's go for you know, maybe a full eco or something like that. But they'll probably, knowing them, just do this you know, somewhat half purchase for some of these guys, or half armor purchase rather.
Yeah, this is, man, this is tough for WGS. I mean, of course they have a lot of confidence in their individual ability, but you know, if you lose this round, then you're definitely almost assuredly dropping the next, because you're going to be mega broke. So you're in a really awkward spot economically, is basically what this boils down to. And I wouldn't be too surprised to see WGS just go for it. That's the most WGS thing they can do.
Yeah. Very much is. And you know, I say, you know, perhaps he will tell them to sell these weapons and go for a full save, because I know that that's pretty much not going to happen.
we would like it to happen in some respects, but you're on defender's side on Ascent as well, so I can see the gamble. Like, I can actually make a very good argument for them doing this here. Because if they win this...
Proxy's heroics.
Yes.
Just a great lurk. And just rips them all apart. You can see Comms fairly calmed down there on Spear. Just nice. Got the round. Tied it up.
I mean, they're dialed in. They want to win this. They smell the opportunity, and they want to take the advantage of it. Of course, they've been given an opportunity. You know, good teams make the most of it.
Just gonna be letting that Boombot go. Sun, Winding Board gets himself into market. But chip damage off the initial hit there as he's trying to find Han. Spots Clark on the ramp. Just a Sheriff in hand here for the KO. He swings out, trying to make his way to Alley. As this lockdown does get used. Fragment into the back, forcing Han forward. And they will be able to push up to get that elimination. I'm Ready good for one, but that's about it. The buy here, not going to come to fruition, but Luke does manage to find one, and Proxy is just around the corner. Hugging at stairs. They push in. They will have him. It's now going to be 2v2. Area sending the pop flash. Forces Sylvan back. Shots flying his way. It looks like he and Luke are going to play down the same side of the ramp. You're out, trying to buy some space. They get one. Exia is there, and he's got the other. 2 kills to close it out and take the lead. Spear now 5v4, 5-2-4.
That is a huge win for Spear. It just devastates the economy of WGS. And, you know, you've got the clutch gods coming at you. You know, Sylvan, Luke, very, very good players, and you're able to hang on to this. You know, look at the way they're trying to work together, but that one way, just enough for him to kind of see on the other side of it.
Well, now it'll be the Sheriff Eco here. Spear instantly just hitting the null command. Tailwind forward from Sun. Takes a little bit of damage on the entrance. Clark, now spotted. And the will get taken out.
Tick-tock. Tick-tock.
Simon's going to be bleeding away from them now. Let's see if WGS can find any kills or somehow pull the rug out from beneath Spear Gaming and get this thrifty win. Smoking across, cutting off main access. Sylvan pushes out, finds one. Carrier trades it back. Already starts advancing forward, but Jin, Proxy just gunning him down. Han spotted. Will just get the single kills, so they take away 2 rifles, but there's plenty of cash in the wallet here for Spear as they move up by 2.
Yeah, 2 rounds left to go, so you know, Spear should be basically good to go for the rest of the half, and it's going to be on WGS to make this round happen, or they're right back to, you know, I mean, I think they'll probably have enough for at least half buys, but at least, you know, a gun and half armor. But, you know, for example, I Am Ready is spending everything on this round, so, and he still can't even buy a C's. So, let's see what he's going to do. Oh my God.
Okay. Gets 1. Not bad considering he's trying to destroy that 0 point off the rip.
Yeah, dink on the other.
So Sun down low. Market door going to be shut. It seems like the playbook from Spear just says repeatedly attack B site.
It's working. Might as well go for it. You don't have any. You do have the null command for Clark. Yep, there it goes.
Pops it. Trying to bring them forward. Sylvan throwing the paranoia as well. They'll start making their way over towards the Cyber Proxy. Instantly drops Clark, finds Luke as well. Sylvan training 1 back. And gets aim punched to hell and back. Sylvan goes over, taps the spike, gets revealed. Spam through the wall. Bit of a battle of the wall banks here. As Clark will finally bleed out. See it. Throws the Prowler. Tries to just take that vision away from him. Hasn't managed to make it happen yet. Gets right in on top of him. Sylvan running low on time. Says, I need to at least get this to half. Is not allowed to do so. And that will be the clutch as we get ready to go into the final round of the half.
I mean, just super well played by Exia here. The positioning so good. Post plant initially, you know, he's in B main. He's waiting for the right moment to strike. You know, I mean, Han almost takes 2 with him there. That's if he got the dink on the Sun as well. And then Proxy has been absolutely just monumental the last couple maps. But it's Exia who's going to get a lot of the accolades for that round. You know, great timing, great utilization of his utility to buy time. Han, oh my God.
And he's going hard in the paint, but the only thing that's here is a turret. Everybody else is already getting ready to storm the A site. They send out their own Nightfall. No one's going to be clipped by it, though. Luke shifting forward here in tree. No vision. No shots fired. TP going to be used, and that is Sylvan getting himself into Gelato. Luke finding Sun. Proxy on the lurk! Comes up with another 3. This man, I think he's angry that he didn't get MVP out on that last map.
Here's the messed up part of Kilios. They knew he was there because there was a Prowler that caught him. And he still 1v3'd them over there. Unreal.
Well, 8 and 4 as Proxy has just gone off the chain.
I mean, I was watching the map and I'm like, man, Proxy, he's got a good lurk attempt here. And then I Am Ready threw out a Prowler that went in his direction, so they knew he was there, and he still 1v3'd him. Unbelievable.
Brutal. Absolutely brutal, but really wonderfully done here so far from the side of Spear. I mean, some of these rounds are dangerously close, but WGS is just falling short right at the finish line of being able to get those wins. So 8 and 4 the scoreline. Hell of a lot of work cut out for them as they get ready to swap sides and go over on the attack.
It's going to take a big-time mental comeback for WGS because that Haven, I think, whatever was going on in their heads, it has, you know, not necessarily kept over, but, you know, definitely dampened some of the spirits and some of the, you know, the fun and the showboating that we saw after the win on Bind, which was absolutely dominant. Since then, it has not been nearly as clean, and I think at least part of it I could point to, of course, some questionable decision making, but also I think some of these comps need to be rethought for WGS because they try to kind of default on defense with comps that aren't made to default. You know, there's no Sentinel here, and they're trying to play for space, and it's really, really hard to do. They're more just trying to play for trades, and then Spear is winning those and oftentimes playing off their utility better. So on a frankly an agent, you know, composition that's pretty well suited for defense with the Killjoy. I mean, they knew, and they still just. At least they should have known.
Sometimes you just die.
Yeah, it happens.
Really good way to finish things out in the half here from Spirit Gaming. Deny that 7-5 score line. Let's see what happens though. Swapping the sides up here for WGS. Your point going out. Don't think they connect onto anybody. There's the C's. Just around the corner, but blinds come in, stops them from swinging. Luke starting to move forward. Proxy already though coming up with so much as they just storm out into mid. They cut him off from behind. He's got 3. Sylvan answering back though, says I can do this too. Gets a couple kills, but Exia gets the elimination before the door shuts. I'm ready. At least going to be able to drop down, get the plant off. Everybody tagged up. Plays this perfectly. Potentially could win this out. Push on the corner. Needs to land these and ends up whiffing. Sungjin survives with 22 health. The defuse will come in and Spear move up to 9 with the pistol round win.
Yeah, just great backup from Exia to help out Sungjin just in case. And it's just, you know, enough time bought by that C's that the flanks are able to come through through the mid and give Proxy another huge multi-kill round. I mean, he is absolutely popping the heck off right now. Look at this. I mean, yeah, they all know. They're like, yeah, they're stuck at the door. They can't get through. We've got all this utility to just block, you know, space, and there's just no ability for WGS to do anything about it. And yeah, it's getting out of control, so WGS has to force buy.
28-0 for Proxy. He is not getting assists. He's just taking names. They wait out the 0 point. It's a good read from WGS as they go for the force. Here's a Bucky right around the corner, and he will still get 1. Carrying it, spraying out. A little bit of damage there as I'm ready. Falls down to 46. Prowler forward to try to scout. Runs out of bullets, and the turret from Proxy now comes up with a kill. Fragment into the back. The door going to be shut here on guard. Man advantage still going to be there for Spear by 1.
They're taking their time. They're going to wait for everybody to kind of get into place, and then they're just going to let the blinds and the haunts and everything fly.
Smoke comes down. Flash goes in behind Proxy. Storms in. Clark falls. It's just Han. Tucked away here in hell. He's only going to be able to get 1. The force buy. It's not profitable enough. They only find 2 eliminations, and Spear are now just 3 rounds away from taking this series 2-1.
I mean, it's just, again, you know, great patience here by Spear, doing what they can at the beginning of that round. You're at least able to trade 1 with the Bucky, and then the Haunts, really, really good. Catches Sylvan right in front of Generator, makes it easy for the swing into the site. Again, blinds, paranoias, everything you could want, you could throw into the site itself. And then you just swarm in all together as Spear. Just great coordination, great execution. A really impressive map so far here from Spear. They've just taken over. I mean, what is that, 8 in a row? I'm pretty sure it's 8 in a row.
1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, it is. It's 8 in a row across both halves.
That's pretty good. And now, we got an Ares from Sungjin. I'm excited. There is the Marshal for Han, and the Sheriff's is going to be the WGS play. They're just looking to see if anybody, but nobody's poking out mid. So that's going to give a little bit of space. There's the alarm bot kind of in an unusual position, I should say, a little bit further back than normal. You know, normally people put it kind of right towards the front of the stairs. There's the turret getting a little information on the front of B main. And then, did he hear it? Or is he just waiting for the corner? I'm not too sure exactly what Exi is thinking there.
He wants to wait until everybody's getting into position. They still have Clark who's rotating through the attacker's spawn.
I am ready. Excuse me.
And he'll be ready to strike here. Exi up. Finding 1. That's what Exi was doing. Sungjin manages to just draw back out the Ares. Gets an elimination. As I'm ready. Falling lower. Trying to get these hits in with the Sheriff. Now needs to pull back, tuck away into Pizza. Reveals a couple. Han. He's taken down off the flank. Still trying to peek this out. Hoping for a stray wallbang headshot. Does not connect. And he needs to die in this round. He needs to get a cash bonus, but that also works too. A little bit of an extra kill. Now he'll go on the hunt, and they're just running away from him. They say, nope, we're not going to let you. He's got a Spectre now. And this is still a bit unideal for him, but can he get the plant money as well? Yes, it looks like he can. They're rushing to try to interrupt him. Gets the plant money in there. He will be granted his merciful death.
Well, you know, it is what it is, but the guns were bad, and at the end of the day, that actually is, it would normally not be the end of the world, but in this situation, it's not good enough, is what this boils down to. And just, yeah, Exia holding that door very nicely. The Ares, pretty good in these kind of situations. And just mow them down as they try to come through. Smoke there to make it a little more difficult. But Iron Ready able to get deep enough, able to, you know, deal with the alarm bot off screen. Sun tries to push the pace. He's gotten deep.
And he has. He's continuing to storm around the back, but does end up falling for it. Punish there from I'm Ready. Still, though, does get knocked down. 50 HP. Looks like double rotate through the spawn. 3 still going to be lurking at B lobby. They're really wary about some potential overextensions from the rest of Spear. Haven't seen anything yet. Killjoy full setup still over here on the A site, so they just leave Proxy by himself. That, and given the way that he's been shooting in these last 2 maps, I think he's totally fine.
I don't want to be anywhere near that if
self-sustainable.
if I'm WGS, yeah.
Yeah.
There was a knife to check short A for WGS that got no hits, and the Prowler comes out, so okay, we know there's one there for sure. Nightfall gonna swarm through the site. Let's see what the hit's gonna look like.
It does hit one, but I actually think that Sungjin managed to avoid it.
Yeah, just the
Still
one.
not shot. Here's the Tracer. Leads him right over to Exia. He still manages to find one, though. Sungjin pushing out with the Guardian. Manages to get the tap there onto Carrier. Luke will finally displace him, but now it's Proxy here on the site. He's so low, and he still gets the win.
How?
The
Unreal.
headshot through the box. Proxy is just unkillable.
It's absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely unbelievable. He had no business winning that fight. I thought with his low health, he was just done. And he wins another one. I mean, a headshot through the box to finish it himself. He's just been unbelievable this map. He's literally taken this map over.
Yeah.
What is he, 24-9?
24-9-1. Somebody finally got an assist off of him. Or he got an assist off someone, I should say, the other way around. But here we are at match point. Would be the most miraculous run back that we have ever seen in VCT Korea.
Wait, what about DRX's? Would that be...
Which one?
The one against WGS in stage 1 in the playoffs.
Was that...
What was that at?
I don't know if that would be...
Wasn't it like
miraculous.
10-3, 11-3?
I can double check. I think, well...
I think it was 11-3 if I'm not mistaken. So it'd be basically about the same kind of insanity.
Something like that. I have it here, and then, yeah, on Ascent, and then they went on to 13-2 them on Haven.
Yeah, I remember that.
But I feel like this would be more miraculous just given what we've seen from WGS across the last 2 maps. For them to kick it into high gear like that,
yeah,
would be truly impressive. But, I mean, Proxy, what a lockdown here. I mean, just narrowly spots him right through the box. Utterly fantastic, and here we go. The timer resumes. We go into what could very well be the last round of the week. Spear looked to finish this. Knife out from Clark, goes over to short. Not short, rather up mid. Doesn't find anything.
They just committed a ton of utility and got basically 0 info, other than nobody's in bench. That's all they know.
Yeah.
Like that was a recon dart, a prowler, a knife.
Smoke coming down, Sylvan. Keeping up here into heaven. We're playing within the side itself, and Sun is just going to gun down too. Clark and Han eliminated. He just pushes up into A main, kills them off. Now the lockdown to dissuade the last 2 remaining members, Luke and I'm Ready, have their work cut out for them. A 2v4 absolutely necessary to try to continue it. And the Prowler spots Luke over at Pizza. And there it is, just to spot him out even further, to get those Tracers going. The Haunt.
He's able to tuck himself in the corner to avoid it.
Okay.
Just barely. But still, they know he's back there somewhere. They're even going to throw a smoke at the door here. Sungjin just waiting, just wants to paranoia. Oh, God, Luke.
6 HP. Sungjin just going to teleport across. Keep himself over here at the ramp. There's going to be the Nightfall. I'm ready. It's in the sight. Luke dead. Wants to go for the spike plant. Doesn't have the opportunity. Doesn't have an adequate weapon for the task set in front of him. And that will be the finisher. Spear Gaming close out Ascent. They said in that pre-match interview that they were feeling confident about this map. They felt good that this was going to be, you know, that last one available for them. So 13-4 the scoreline. I mean, it's proxy.
Proxy.
It's 100% proxy.
It is only proxy.
It should have been proxy, I think, in the last map. It's 100% proxy in this map. And you know what the good thing is, Paperton?
What's that?
Because he won on the last map, we get to interview him on the English side.
Ooh, I'm excited for that.
So we'll get to hear from this young up-and-comer, you know, his thoughts on this series and on starting off their stage 2. Or, well, you know, their first stage, but starting off stage 2 with 2 match victories. This is going to put them in 2nd place so far here in the region, just under DRX.
That's exciting. I mean, Spear Gaming, really, proxy looking phenomenal across the last 2 maps. I mean, say what you want about the Haven, let's kind of throw that out the window. The Ascent is quite good. Bind, you know, that's tough for, like we talked about earlier, it's tough for anybody against WGS. Like, they've got Bind really figured out. I would like to see WGS start rocking the Neon a little bit more. I mean, you're seeing, you know, Optic is just kind of committed to it across, including, you know, Ascent. Like, they're rocking it on basically every map. Just put Han in that high gear, you know, fast-paced position that I think he's just kind of meant for, and just let him rock and roll and just play off of that. You're not... I'd much rather see WGS just push the tempo. Again, very similar to like a Paper Rex. I use Paper Rex as kind of barometer of a team that can push the tempo successfully.
You know, and for good reason, because they've proven it time and time again against some of the best teams in the world.
Yes.
So, yeah, they're definitely the, I think, the most accurate barometer you could get for that. Them and Zeta are 2 prime examples. But, I mean, Spear Gaming, we haven't seen these guys in over a year, not since stage 2 of 2021 VCT. So many rebuilds, so many roster swaps, the attempts to requalify for stage 3, for stage 1. They come into this open qualifier here, and they managed to get it done.
Yeah, I'm really excited for Spear Gaming. Again, like we talked about earlier, there's players on the team who have gone on to be very, very good in previous iterations of Spear Gaming.
Yeah.
Like, you know, Wix and Nakji are on Maru now. You know, Park Jung is playing very good. So for Tartarus, so you know, to have success with this squad, you know, another squad of kind of journeymen here in Korea, or players who are just brand new to competing this year on the side of Spear. So yeah, that 361 ACS on Killjoy.
I mean, he's nearly 100 higher than anybody else on his team.
That's pretty good. It's pretty good. Feels good, man. I love Killjoy on this map.
I am excited to watch more of Proxy in the future. Spear, I mean, they said, you know, WGS plays pretty standard, and we have that figured out. We are going to be able to beat them. They're a little bit like Tartarus. I don't know if what we saw today was standard by any stretch of the imagination, but they definitely had it figured out or reacted to it incredibly well. Here's our 2 MVPs from the side of Spear. Sungjin picking it up for Haven, and Proxy, of course, winning it on Ascent. And I can't wait to hear from this guy because, you know, it's like basically the first that we're seeing of him. It's a new breakout star.
Yeah, really. I mean, this is, I mean, a jaw-dropping performance on Ascent and a very good performance on Haven. So, I mean, he's been, you know, their best player today, in my opinion, overall for the side of Spear Gaming. And you're seeing, you know, it's not exactly a duelist meta anymore. It is, in terms of the players that we're always like talking about. It is more like the controllers. You know, we're talking about the Sylvans, the Sungjins, of course the Sentinels, because Chamber is technically a Sentinel. For all intents and purposes, he's kind of not. But But regardless, we're talking about a lot of those players now. So the meta of Valorant currently is shifted. We'll see exactly where it lands.
Yeah, and I mean, one of the things though, because you were talking about during that game, like, you know, this is a sentinel-less comp for the side of WGS. You've got Luke right there. Just go by Halbert. Guy plays a pretty mean Killjoy in the past.
Yeah.
Could have just done that.
He's probably pretty good at Chamber, I suspect.
That too. I don't know. I think they maybe just put too much stock into it after the Bind performance, but would have thought that after Haven, where things really started slipping, that they would have changed it up a little bit more. Not to be the case. Instead, we just see, you know, Godlike rotated out, Clark coming in, and even though Clark, I will say, this was probably the best outing I've seen from Clark so far, or at least in a good long while.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad.
But I mean, for a decent chunk of it, he was, you know, top fragging for his squad. But it just feels like everything was very much off here for the side of WGS. I mean, once they got those 4 rounds, they didn't pick up anything else.
No, they got swept. The rest of the map, it was just...
They picked up their 4 rounds consecutively as well.
Yes. Rounds 3 to 6 were the rounds that they took. I mean, it just felt like once, you know, WGS kind of lost their mentality, they never were able to pick it up, and it's good reads on the part of Spear Gaming. All over the place, right people in the right places at the right time. Good patient plays on the backside of some of these.
Yeah.
Everything you could want here from Spear. It's hard to play a map much better than this at this level of Valorant. I mean, just very, very strong.
Fantastically done. Time and time again, just putting them, you know, WGS getting their backs up against the wall and just being able to take it from there. So it's very nice to see. And I know a lot of people probably watching this series saying, like, okay, you know, these teams are a little bit rough around the edges and whatnot, you know, maybe even saying that about our first series, but these are teams that just only qualified in. Spear, you know, like I said, while the organization has been a part of the VCT a year ago, it's a completely different roster.
Yeah.
And this is the first time that these guys are playing on stage. Second time they're playing on stage, I should say, but this tournament being the first time that they're really playing on stage. Same for CNJ, same for the side of Tartarus. It's going to take some time for these guys to groove. If you look back to how things went in stage 1, holy moly, didn't look good at all at the very beginning.
Right.
And then all of a sudden they started making a dark horse run because things came together. They had enough time to prepare. They had enough experience garnered playing against the better teams on stage to learn from that.
And next week should be better for these teams.
Yeah.
I think because you're
Time
like,
to decompress.
Exactly. You have time to think about all these things. That's where we saw Holy Moly really shine, is when they had a lot of time, and sometimes not a lot of time even, to kind of prepare for these things. I mean, Holy Moly just hit some really interesting, well-thought-out ideas at the right moments that they were able to capitalize on their opponent's weaknesses really, really well. So, you know, can somebody do that? Who's going to be our Holy Moly of this season? Spear could be, man. They looked really good today.
Could be them, could be Tartarus, it could be any of these teams that are right here on your screen. And as for WGS, you know, I will say, like, if you're wondering what the hell happened, I will ask you a simple question. First time?
Yeah.
This is not exactly unexpected.
No.
But you know what's going to happen is they will go on, they will play against, you know, on Slayers, they will play against Damwon Kia, and they'll probably beat them. Because that's what WGS does.
That's it makes zero sense, but that's what happens.
Well, you see, they have a tough opponent ahead of them as we take a look at the next match week schedule. On Slayers versus Spear. We'll see how they fare going up against the runners-up in our Stage 1 Grand Final. CNJ versus Damwon Kia. Both teams having some growing pains. CNJ as well, just trying to get used to the new environment. We'll see how they fare. Then WGS versus DRX. The last time they squared off against each other, they nearly beat them on Ascent. We're 2 rounds away, or I think it was just 1 round away from being able to do so.
Yeah.
Maybe it was 2.
I think 2.
Yeah, I think it was 13-11 at the end. So 2 rounds away from beating DRX 2-0 on that matchup. So we'll see what happens as they come back in here. And then we get Tartarus versus Maru, which is, I think, is going to be a very exciting series. There's plenty of action happening again next week. And we'll of course, be here to bring you the games alongside the likes of Trover and Tasteless.
Absolutely. Next week is looking really, really fun. We're starting to mix it up. You know, getting some of the seeded teams versus the open qualifier teams to really, you know, push the limits of what the open qualifier teams are gonna see. I mean, I don't know how much some of these teams have scrimmed against each other behind the scenes, for example, but it's gonna be tough, man. I mean, DRX in particular is, in some ways it's kind of funny that WGS is the first one to have to square up against them, but after that, Tartarus, CNJ versus Slayers, it is so rough, man. These teams are so good. And it's hard right now with the way DRX looks again. I mean, Fade seems to fit perfectly into DRX's wheelhouse. Like this, Fade does everything DRX wants to do.
Yeah.
Get information, cause disruption, lock people in place if you're lucky enough to get a seize to land. It's like literal, like, just perfection for a couple different members of DRX to utilize. And the way they were, and now that they figured out something kind of interesting on Bind as well for DRX, a map that has historically been kind of bad for them at times, that's scary. That's super scary.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like almost every time we come back for a new year, a new stage, it's always like, oh man, DRX looks scarier than before, which is a little bit terrifying of a narrative given how some things have gone for them, at some of these international events and whatnot. But just gotta have faith. The lone Korean representatives, if it does end up being that duelistless meta as we get ready to move over into Masters 2 in Copenhagen, honestly, I feel pretty good about it because it's all about set plays and utility for DRX typically, and having to rely on the likes of RB at, Masters 1 this year wasn't great when it came down to him, having to have that heavy carry presence as a Jet. So having him just kind of sit back, play a KO, play a bit more of a supportive role with the whole team as a collective, I think is a really big boon for them.
I love what you're saying. I'm 100% agreeing. To add on to that, I think also, like, this opens up, like, this meta opens up Chamber much more comfortably more often for Buzz, right?
True.
Because you're not relying on that other duelist to have the op or whatever.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see how things evolve. We still need to see their icebox as well, see if Buzz goes back to that Jet, but I doubt it. But guys, our interview is ready, so we'll throw down to the floor to close out the show.
All right, we're here with our last MVP interview for the week. It's going to be Proxy, who put up some crazy numbers as that Killjoy on Ascent. So let's first hear how they feel about the second win. They're now 2-0 on their first entrance here onto the VCT main stage.
네, 프록시 선수 먼저 승리 축하드립니다. 이제 본선에 올라와서 2승 0패로 기록을 시작하셨는데 지금 기분이 어떠신가요?
아직까지도 어안이 조금 벙벙하면서도 손이 좀 떨리는 게 지금 이긴 게 솔직히 실감은 나요.
아, 알겠습니다. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't know what to think, and quite frankly, I'm still shaking, which signifies that I can tell that we won because the excitement is really overrunning. Well, let's talk about it. The start was not that good because on Bind, WGS just came out swinging. I mean, what was the thought during that game?
그러면 이번 그 매치가 시작은 그렇게 좋지 않았습니다. 바인드에서 좀 많이 힘들었는데 경기 중에 어떤 얘기가 오고 갔었나요?
바인드 상황에서는 일단 서로 잘 챙기는 것도 있긴 한데 이제 오더 쪽에서 조금 팀 플레이가 안 맞는 것도 있었고 이제 서로 급한 상황도 있다 보니까 이제 그 면에서 플레이가 조금 안 나온 것 같아요.
알겠습니다. Yeah, first of all, on Bind, I think we were just overall kind of shaky, and especially our comms and our IGLing wasn't really in sync together. And then because of that, we started to rush things a little bit, play maybe a little bit on our own. And because of that, we couldn't really show a good game on Bind. Well, things started to turn around on Haven. Not an easy game, but it started, I believe, with Sungjin and Proxy each holding their area so well on defense. So what really was the motivation there to be able to focus coming into Haven?
그러면 이제 헤이븐으로 넘어갈 때는 쉽지는 않지만 그래도 집중력을 확 다시 올린 스피어 게임을 볼 수 있습니다. 그 사이에 쉬는 시간에 어떤 얘기가 있었나요?
일단 바인드판이 끝나고 저희 성진 선수가 확실히 멘탈이 조금 나간 게 있어서 이제 그 부분에서는 저희 선 선수가 케어를 좀 해주면서 이제 제가 저를 믿어라. 다 막아주겠다 이렇게 얘기를 했어서 이제 또 그렇게 돼서 다들 힘이 나왔던 것 같아요.
아, 그럼 프록시 선수도 잘 막아줬지만 성진 선수가 MVP를 받은 거는 선 선수 덕분이다. 약간 이렇게 얘기가 되는 건가요?
그거는 성진이가 잘해서 그런 것 같아요.
네, 알겠습니다.
Yeah, first of all, after Bind, Sungjin just could not focus up. I mean, he was just so shaken up after that game. So Sun actually came by, really helped him calm things down. And then during that time, I told the team, just trust me, I'll hold my side to the very end. And then I jokingly said, does that mean Sungjin got his MVP thanks to Sun? And Proxy said, no, I think Sungjin also, played well to his own merit, and that's why he got the MVP on Haven. Well, Ascent
we have Proxy putting up an insane record here for Killjoy on both sides, attack and defense. I mean, was he just feeling it during the match? Could he tell that they were just going to win? 네, 그러면 이제 어센트에서는 킬조이로 정말 말도 안 되는 스코어를 내셨어요. 그냥 경기 중에서도 아 이건 이겼다 이런 분위기였나요?
일단 경기를 하다 보면서 이제 상대 팀이 약간 플레이가 읽히는 게 좀 많이 보이더라고요. 이제 그런 면에서는 확실히 저희가 조금 승리를 직감을 한 게 느껴졌습니다.
네, 분위기를 좀 타기 시작했다. 네, 알겠습니다. Yeah, I think at a certain point we could just tell we were reading WGS. We could kind of see what was going to happen. And because of that, I think we all knew, we didn't say it, but we all knew that we were going to win on Ascent and take this match. Well, now with a 2-0 record, their next opponent is going to be On Slayers. What do you think about that upcoming match? 네, 그러면 다음 경기는 온 슬레이어스 상대입니다. 물론 WGS도 쉬운 상대는 아니었지만 온 슬레이어스 지난 스테이지에 결승 간 팀이었거든요. 그럼 이번 경기는 좀 어떻게 준비하실 예상인가요?
아무래도 더 많이 연습도 하고 이제 보완을 해서 상대를 해야 하지 않나 싶습니다.
알겠습니다. Yeah, I mean it's on Slayer, so we're definitely going to need a lot more preparation and a lot more focus to be able to face up against them. Of course, that's coming up next week when we start on the weekend. Well, last but not least, let's hear a word to the fans all around the world who are now possibly cheering for Spear Gaming. 네, 그럼 마지막으로 이번 경기 통해서 진짜 전 세계적으로도 많은 팬분들께 스피어 게이밍의 이름을 각인시켜 주신 것 같은데 팬분들께도 한마디 부탁드리겠습니다.
솔직히 조금 부족한 모습도 많기는 했지만 이제 오늘을 토대로 더 높게 비상하는 스피어 게이밍이 될 수 있도록 노력하겠습니다.
알겠습니다. 감사합니다. Yeah, so I think for us we still have a lot to work on. We're not as clean as we want to be, but we'll still be able to prepare and continue to work so that we can be the soaring Spear Gaming that you all want to see. That was Proxy from Spear Gaming after their 2-0 record in the first week. We'll be back next weekend with more VCT Challengers Korea. See you then.
Had a wrestling match from Mount Everest, leaving as prey. I could chase off the predators. You can't run with me, little boy, you too delicate. Hold up!